Chapter 41-47. Yu Wenfeng. It was the name of the previous owner of Duan Lingtian's body, the male puppet. "Bring me to see your city master," Duan Lingtian said calmly as he glanced at the old lady who was staring at him in disbelief. The old lady no longer dared to treat the person in front of her as a divine spirit. What a joke! He was obviously a high-level divine emperor. Moreover, he was even more terrifying than the high-level divine emperors in Wuyo City. She even had a feeling that this high-level divine emperor was even more terrifying than the city master of Wuyo City. A high-level divine emperor was even more terrifying than a low-level divine emperor? The old lady wondered if she had hit her head. Otherwise, why would she have such a ridiculous thought? Yes. Seeing Duan Lingtian's gaze becoming sharper, the old lady hurriedly took out a few divine elixirs and consumed them. After recovering from her injuries, she led the way for Duan Lingtian. Along the way, the old woman gradually calmed down after the peak of the fear in her heart passed. Thinking about the interactions she had with the person behind her today, she suddenly realized something. Yu Wenfeng seemed to be a completely different person today. He was no longer as shy as a woman. Although he still looked like a gigolo, his aura was undoubtedly that of a man. Moreover, the temperament he exuded had changed greatly. It was as if he had been possessed by someone. Yu Wenfeng, could it be that he has been possessed by some almighty? That's not right. Even if he has been possessed, his strength couldn't have increased to such a level in a few days. 2 days ago, Yu Wenfeng was still a sickly gigolo. The more the old lady thought about it, the more she couldn't figure it out. Forget it, I'll leave this matter to the city master. Of course, the premise is that the city master can suppress him. The old lady felt that she might really be crazy. No matter how much Yu Wenfeng had changed, he was still a high-level divine emperor. The city master was a low-level divine emperor. How could he not suppress him? Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know what the old woman was thinking. The only thing he wanted to do now was to meet Lu Wuyo, the city lord of Wuyo City, and learn more about this world from him. This world was too strange. Moreover, the previous owner of this body only knew the tip of the iceberg. His level was too low. But if that city lord found out that the boy toy she had always used as a shield was actually stronger than her, I wonder how she would feel? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth could not help but curl up into a faint smile when he thought about this. A boy toy that could be crushed to death with one finger in the past. Now, he was suppressing her instead. Although Duan Lingtian did not know much about Lu Wuyo's strength, he had seen Lu Wuyo make a move before. It was precisely because of that memory that Duan Lingtian knew how strong Lu Wuyo was. He was not bad among the low-level divine emperors. However, he was just not bad. He was not the best among the low-level divine emperors. At most, he was in the middle of the low-level divine emperors. Soon, the old lady brought Yu Wenfeng to the gate of the inner mansion of the City Master Mansion. The inner mansion of the City Master Mansion was the residence of City Lord Lu Wuyo. The original owner of Duan Lingtian's body, Yu Wenfeng, lived in a small corner in the backyard of the inner mansion. City Lord. The old lady stood outside the gate and said respectfully, "Yu Wenfeng said that he wants to see you. Now, he is suspected to have the strength of a high-level divine emperor." The old lady revealed Yu Wenfeng's background as soon as she opened her mouth. At the same time, she wanted to warn her city lord. Of course, what she didn't know was that Yu Wenfeng was no longer the Yu Wenfeng of the past. His body had been taken over by another person. The current Yu Wenfeng was Duan Lingtian from the outside world, the genius of the inner mansion of Wanda Law Palace. High-level divine emperor? In the inner mansion, a slightly surprised and cold female voice sounded. Then, a figure flew out like the wind and arrived at the gate of the inner mansion in the blink of an eye. A beautiful figure stood in the air. It was a woman in a loose robe. Although she was a woman, she was dressed like a man. She was beautiful and her eyes seemed to be able to charm all living things. Even though it was the first time Duan Lingtian saw her, he couldn't help but sigh. The city lord of Wuyo City, Lu Wuyo, was indeed a beauty. No wonder the son of the city lord had confidence in her. Although she was not a peerless beauty, she was a beauty that could be found in 10,000 people. But the original owner of my body is really a good-for-nothing. In the past, he didn't even have the courage to look Lu Wuyo in the eye. He completely respected Lu Wuyo as a superior and inviolable god. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh when he thought of the memories of this body that he had read. Of course, on second thought, he could understand Yu Wenfeng. After all, he was the lowest person in Wuyo City. He was just a small divine spirit. On the other hand, Lu Wuyo was the city lord of Wuyo City. She was the supreme existence in Wuyo City. As soon as Lu Wuyo came out, she realized that this male pet of hers was different from before. In the past, he didn't even dare to look at her. But now, he was staring at her without letting go. Of course, his eyes were not like those of other men. They were not filled with possessiveness, so she didn't feel disgusted by him. Even so, she couldn't help but frown when she saw the change in this male pet. Yu Wenfeng, you've become bolder. How dare you look at me in the eye? Lu Wuyo didn't believe what the old lady said about Yu Wenfeng having the strength of a high-level divine emperor. She knew her male pet better than anyone else. You can leave now. Duan Lingtian ignored Lu Wuyo and instead looked at the old lady beside him before he glanced at her indifferently. The old lady didn't respond, but she still left. This was because she felt threatened by Duan Lingtian's gaze. After the old lady left, only Duan Lingtian and Lu Wuyo were left outside the gate of the inner mansion. Lu Wuyo. Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Wuyo and said indifferently, "Tell me about what happened outside Wuyo City." Lu Wuyo frowned. She didn't understand what Duan Lingtian was asking, but she couldn't help but feel angry when this male pet of hers spoke to her in an arrogant tone. "Yu Wenfeng, are you courting death?" Lu Wuyo said indifferently. She didn't have any feelings for this male pet of hers. He was just a shield. As long as he was good-looking, nothing else mattered. However, a flower vase should have the awareness of a flower vase. She, Lu Wuyo, would not allow a flower vase to act presumptuously in front of her. "It seems like City Lord Wuyo won't cooperate with me if I don't take action." As Duan Lingtian spoke, he unleashed his divine energy. The divine energy of a high-level divine lord swept out in all directions. Lu Wuyu's expression changed drastically when he sensed Duan Lingtian's presence. High-level divine emperor? He was really a high-level divine emperor? Yu Wenfeng was actually a high-level divine emperor? How could he hide so deeply? No! I've investigated Yu Wenfeng's background. It's impossible for him to hide his strength, but this. Now, after the old lady, Lu Wuyo, the city lord of Wuyo City, was also confused. Who could tell her what was going on? However, when she saw the spatial storm raging around Yu Wenfeng as he approached her step by step, Lu Wuyo felt a certain amount of pressure. She didn't think too much about it. Divine force erupted from her body, and a divine sword appeared in her hand at the right time. However, even though Lu Wuyo was fully prepared and didn't hold back, she still attacked. However, she soon discovered that her attack was like a piece of paper in front of her opponent's attack. It was instantly crushed. Then, her opponent's power spread out and suppressed her. At this moment, the divine energy in her body was completely suppressed. A high-level divine emperor suppressed a lower divine emperor. If she hadn't experienced it herself, she wouldn't have believed it. How is this possible? This kind of strength, even an ordinary middle divine emperor might not have it. At this moment, Lu Wuyo's heart was in a mess. However, on the surface, she still maintained the last bit of her pride. She stared coldly at Duan Lingtian. "You're not Yu Wenfeng. Who are you? You don't need to know who I am." Duan Lingtian stood in the air. The energy that swept out from his body pressed Lu Wuyo to the ground. Both of her feet sank into the ground, leaving only her calves exposed. "You just need to answer my questions. I won't get any rewards for killing that old lady, but I'll get quite a lot of rewards for killing you." Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Wuyo with a gaze that flickered with dense threatening intent. When Lu Wuyo heard this, her expression changed again and again. This high-level divine emperor in front of her was too strong. He was so strong that she felt despair. When did such a heaven-defying existence appear in this world? Even the top geniuses in the divine kingdom were not as strong as him, right? Lu Wuyo took a deep breath. She didn't dare to treat this person as her pet anymore. What a joke! If her pet had this kind of strength, she wouldn't use him as a shield. She would treat him as an honored guest. With this kind of strength, standing on Wuyo City's side was tantamount to giving Wuyo City a huge boost. In the future, they would have an advantage when competing with other cities. Sir, if you have anything you want to know, feel free to ask. Lu Wuyo humbled herself. She had no choice but to do so. Now, her life was in the hands of this person in front of her. Okay. Seeing Lu Wuyo's cooperation, Duan Lingtian nodded in satisfaction. Why didn't you do this earlier? Tell me about Voidless City, the Heaven Spirit Mansion, and the Divine Kingdom above. Just treat me as an outsider, Duan Lingtian said casually. However, in Lu Wuyo's ears, it was no different from a fantasy story. An outsider? What was that? Chapter 41-48. Although Lu Wuyo did not know who the extraterrestrial visitor in front of him was, he was sure of one thing. The Yuan Feng in front of him was no longer her pet. He had been possessed by someone else, and this person had the strength of a high-level divine emperor after possessing Yuan Feng. He has only possessed Yuan Feng for a few days, and he already has such strength. How strong was he at his peak? Lu Wuyo was shocked. An ultimate god? Or was he one of the best among the ultimate gods? At the same time, Lu Wuyo did not dare to neglect Duan Lingtian's inquiry, and told him everything that Duan Lingtian wanted to know. At this time, Duan Lingtian finally understood a lot about this world. There were many divine kingdoms in this world. He was now in a place called the Tianan continent. There were a total of 9 divine kingdoms in the Tianan continent. The divine kingdom where Wuyo City was located was only one of them. Wuyo City was under the jurisdiction of the Heaven Spirit Mansion. There were a total of 28 cities like Wuyo City under the Heaven Spirit Mansion, and each city lord was an emperor god. Most of them were lower-level emperor gods. There were only a few middle-level emperor gods. The people in this world knew that killing could be rewarded. This was the rule of this world, and they were born with it. However, if the strong killed the weak, there would either be no reward or very little reward. Under such circumstances, the strong would not kill the weak. Moreover, there were many things in this world that required the weak to do. Otherwise, how boring would it be if there were only a group of strong people left in this world? When that time came, where would they find servants to serve them? Where would they find servants? Where would they find servants to do all kinds of manual labor? The existence of a divine kingdom was to maintain order in the divine kingdom. The prefectures were administrative units placed in various places by the divine kingdom, and were responsible for governing the various cities in the prefectures. The city lords were lower-level emperor gods and a few middle-level emperor gods. The prefectures were about the same. The prefectures were lower-level emperor gods and were the best among them. The divine nation's monarch was an ultimate god. Lu Wuyo did not know how strong an ultimate god was. In her eyes, no matter how strong an ultimate god was, he was an existence she could only look up to but could not reach. Because of the rules and rewards, other than the relatively safe cities, the wild is very dangerous. The weak and the strong are disdained to kill, but they can capture and sell them for money. For example, if I'm a lower god emperor, I won't get any rewards for killing a high-level god emperor. However, I can capture them, imprison them, and then sell them to high-level god emperors, middle-level god emperors, lower-level god emperors, or even weaker existences to kill. They can obtain rewards for doing so. As long as you kill them with your own hands, you will more or less get the rewards of the rules. It's just that you won't get as many as you normally kill. After listening to Lu Wuyo's explanation, Duan Lingtian also understood the situation in this world. It was truly the law of the jungle. Due to the existence of the rule-chosen reward, anyone would want to kill someone of the same cultivation level as them, or kill someone of a higher cultivation level than them. As for what the rule-chosen reward was, Duan Lingtian did not ask Lu Wuyo because he already knew. The ruled chosen reward could be some comprehension of the laws, some energy that could help increase one's cultivation level, or a drop of divine power from an omnipotent expert. The divine power of an omnipotent expert. Once the divine power of an omnipotent expert was used, it could increase one's divine power by one level in a short period of time. Although the duration was not long, the sudden increase in divine power by one level could definitely play a role in turning the situation around in an evenly matched battle. Even if one used the divine power of an omnipotent expert, one could kill someone who was slightly stronger than one. Even a high-level god could increase one's divine power by one level in a short period of time after using the divine power of an omnipotent expert. Although it would not reach the level of an omnipotent expert's own divine power, it was still not comparable to an ordinary high-level god's divine power. It was at another level. Because of this, it was most cost-effective for a high-level god to use the divine power of an omnipotent expert. Of course, the divine power of an omnipotent expert could only increase one's divine power. It could not increase one's profundity of laws, for Tao of heaven and earth, or other means. This world is truly a cruel one where the strong prey on the weak. Although the outside world was also a place where the strong preyed on the weak, it was not as cruel as here. Here, one did not even need to seek opportunities. One only needed to kill to be rewarded. Of course, one had to kill those of the same level of cultivation or those stronger than oneself. But in the outside world, even if one knew that a person had opportunities or treasures, killing them would cause their storage ring to self-destruct and one would not be able to obtain anything. As for the ruled chosen reward? Sorry, there was no such thing. The ruled chosen reward is most likely similar to the heaven-chosen reward I received from the ruins of an omnipotent expert of the inner palace that I entered earlier. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. My lord, do you have any other questions? Lu Wuyo looked at Duan Lingtian warily. At the same time, there was a complicated look in the depths of her eyes. In the past, the person in front of her did not even dare to look her in the eye. Now, it was her turn to not dare to look him in the eye. Every dog had its day. Are there many secret zones and treasure grounds in the southern sky divine nation? Duan Lingtian asked again. Lu Wuyo shook her head. I'm not too sure about that. Anyone who comes across such a thing will basically keep it for themselves. Once a faction obtains it, they will definitely not publicize it. However, it is said that even the strongest ultimate god in the divine nation cannot keep these secret zones and treasure grounds. It is suspected that they are born from heaven and earth. Duan Lingtian was speechless at Lu Wuyo's words. Born from heaven and earth? Were they also naive? Of course, Duan Lingtian also knew that these people most likely did not know about the existence of omnipotent experts. It was impossible for them to know that everything here, including them, was just an illusion created by an omnipotent expert. Such a realistic environment, and the people inside all have their own intelligence. Are the methods of omnipotent experts so powerful? No wonder third senior brother said that no matter how much divine power a higher ultimate god obtains, after activating and increasing his divine power, even the weakest ultimate god can be crushed to death with a single finger. Omnipotent experts have completely surpassed the category of god. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In order to confirm, Duan Lingtian asked again. Then, do you know about supreme powerhouses? Omnipotent experts? Lu Wuyo shook his head. What's that? Never heard of it. Do you know what's the realm above ultimate god? Duan Lingtian asked again. Above ultimate god? Lu Wuyo was stunned for a moment when she heard that. Then, she said with a burning gaze, Legend has it that the realm above ultimate god is the god of creation. Those secret zones and treasure grounds that are born from heaven and earth are left behind by the god of creation. The god of creation is the supreme existence of our world. He may not necessarily be a living being. Perhaps, he is just the natural order of our world. The natural order rewards are also bestowed by the god of creation. I don't know about others, but I believe in this legend. After listening to Lu Wuyo's words, Duan Lingtian was silent for a while. All right. You guys are amazing. Anyone would be able to guess most of it. It seems, almost there? This world was indeed created by an omnipotent expert, but it was not just one omnipotent expert. As for the natural order rewards, they were indeed left behind by an omnipotent expert. It was the same for the secret zones and treasure grounds. Omnipotent expert? The god of creation? It's just a change of name. Of course, according to Lu Wuyo, the people in this world were not sure if the god of creation really existed. Everything was just a legend, and no one had heard of anyone who had seen the god of creation. This was different from the outside world. The outside world knew and was certain that omnipotent experts existed. After getting the information he wanted from Lu Wuyo, Duan Lingtian did not plan to stay here for long. He had an impulse to kill Lu Wuyo and obtain the natural order rewards. He wanted to see if the natural order rewards were the same as the ones he obtained from the ruins of the omnipotent expert in the inner palace. However, he resisted the urge in the end. No matter what, she had cooperated. It would not be good to kill her. The people in this world were all transformed by omnipotent experts. Even if there was no grudge between them, Duan Lingtian would not feel any pressure to kill them. There was no moral problem. City Master Wuyo, goodbye. Duan Lingtian nodded at Lu Wuyo, then teleported and disappeared in front of Lu Wuyo. From the beginning to the end, he ignored the formation in the City Master's mansion. In fact, there was a formation in the City Master's mansion that was set up by the Heaven's Spiritual Mansion experts. It was not difficult to trap a lower god emperor. It could even make it difficult for a middle god emperor to escape if it was activated. Even if it was not activated, it would be difficult for a lower god emperor to escape if it was not closed. However, Duan Lingtian completely ignored the formation in the City Master's mansion. His true strength is comparable to a middle god emperor? Now, this was the only possibility. Lu Wuyo's heart trembled, and her face changed color. At the same time, she was secretly glad that she had cooperated with the other party. Otherwise, she would have been gone. A guest from another world? He doesn't understand the situation in the divine nations. Is he not from the heavenly South Continent? Legend has it that the heavenly South Continent is not the only continent in this world. Duan Lingtian did not know what Lu Wuyo was thinking, but he did not care. Even if his identity was exposed, he would not feel any pressure. In this world, his biggest competitors were not the people of this world, but the geniuses from other forces like him. In this world, even if there was a place of opportunity, it was limited. Whoever was lucky and strong would get it. Once a place of opportunity was taken away, it meant that there was one less opportunity to get more opportunities. Wuyo City. Duan Lingtian immediately teleported out of the city. After leaving the city, he turned around to look at Wuyu City. It was neither too big nor too small, and the strongest person in the city was only a lesser divine emperor. It was meaningless for him to stay in such a place. Chapter 41-49. Now that I'm out of the city, won't I be targeted? However, I'm a high-level celestial emperor. Even if people see me, I'm afraid they won't target me or even attack me. According to Lu Wuyo, the city master of Wuyo City, there are very few lesser divine emperors around Wuyo City. Most of them are divine emperors. However, there aren't many high-level divine emperors either. After all, the people in this area aren't very strong. The strongest is Lu Wuyo, the city master of Wuyo City. There are no experts around, only weaklings. There's no point in killing people who are stronger than them. Even for those high-level divine emperors and low-level divine emperors who stayed in this area, the reason they stayed here was more to intercept people who passed by, capture them alive, and then sell them for divine crystals. Duan Lingtian learned from Lu Wuyo that the currency of this world was divine crystals. Divine crystals were also used for cultivation, but the effect of cultivating with divine crystals was far inferior to the rewards of the laws. Even so, divine crystals were still the main currency. After all, not everyone had the ability to kill people of the same cultivation level, or even stronger. Most of the people at the bottom of the hierarchy used divine crystals to cultivate. Duan Lingtian's destination was the Heaven Spirit Mansion's prefecture city. The Heaven Spirit Mansion was the administrative unit above Wuyo City in the Divine Kingdom he was in. The Heaven Spirit Mansion's prefecture master was a high-level Divine Emperor. There are quite a few people. However, after discovering that I'm a high-level Divine Emperor, they all retreated. After leaving secluded city, Duan Lingtian made his way to the Heavenly Spirit Mansion's Mansion City. He noticed many people were staring at him, but they quickly left. On the afternoon of the second day, a figure appeared on Duan Lingtian's path like a ghost. It was as though he had appeared out of thin air. In fact, he had indeed appeared out of thin air. Teleportation. Even if the other party wasn't skilled in the law of space, he must have comprehended the law of space to a certain extent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to teleport. High-level godly emperor? The person who came was an old man in a gray robe. His face was thin, and his eyes were like lightning. Surrender obediently. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll have to suffer some physical pain. Hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian was surprised at first, but then he smiled and said, "You are also a high-level godly emperor, right? Are you sure you can defeat me? You think I'm the only one?" The old man sneered. As soon as the old man finished speaking, two swift sounds of wind whistling were transmitted into Duan Lingtian's ears. In the next instant, a middle-aged man and another old man arrived. One of them seemed to have transformed into fire, while the other flew over with wind. Clearly, one of them was proficient in fire laws, while the other was proficient in wind laws. In the blink of an eye, the three of them had formed a triangle with Duan Lingtian in the middle. Divine power wreaked havoc on the three of them, and the laws of space manifested. Their cultivation bases were clear, and they were all high-level god emperors. 3 high-level god emperors surrounded Duan Lingtian, intending to capture him alive. "Just the 3 of you?" Duan Lingtian glanced at the 3 of them indifferently, and the corners of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. "Is there anyone else? If there is, call them over together. I'm afraid 3 people aren't enough," Duan Lingtian said casually, but in fact, this was what he was thinking. He couldn't wait for the 3 of them to call a few more high-level god emperors over. That way, the rewards would be greater, right? Pfft. The only middle-aged man among the 3 of them sneered. "Boy, we've killed many high-level god emperors over the years. Some of them were smart, like you. They were deliberately mystifying. In the end, they only had 2 endings: either they died, or we captured them and sold them. So, this little trick of yours is useless against us." As he spoke, the sneer on the middle-aged man's face grew wider. At this moment, the other 2 old men looked at Duan Lingtian with gazes that contained a sense of mockery. "Don't waste words with him, just capture him. If he wants to die, we'll send him on his way," the old man who came later said in an indifferent tone. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, he moved and attacked Duan Lingtian. The other old man and the middle-aged man also attacked at the same time. The 3 of them didn't hold back at all when they attacked, and they even took out their high-quality god artifacts. 3 attacks of different colors swept out and enveloped Duan Lingtian like they were covering the sky and the earth. When they got close to Duan Lingtian, they saw that Duan Lingtian was only floating around his body with divine power, and he didn't show any signs of attacking. They were afraid that Duan Lingtian would be killed, so they quickly withdrew most of their power. Boom! Rumble! The 3 attacks landed on Duan Lingtian, causing the space to tremble. At this moment, the 3 people who launched the attacks frowned slightly. Was he dead? However, when their attacks dissipated, their expressions changed again. The purple-clad young man in front of them was unharmed. Their attacks couldn't hurt him at all. Whoosh! When the 3 people's expressions changed drastically, they saw Duan Lingtian's body gradually turning illusory. "Oh no!" The 3 people's expressions changed drastically. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian appeared behind the old man who had teleported. He didn't use his god artifact, but he casually struck out with his palm. Bang! The seemingly casual strike was infused with the profundity of the law of space and the Tao of control. He didn't use his god artifact, but the old man exploded with a single strike. He really did explode. He exploded into a bloody mist, leaving only his god artifact and spatial ring behind. He didn't destroy his own spatial ring? While Duan Lingtian was still in shock, the other two people finally regained their senses. Their expressions changed drastically, and they fled in two different directions. Run! This was the only thought left in their minds at this moment. At the same time, their hearts were filled with regret. Why did they have such thoughts about the purple-clad young man? Were they not digging their own graves? Of course, they also knew that the reason they were interested in the purple-clothed young man was entirely because the purple-clothed young man was only one person while they had three people. In their opinion, the three of them were high-level godly emperors. Whether it was capturing or killing a high-level godly emperor, it wasn't difficult at all. However, what they didn't expect was that they would end up kicking a steel plate. A high-level divine emperor who was much stronger than them without using his god artifact. For such an existence, even if there were a few people who were as strong as them, they wouldn't be able to kill him even if they joined forces, let alone the three of them. He's no weaker than a lesser god emperor. The two people fled madly, and at the same time, various terrifying thoughts appeared in their minds. Without using his god artifact, his strength is comparable to a lesser god emperor who uses his god artifact. I don't think there's a high-level divine emperor like this in the entire Heaven Spirit Mansion. Why would he appear in such a small place? Who can tell me what's going on? How can a high-level divine emperor who hasn't completely consolidated his cultivation have such terrifying strength? Too slow. In the next moment, just when the two of them thought that they had escaped, they heard an indifferent voice with a hint of mockery in it. Then, they realized that the purple-clad young man had caught up with them, and every time he teleported, he would seamlessly connect them. Second teleportation? This time, they were in complete despair. Second teleportation, in the entire divine nation, they had never heard of a middle god emperor who had mastered it, right? Not to mention a lesser god emperor. This high-level divine emperor who hadn't completely consolidated his cultivation had mastered the space law technique that only high-level god emperors in the divine nation could master? Moreover, this high-level god emperor was the ruler of their divine nation. Bang! Bang! Two more palms fell. Duan Lingtian's original body and the space law doppelganger caught up with the two people at the same time, and killed them at almost the same time. After killing the two people, Duan Lingtian also took their god artifacts and storage rings. 3 high-grade divine artifacts were now in his possession. In addition, 3 storage rings. However, the current Duan Lingtian wasn't in a hurry to look at their storage rings. Instead, he was bathed in the pillars of light that fell from the sky, and it was 2 pillars of light. As for the person who killed the first 2 people, the reward of the rules had already fallen from the sky to Duan Lingtian when Duan Lingtian was chasing after the 2 people behind him. More accurately, it was given to Duan Lingtian's original body. That reward of the rules seemed to be able to distinguish between Duan Lingtian's original body and his doppelganger. 3 rewards of the rules. At this rate, I'm afraid it'll take half a day to completely digest them. Duan Lingtian secretly said in his heart when he saw the situation inside his body. However, it won't affect my journey. Duan Lingtian continued on his way. During this process, as time passed, the shock on his face grew stronger and stronger. My understanding of the space law seems to have improved a lot. I feel like my attainments in the space law have improved a little. That's not the main point. The main point is, my cultivation as a high-level divine emperor is actually stabilizing at such a fast speed. If this continues, the rewards of the rules given to me by the 3 high-level divine emperors will probably be more effective in stabilizing my cultivation as a high-level divine emperor than before. After half a day, Duan Lingtian had completely digested the 3 rewards of the rules this time. His cultivation had also further stabilized, and his comprehension of the space law had improved significantly. It wasn't just the space law. The other laws had also improved correspondingly. It seems like the supreme powerhouses who left behind this place are proficient in different types of laws. However, I'm certain that at least one of them is proficient in the space law. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to benefit so much from the space law. As for my cultivation, any supreme powerhouse should have the means to help me improve. However, this kind of improvement has its drawbacks. The consolidation of my cultivation feels like it's on the verge of collapsing. I need to calm down and digest it for a while. However, this is a small matter. At the thought of this, Duan Lingtian casually took out a divine pill from his spatial ring and tossed it into his mouth. In the next instant, the process of stabilizing his cultivation that was on the verge of collapsing calmed down. An ultimate royal grade divine pill that specialized in stabilizing one's cultivation was no joke. If all the high-level divine emperors can give me such a reward, I'll be able to completely consolidate my cultivation as a high-level divine emperor after killing another 10 or 20 high-level divine emperors. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up even more. End of chapter. Chapter 4150. The 3 high-level celestial emperors had given Duan Lingtian 3 rules as a reward. Duan Lingtian, who had tasted the sweetness of the rewards, suddenly had a crazy idea. If they don't come looking for me, can I take the initiative to look for them? Now, there are many people who have been spying on me along the way. Although these people's cultivation levels are low and there's no reward for killing them, there might be high-level celestial emperors behind them. These people are spying on others in the wild. They have evil intentions. There's no psychological burden if I kill them. Moreover, everything here is caused by the strongest experts. There's no need for me to bear any moral burden. At the thought of this, Duan Lingtian made up his mind. Then, he teleported and disappeared from where he was standing. At this time, the low-level celestial emperor who was spying on Duan Lingtian from afar discovered that Duan Lingtian was a high-level celestial emperor. He did not continue spying on Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, the low-level celestial emperor who had been spying on Duan Lingtian from afar discovered that the purple figure had disappeared from his sight. When he instinctively regained his senses, he saw a flash of light in front of his eyes. There was another person. Was this not the purple-clad young man whom he had been spying on earlier? Swoosh! Instantly, the low-level celestial emperor's expression changed completely. This low-level celestial emperor was a middle-aged man. Based on his appearance, he was old enough to be Duan Lingtian's senior. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian, his face was filled with fear and panic. My lord, I'm only a low-level celestial emperor. There's no reward for killing me. It's useless to you. His expression changed. This was because there were many experts in the wild who had killed people like them. They did not do it for the reward of the rules. They only wanted to get rid of the evil. In their eyes, they were the evil. Of course, it was rare to encounter such people. Not everyone was so free. Experts had their own things to do. Even if they were being spied on, as long as they did not take any further action, they would not be too calculative. Killing you is useless. Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man in front of him with a mocking smile and said, However, if I capture you, I should be able to sell you for a good price, right? When the middle-aged man heard this, his expression changed again. In their line of work, the last thing they wanted to meet was this kind of person. Not only was he strong, he was also bored. My lord, the middle-aged man wanted to cry. I'm just a low-level god emperor. Even if you sell me, you won't be able to get many divine crystals. To a high-level god emperor like you, those divine crystals are like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. They're not even worth mentioning. Duan Lingtian nodded. That makes sense. The middle-aged man subconsciously heaved a sigh of relief. However, what Duan Lingtian said next caused his expression to change again. But no matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat, right? When the middle-aged man heard Duan Lingtian's words, the middle-aged man no longer had any hope of escaping. The divine energy that he had been accumulating for a long time suddenly burst out, and a scorching flame ignited on his body. In the next instant, the middle-aged man turned into a ball of fire and fled at an extremely fast speed. However, As soon as he moved, he hit the side of the void, and a loud rumbling sound rang out. Following this, a series of faintly discernible spatial ripples fluctuated in the void. With the middle-aged man as the center, it formed a spatial cage, a spatial prison. The middle-aged man had a look of despair on his face. He took out a divine artifact from his spatial ring and launched his strongest attack. Boom! However, even though the middle-aged man's strongest attack landed on the cage, it did not show any signs of damage. Instead, it was as firm as before. Only the middle-aged man in the cage was left. His expression became more and more unsightly. In the end, his face was filled with despair. "It's over! It's over!" At this moment, apart from despair, the middle-aged man's heart was filled with regret. He regretted that he had rushed out to patrol this area today. Otherwise, he would not have come across such a powerhouse. One should know that he was not supposed to be on duty today. It was because he wanted to cultivate after a period of time. Therefore, he had discussed with the people in his team to change the time on duty. "Do you want to live?" Just when the middle-aged man thought that there was no way for him to survive, a voice entered his ears, causing his entire body to tremble violently. "My lord! I want to live! I want to live!" The middle-aged man raised his head and looked at Duan Lingtian. His eyes were filled with the desire to live. He wanted to live. This time, if he could survive this, he would definitely quit this line of work. It was too dangerous. Although sometimes, if he was lucky, he would be rewarded handsomely. However, if he was unlucky, he would fall into a situation where he had no chance of survival. His life was completely in the hands of his opponent. "If I can survive this tribulation, I'd better cultivate honestly and dutifully in the future," the middle-aged man thought to himself. "Do you have a high-level Divine Emperor and Divine Emperor behind you?" Duan Lingtian stared at the middle-aged man and said indifferently, "Think carefully before you answer me. I will only give you one chance." When the middle-aged man heard this, he was stunned at first. Then, he smiled bitterly and said, "My lord, the strongest people in my team are only 2 mid-level Divine Emperors. The rest are low-level Divine Emperors like me." Duan Lingtian nodded and said, "In that case, you have no value. Originally, I thought that if you have any clues about a high-level Divine Emperor or Divine Emperor, as long as you lead me to them, I will spare your life." As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, Duan Lingtian slowly raised his hand. His killing intent instantly spread out, causing the middle-aged man's expression to change drastically. He hurriedly said, "My lord, our team does not have a high-level Divine Emperor or above. However, I know of a few other teams that have high-level Divine Emperors. There are a total of 12 high-level Divine Emperors in those teams. My lord, I can lead you to them. Really? I can lead you to them." At this moment, the middle-aged man was completely terrified. He was afraid that Duan Lingtian would kill him when he saw that he had no value. Now, he vaguely realized what Duan Lingtian was trying to do. Duan Lingtian should be an anti-hunter. These people killed or captured people in the wild. They called themselves hunters. As long as they set their eyes on their prey, as long as they were confident, they would not be able to escape. However, there were also some people who specifically targeted hunters like them. Some of them even liked to get to the bottom of things. They would dig out the information of the hunters' teams and destroy them one by one. In his opinion, this purple-clothed high-level godly emperor should be a member of the anti-hunter team. The reason why he asked about the high-level divine emperors and low-level divine emperors should be because he wanted to lead his team to do something big. Not bad. You are very tactful. Duan Lingtian nodded satisfactorily. As for the fact that Duan Lingtian had leaked the information in advance, he was not worried at all. This was because in the trial grounds left behind by the ultimate experts, communication was not allowed. Whether it was through ordinary communication or through soul orbs, it was not allowed. This was also to prevent the geniuses who had entered the trial grounds from grouping up as soon as they entered. That would be unfair to those who did not have many friends. Under such circumstances, the people in the trial grounds of the divine realm were naturally unable to communicate with each other. Even if they communicated with each other at close range, there would be some traces left behind. Of course, unless one was a realm higher, it would be very difficult to hear the contents of the communication. For example, Duan Lingtian was now a high-level divine emperor. In order to hear the communication between him and others in the trial grounds, one had to be at least a high-level divine emperor. This kind of ability depended on the strength of one's soul power. Lead the way, Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Take me there. If you kill a high-level divine emperor, I will not kill you. If you kill 2 high-level divine emperors, I will reward you with a medium divine emperor. If you kill 3 high-level divine emperors, I will reward you with 2 medium divine emperors, and so on. If you kill a low-level divine emperor, I will reward you with 10 medium divine emperors. When Duan Lingtian first spoke, the middle-aged man did not think much of it. However, halfway through, his eyes lit up. There was such a good thing? Was it true? He naturally understood the meaning behind Duan Lingtian's words. Giving him a medium divine emperor meant that he would severely injure the medium divine emperor and leave him for him to kill. At that time, he would be rewarded according to the rules. It should be known that under normal circumstances, when their small team killed a medium divine emperor, he would not get a share. He would only be given a low-level divine emperor. After all, he was only a low-level divine emperor. As if sensing the suspicion in the middle-aged man's eyes, Duan Lingtian said indifferently, If you doubt what I said, why don't you take me on a mission or 2? It would be best if it was a team that could kill 2 high-level divine emperors at once. After you kill them, I will give you a medium divine emperor, Duan Lingtian said casually, but the middle-aged man's blood boiled when he heard it. My lord, I know of a team with 2 high-level divine emperors. I will take you there now. The middle-aged man was looking forward to it because he did not look like he was joking when he saw Duan Lingtian's expression. Moreover, with his strength, there was no need for him to joke with him, right? My lord, my name is Du Huan. On the way, the fear in the middle-aged man's heart gradually disappeared. Soon, he found the courage to speak to Duan Lingtian again. My lord, the team I will take you to next has 2 high-level divine emperors and a medium divine emperor. That medium divine emperor is the 3rd person in the team, and he is usually in charge of negotiating with other teams. The middle-aged man paused for a moment before he continued. He might know the location of some teams with low-level divine emperors. When Du Huan said the first part, Duan Lingtian did not react. But when he heard Du Huan's words, his eyes suddenly lit up. Low-level divine emperor? That's right. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian looked at Du Huan with satisfaction and praised. You are very good. Now follow me. If you can kill a low-level divine emperor, I will give you a high-level divine emperor. Chapter 4151. In the trial ground of God, even if Duan Lingtian did not personally kill a high-level divine emperor, as long as he was seriously injured, he would get the biggest reward. Of course, the person who killed the high-level divine emperor would also get the corresponding reward. It was just that it would not be as much. However, to a low-level divine emperor, it was still a very shocking reward. Even if he killed 10 low-level divine emperors with his own strength, he would not get such a reward. Low-level divine emperor. Du Huan's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Then, she became even more enthusiastic. Not long after, Du Huan brought Duan Lingtian along as they flew across the mountains and finally arrived outside a huge canyon. Du Huan only came to a halt when she looked at the canyon from afar. My lord, the team with 2 high-level divine emperors I mentioned earlier has a stronghold in the big canyon in front. I don't dare to go near now. Once I do, I'll be discovered. My lord, you should ask your team's helpers to come over and go in together. I'll follow behind you, Du Huan said to Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, the person in front of him was also a high-level divine emperor. It would be difficult for him to kill 2 high-level divine emperors, as well as many mid-level divine emperors and low-level divine emperors by himself. unless his teammates from the anti-hunter team came over together. If it was just him alone, he would not dare to follow him. Helpers? When Duan Lingtian heard Du Huan's words, he was stunned and did not react for a moment. What helpers? The helpers of your anti-hunter team, Du Huan said matter-of-factly. Anti-hunter team? Duan Lingtian frowned. What's that? This time, it was Du Huan's turn to be stunned. This lord, do you know what the anti-hunter team is? Are you kidding me? Am I not a member of the anti-hunter team? In the next moment, something that made Du Huan even more stunned and shocked happened. He saw Duan Lingtian raise his hand and bring him along to directly charge into the gorge ahead. This caused him to be filled with terror, and he even suspected that this lord wanted him to come here and give his life away. In this way, could he renege on his promise and not help him kill the mid-level divine emperors? Who is it? Enemy attack! Just as Duan Lingtian brought Du Huan in, a few more exclamations came from within the Great Canyon. A moment later, Duan Lingtian and Du Huan were surrounded by a group of people. The two people at the front, an old man and a middle-aged man, were obviously the leaders of this group. Du Huan! At this time, someone recognized Du Huan. It was a low-level godly emperor from the hunter team. He had dealt with Du Huan before, so he recognized him. Du Huan? The old man in the lead frowned and looked at the person who shouted. Second leader. The person who spoke hurriedly said. This Du Huan is also a member of the hunter team. However, the strongest members of his hunter team are only two mid-level divine emperors. Moreover, they have never cooperated with us before. It's normal that you don't know them, second leader. At this moment, Du Huan was standing beside Duan Lingtian. Her face was pale and she felt powerless. It was over. It was really over. Why did he bring this madman here? This guy was simply a madman. She had believed that he would help her kill a mid-level godly emperor to repay her for leading the way. Naive! He was too naive. Du Huan, who is he? What are you doing here? The low-level godly emperor who recognized Du Huan asked coldly. At this time, everyone realized that the person in front of them did not come with good intentions. Moreover, the other party was obviously a high-level godly emperor, not a member of Du Huan's team. Now, Du Huan really did not know what to say because he was scared out of his wits. He also regretted bringing this madman here. We're here to kill you! Du Huan did not answer, so Duan Lingtian answered for him. Not bad, 2 high-level godly emperors, 5 mid-level godly emperors. As for the low-level godly emperors, I'll leave them for you to kill. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the people who surrounded him thought that this high-level godly emperor in front of them was arrogant. Could it be that he wanted to kill all of them with his own strength? Of course, there were also people who looked out of the canyon cautiously. Did this mean that the other party had other helpers? However, they quickly realized that the other party did not have any helpers and did not need any helpers. Space law. The way of control. With a thought, Duan Lingtian's divine power vibrated and a spatial storm swept out in all directions. It directly locked the space in the canyon, making it impossible for the other party to teleport. Moreover, the space was completely confined by him. Not only could they not teleport, but it was also difficult to leave. Whoosh! An ordinary high-level godly sword flashed in Duan Lingtian's hand. It bloomed with a cold sword light that was dazzling and dazzling. You! One of the 2 high-level godly emperors had just opened his mouth to speak when the divine power that rose from his body was completely annihilated. Whoosh! When the high-level godly emperor fell with a pair of lifeless eyes, the sound of a sword whistling rang in everyone's ears. Whoosh! Before they could react, another sword whistling sound rang in everyone's ears. When the group of people, including Duan Lingtian and Du Huan, came to their senses, they found that the 2 high-level godly emperors who had been confronting Duan Lingtian were dead. In the next instant, 2 rewards fell from the sky and enveloped Duan Lingtian. It made Duan Lingtian look like a high and mighty emperor. No one dared to look at him directly. Great leader! Second leader! Other than Du Huan, who was in a daze. The other people's faces changed drastically. The two most powerful people in their team had been killed in the blink of an eye by this high-level godly emperor in front of them? Who exactly was he? How could he be so strong? Run! Seeing that the two high-level godly emperor leaders had died, the other people, who were at most mid-level godly emperors, were terrified. They did not have any intention to fight with Duan Lingtian. However, they soon found that they could not get out of here. A powerful space energy had confined the surrounding space and formed a space cage. They were locked inside and there was no way out. The person you mentioned earlier, is he among them? At this time, Duan Lingtian asked Du Huan. My lord, it's him. As for Du Huan, she immediately pointed at a young man who was standing in the distance with an ugly expression. The young man was wearing a blue robe and had a handsome appearance. However, at this moment, there was panic between his brows. Okay. When Du Huan pointed at him, the young man in the blue robe's face changed. When Du Huan's voice sounded, his face changed drastically. In the next moment, he looked desperate. He subconsciously thought that the person in front of him was going to get even with him. However, he did not know why Duan Lingtian was targeting him. After a while, he knew that he was wrong. Swoosh! The sword whistled and cut through the air. Except for the young man Du Huan was pointing at, the other mid-level godly emperors were seriously injured. Then, when they all turned pale, another sword attack killed most of them. Only one mid-level godly emperor was left. He was seriously injured but not killed. However, although he was not killed, he looked desperate at this time. Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and the mediocre divine emperor was brought to Du Huan like a puppet at Duan Lingtian's mercy. Du Huan's eyes lit up as he killed the severely injured mid-level godly emperor. At the same time, he received a rule reward. Before this, Duan Lingtian had killed several mid-level godly emperors. Although he also received a rule reward, it was very weak. For him, it was almost the same as nothing. Du Huan felt that it was a pity. If all the mid-level godly emperors had killed him, he would have been really happy. However, he could only think about it. He could not say it out loud. Whoosh! With another sword attack, Duan Lingtian killed a group of low-level godly emperors present. Of course, Du Huan, who was on his side, was excluded. This scene made Du Huan's head hurt. If this lord could injure these people and let him kill them, how good would that be? Of course, he also knew that he did not have the right to ask this lord to do so. In fact, Duan Lingtian did this on purpose. Even if he could seriously injure these people, it would be easy for him. However, he did not want to let Du Huan off so easily. Previously, he had said that for killing two high-level godly emperors, he would give him a mid-level godly emperor. If he wanted him to give him another reward, he would have to continue to show his sincerity. Why didn't you kill me? The blue-robed young man who survived saw that Duan Lingtian had not killed him after killing the other members of his team. His expression changed and he could not help but ask. However, Duan Lingtian only glanced at him indifferently. I heard that you often represent your team and cooperate with other hunter teams. You know the locations of many hunter teams. My request is not high. As long as you bring me to kill a low-level godly emperor, I will spare your life and let you go. If you can help me kill two low-level godly emperors, not only will I spare your life, I will also give you a high-level godly emperor. Duan Lingtian promised the blue-robed young man generous conditions. The conditions were much better than what he had promised Du Huan. Du Huan's eyes turned red when he heard this. However, he also knew that this lord made such a promise because he wanted the other party to bring him to find a low-level godly emperor hunter. No! This lord, don't tell me that you also want to kill a lower god lord realm hunter by yourself? Suddenly, Du Huan thought of this problem and felt his scalp go numb. A high-level godly emperor killing a low-level godly emperor? Could he succeed? I promise you. The blue-robed young man who survived heard Duan Lingtian's words and his eyes lit up. He immediately agreed to bring Duan Lingtian to find a low-level godly emperor hunter. As a mid-level godly emperor, his vision was higher than Du Huan's. Naturally, he could see that this purple-robed high-level godly emperor in front of him was not an ordinary high-level godly emperor. He was not weaker than a low-level godly emperor. End of chapter. Chapter 4152. You can continue to follow. Duan Lintian looked at Du Huan and said, Next, as long as you lead the way to kill a high-level divine emperor, I will give you a corresponding reward. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Du Huan smiled bitterly and said, My lord, how about? I lead you to the high-level divine emperors I know first? Lower god emperors. Can you bring Lord Chenhu to find them later? Du Huan said. Although the young man in front of him had shown great strength, killing high-level divine emperors like killing chickens, but god emperors were not comparable to god emperors. To put it bluntly, even the weakest lower god emperor could do what the young man in front of him had done. At first, he thought that the young man was from the anti-hunter team and had teammates. But now, he knew that the young man had no teammates. Without teammates, he wanted to kill a lower god emperor alone. Moreover, that lower god emperor had a group of high-level divine emperors under him? Sorry, I won't keep you company. Are you worried that I will be killed by a lower god emperor? Duan Lingtian could see through Du Huan's thoughts. After smiling faintly, he said, Let's do as you say. Let's find the high-level divine emperors you know first. After dealing with them, I will go with Chenhu. Chenhu is the only person in the anti-hunter team that Duan Lingtian did not kill. The reason why he did not kill Chenhu was because of Du Huan. Du Huan told him that Chenhu was mainly in charge of the cooperation between the anti-hunter team and the other anti-hunter teams. He knew the locations of many anti-hunter teams. Then, Duan Lingtian took Chenhu and followed Du Huan to the various anti-hunter teams that Du Huan knew. Then, he killed all the anti-hunter teams. He killed all the high-level divine emperors with his own hands. The mid-level divine emperors were only seriously injured and killed by Chenhu. As for Du Huan, he killed a few high-level divine emperors and gave him a few mid-level divine emperors. He did not even get as many benefits as Chenhu. Although he could see that Du Huan was resentful, he did not dare to say it out loud, so he did not care. However, at the same time that Chenhu was dealing with the low-level god emperors, Chenhu also couldn't bear to watch. He seriously injured the low-level god emperors one by one and then handed them over to Du Huan to deal with. At this time, Du Huan's mood rose a lot. Sir, that's all I know. Du Huan's eyes were shining, and his divine power aura was vibrating. It was obvious that he was about to make a breakthrough. He was all smiles. All right, you can go now, Duan Lingtian said. Thank you, my lord. Du Huan thanked Duan Lingtian profusely. At the same time, he thanked Chenhu, who was behind Duan Lingtian. Lord Chenhu, thank you for injuring so many lower god lords for me. If there's a chance in the future, I, Du Huan, will definitely repay you. As soon as he finished speaking, Du Huan left without looking back. At the same time, he thought to himself, the premise is that you, Chenhu, can still live until then. From his point of view, if Chenhu were to follow Duan Lingtian to find a lower god emperor, there was an 80 to 90% chance that he would fall along with Duan Lingtian. In the east of Wuyu City, which was also the direction from Wuyu City to the Heavenly Spirit Mansion Prefecture City. Recently, many hunter teams discovered that most of the hunter teams that were originally active in the vicinity had mysteriously disappeared without a trace. Not long after, another hunter stood up and said that the hunter team he was in had all been killed except for him, who had been investigating outside. Moreover, they were killed in their base camp. Most importantly, their leader was a lower god emperor. A lower god emperor was an overlord in the surrounding area. How could such an existence be gone? In the beginning, many people did not believe it. After all, how could a lower god emperor be killed so easily? What a joke! Even if Wuyu City Master of Wuyu City were to attack, it would be difficult for him to kill a lower god emperor. Maybe he's not a match for Liu Yu, but can't he escape? Most people did not believe it. However, as time passed and the hunters who were lower god emperors died one by one, the hunters in the surrounding area realized that it was not a false rumor. It was true. There was really someone who was counter-hunting them. Up until now, the ones that have fallen are all hunter squads that didn't keep their headquarters a secret. Hunter squads that kept their headquarters a secret, including our own hunter squads, are all fine. Someone is specifically counter-hunting us hunters. It seems that the anti-hunter team has made a move. This anti-hunter team must be very strong. Otherwise, it would be impossible for so many lower god emperors to die in their hands. A group of hunters thought that those lower god emperor hunters had died in the hands of an anti-hunter team. They did not know that it was only one person who had made a move. My lord. In a mountain range, Chen-Hu looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. Next, I know where a hunter team with a lower god emperor is. Shall we go now? Let's go. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Duan Lingtian's face was glowing. After this period of hunting, he had killed many lower god emperors and dozens of upper god emperors. His cultivation base as a upper god emperor had been completely consolidated. In fact, his cultivation base was continuously advancing toward the emperor god realm. In this place, I have 3 years, and now, it has only been less than 2 months. If this continues, I will definitely be able to enter the emperor god realm in a few months at most. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian's heart trembled. His eyes lit up even more. Now, Duan Lingtian was looking forward to killing another lower god emperor. However, when he followed Chen-Hu to a remote place, he realized that the place was empty. Not only was there no one, but even when Duan Lingtian used his divine consciousness to scan the surroundings, he could not find anyone other than himself and Chen-Hu. My lord. Chen-Hu's expression did not look too good. I am certain that I did not lead you to the wrong place. This hunter squad should have left this place and gone somewhere else to build a base camp. Chen-Hu said. It's fine. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Let's continue to the next stop. There are no lower god emperors, but a upper god emperor is fine too. However, although Chen-Hu was leading the way for the next few stops, the two of them did not find anything. After a few times, Chen-Hu's expression became uglier and uglier. My lord! Chen-Hu looked at the purple-clad young man in front of him anxiously. He wondered if this lord would vent his anger on him and kill him in a fit of rage. After all, he was already a upper god emperor. If this lord killed him, he would be rewarded handsomely. That was right. Chen-Hu, who was close to becoming a upper god emperor, had successfully broken through half a month ago. This was because after killing a lower god emperor, Duan Lingtian was in a good mood. Other than the upper god emperors that were assigned to Chen-Hu, Duan Lingtian did not kill the rest of the middle god emperors. Instead, he severely injured them and handed them over to Chen-Hu to be killed. As a result, in less than 2 months, Chen-Hu had benefited greatly. He had even broken through to the upper god emperor realm. Currently, Chen-Hu and Duan Lingtian had the same cultivation level. However, although Chen-Hu and Duan Lingtian had the same cultivation level, he still treated Duan Lingtian with respect. He did not dare to show the slightest bit of disrespect. What a joke! Although Duan Lingtian was only a upper god emperor, he had seen him kill a lower god emperor before. He thought that even though Duan Lingtian could kill an ordinary upper god emperor as easily as killing a dog, it would not be easy for him to defeat a lower god emperor. However, he did not expect that Duan Lingtian could kill a lower god emperor as easily. Not a single lower god emperor could withstand a single strike from him. A upper god emperor can kill a lower god emperor as easily as cutting grass. Even the most outstanding upper god emperor in the divine nation's imperial family does not have such ability, right? Chen-Hu's heart trembled. Who exactly is this lord? The hunter teams that we are looking for now are empty. It should not be a coincidence. He must have heard the news and felt that someone else knew the location of his base camp, so he changed the location in advance? Chen-Hu was relieved when he thought of this. It seems that everyone has heard the news. If Chen-Hu could think of this, so could Duan Lingtian. He glanced at Chen-Hu and said, Since that is the case, we will part ways here. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he teleported and disappeared before Chen Hu's eyes without waiting for his reply. Lord! Chen Hu was stunned. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to leave just like that. At this moment, even he did not expect that he would be reluctant to part with Duan Lingtian. It was not relief. This 1 month is undoubtedly a great opportunity for me. I'm afraid I won't be able to find such an opportunity in the future. Chen Hu sighed. After parting ways with Chen Hu, Duan Lingtian teleported all the way to the Heaven Spirit Mansion Prefecture City. Of course, while he was on his way, he did not forget to extend his divine consciousness to check if there were any hunters who were worth his time. This divine training ground is really a good place. Killing can increase one's strength. And this place was created by a supreme expert. The power of a supreme expert is simply inconceivable. When Duan Lingtian was getting closer to the Heaven Spirit Mansion Prefecture City, Lu Wuyo, the city master of Wuyo City, received the news from the outside world. There's an anti-hunter team that specializes in hunting down high-level divine emperors and above? Now all the hunter teams that exposed their whereabouts previously have changed their nest? Lu Wuyo was surprised. He did not expect there to be a hunter team that could kill a low-level divine emperor near Wuyo City. No! Suddenly, a figure appeared in Lu Wuyo's mind. Could it be him? He's a high-level divine emperor now, and he can only obtain the reward from killing high-level divine emperors and above. Chapter 4153. In half a year, he had gone from a high-level divine emperor to a god emperor without fully stabilizing his cultivation base. Duan Lingtian wouldn't have dared to imagine it in the past. But now, in the trial grounds of God, he saw a glimmer of hope. I only have 3 years here. It's too short. Duan Lingtian was on his way to the prefecture city of the Heaven's spiritual mansion. On the way, he didn't forget to capture the hunters who were hiding in the dark. Then, under their lead, he overturned their nest. Of course, he would capture anyone who had information about a low-level divine emperor hunter team. Not only would he spare their lives, but he would also give them corresponding benefits. In this process, the one who benefited the most was naturally Duan Lingtian. It seems, there's no need to go to the prefecture city so early? Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and muttered to himself. Now they were already far away from the surrounding area of Wuyo City. Some of the hunter teams in the vicinity had exposed their whereabouts to the outside world. The entire team hadn't left their nest. In just a few days he had killed 2 low-level divine emperors and 7 high-level divine emperors. I'm getting closer to the god emperor realm. Duan Lingtian realized that he really liked this place. He didn't want to leave after coming here. At least, he didn't want to leave before he reached the ultimate god realm. My lord! Duan Lingtian once again caught a hunter who was secretly investigating him. It was a high-level divine emperor. Duan Lingtian rarely encountered any high-level divine emperors who came out to scout. When the other party saw Duan Lingtian appear, he didn't panic because Duan Lingtian was only a high-level divine emperor. However, after he was casually suppressed by Duan Lingtian, he became well-behaved. Our team has 2 low-level divine emperors and 1 mid-level divine emperor. This person also saw Duan Lingtian as a member of the anti-hunter team. When Duan Lingtian asked him to lead the way to the headquarters, he was also waiting for Duan Lingtian's team to arrive. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian barging into their headquarters alone, he was completely stunned. Is he courting death? However, when he saw Duan Lingtian killing the 2 low-level divine emperor vice leaders with just a swing of his sword, he was dumbfounded. A high-level divine emperor instantly killing a low-level divine emperor? If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't dare to believe it. You're courting death! When an angry roar rang out, a burly figure appeared. It was a 2-meter-tall, middle-aged man. He had a strong back and a strong waist, and a murderous aura. As soon as he appeared, he revealed a strength that was much stronger than the 2 people Duan Lingtian had killed earlier. Mid-level divine emperor? As for Duan Lingtian, when faced with the strong attack of the middle-aged man, not only was he not afraid, he was even excited. He finally met a mid-level divine emperor. Duan Lingtian knew that in this area, the mid-level Divine Emperors and the anti-hunter team were basically ordinary mid-level Divine Emperors. However, no matter how ordinary they were still mid-level Divine Emperors. Duan Lingtian didn't dare to be negligent. He immediately took out the 7 orifices exquisite sword that he hadn't used since entering the trial grounds of God. He realized that the high-level divine weapon in the middle-aged man's hand was a half-soul high-level divine weapon. If he didn't exchange it for a divine weapon, he would be at a disadvantage. A full-soul high-level divine weapon? When Duan Lingtian revealed the divine weapon in his hand, the middle-aged man's eyes widened in disbelief. However, after a while, his eyes were filled with greed. This magical card, I want it! The middle-aged man's attack grew even stronger. Like a raging wave, it swept towards Duan Lingtian, wanting to drown Duan Lingtian. This middle-aged man was an expert in water laws. A full-soul high-level divine weapon? As for the high-level divine emperor who led Duan Lingtian here, his face was filled with shock. Although he didn't have such a divine weapon, not even a half-soul high-level divine weapon, he knew what such a divine weapon meant. A full-soul high-level divine weapon, even for a high-level divine emperor, not everyone had one. As for existences below a high-level divine emperor, some of them were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. But today, he actually saw a person who had not even entered the realm of Upper God Emperor yet, but already possessed a high-quality divine artifact with a complete soul. No! It should be said that he had a full-soul high-level divine weapon before entering the high-level divine emperor realm. Sword principle! The way of control! Facing the middle-aged man with the cultivation of a mid-level divine emperor, Duan Lingtian used all his strength. He didn't dare to be careless, even if his opponent was just an ordinary mid-level divine emperor. Whoosh! With one strike, Duan Lingtian frowned. Puchi! In the distance, one of the middle-aged man's arms flew out, and he had strangely dodged to the side just a moment ago. It was because he had dodged in that instant that he had escaped a calamity. Otherwise, he would have been dead by now. How is this possible? At this moment, the middle-aged man's face was filled with shock after escaping a calamity. How can a high-level divine emperor have such strength? He could see that his opponent was powerful not only because of the full-soul high-level divine weapon in his hand, but also because of the spatial laws that he had mastered and sword principle. Run! The middle-aged man who had suffered a loss not only lost his anger, but he didn't even have the courage to continue fighting with Duan Lingtian. Even if he was a mid-level divine emperor, he had no choice but to run when facing a high-level divine emperor. Too strong. This high-level divine emperor was too strong. He believed that it would be difficult to find a second high-level divine emperor as strong as him in the entire divine nation, let alone the heavenly spirit mansion. No. Perhaps, in the entire heavenly south continent, there might not be a second high-level divine emperor as strong as him. Second teleportation! Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat, and then he teleported twice in a row, blocking the middle-aged man's path first. At the same time, his sword whistled through the air and slashed toward his opponent. This strike not only carried a swift and fierce sword intent, it also carried a devastating spatial storm. The middle-aged man now only wanted to escape, and he didn't expect Duan Lingtian to appear in his path first. Even if the spatial laws that Duan Lingtian had displayed earlier were extraordinary, he didn't expect Duan Lingtian to have mastered the spatial law's second teleportation. This was because he subconsciously felt that a technique like the second teleportation could only be mastered by powerful high-level divine emperors who were proficient in the spatial laws. No! The middle-aged man didn't have time to block at all. Before he died, the divine power in his body was annihilated, leaving behind only a despairing and helpless cry. An intermediate divine emperor had fallen. In the next instant, an incomparably huge pillar of light descended from the sky and enveloped Duan Lingtian's body, causing the divine power in Duan Lingtian's body to surge. Even his mind became much clearer in an instant. Whoosh! 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 Duan Lingtian didn't move, but with a thought in his mind, Numerous sword lights flashed out with a whistle, and they killed all the hunters that had just reacted and wanted to flee the base camp. In the end, Duan Lingtian looked at the high-level Divine Emperor who had led him here. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. "My lord, I have been very cooperative with you. Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" Duan Lingtian only looked at the middle-aged man deeply, but he didn't kill him. Although the middle-aged man had betrayed all his teammates, which could be considered as an ungrateful act, if they were in the outside world, Duan Lingtian would most likely not be able to hold himself back and kill him. However, in this place, he wasn't so obsessed with enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. After all, everything here was an illusion created by the supreme expert. In addition, it was thanks to the middle-aged man that he was able to obtain such a great harvest this time. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian looked deeply at the middle-aged man who had teleported away. Only then did the high-level Divine Emperor who had led him here heave a sigh of relief. When he looked at the bloodstains again, his expression changed drastically. High-level Divine Emperor? Is he really just a high-level Divine Emperor? A high-level Divine Emperor killed an intermediate Divine Emperor so easily? They were both high-level Divine Emperors, but at this moment, he felt that all his years of cultivation had been a waste. An intermediate Divine Emperor who could kill him with a flick of a finger was actually killed by a high-level Divine Emperor who was of the same cultivation level as him. Moreover, the entire process was very easy, without any pressure. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know what the high-level Divine Emperor was thinking after he left. Now, he found a secluded place and began to digest the reward that fell from the sky after killing the intermediate Divine Emperor. This reward is too generous, isn't it? It's even more than the reward of the lower Divine Emperors I killed before combined. Could it be the reward of killing someone who is 2 cultivation levels higher than the reward of killing someone who is 1 cultivation level higher than the reward of killing someone who is 2 cultivation levels higher? When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly lit up. I feel the reward this time might even help me enter the Emperor God realm. Let's try to break through. While Duan Lingtian was trying to break through to the Emperor God realm, in another place of the trial grounds, the sky was filled with blood and the pungent smell of blood permeated the air. Massacre. Only massacre was left. Third senior brother said that everything here is an illusion. I don't need to restrain myself here. It's best if I can break through to the ultimate God realm here. Once I break through to the ultimate God realm, I'll be able to protect junior brother better. A young lady broke through the bloody mist like an azura. The vast city behind her was almost dyed in blood. She's finally gone. I was worried that she would kill me. She's too strong. The monarch is definitely in seclusion, and almost all the upper divine emperors in the capital were killed by her. She's also an upper divine emperor. How can she be so strong? Everyone looked at the back of the figure that was disappearing into the distance. Their eyes were filled with shock and fear. More people's faces were filled with the joy of surviving a disaster. Luckily, she didn't attack us. Other than the upper divine emperors. She didn't even kill the intermediate divine emperors who didn't attack her first. It's obvious that she's here for the reward. She's so unruly. I'm afraid she'll die soon. It's said that someone will awaken the monarch who is in seclusion soon. When the monarch wakes up, he'll definitely not let her off. Chapter 4154. In the Tianan continent, there were many holy kingdoms. In any holy kingdom, the monarch was recognized as the strongest person. Only the strongest person could lead a holy kingdom. In this world, due to the existence of the rules and rewards, there were killings everywhere. As long as one was outside the city, no matter who it was, they could be killed. In the city it was relatively peaceful, but it was not 100% peaceful. For example, this time, in the capital of Feiyang Divine Nation, which was recognized as the safest place in Feiyang Divine Nation, there was a bloodbath. A young girl entered the capital and killed upper-rank god emperors like an azura. She came and went like the wind. If the monarch is here, he will definitely kill her. In the capital of Feiyang Divine Nation, not long after the young girl left, some middle-rank god emperors and lower-rank god emperors gathered together. They stood in the air and looked in the direction the young girl had left in. However, they did not know that the young girl had left. Although the young girl had left, she did not stop there. The direction she was heading in indicated her destination. Previously, one of the upper-rank god emperors she killed told her where the monarch of Feiyang Divine Nation was cultivating in seclusion. The monarch of Feiyang Divine Nation was a lower-rank ultimate god. Lower-rank ultimate god. As long as he is not ridiculously strong, even if I can't defeat him, I can still survive. If I can kill him, the rules and rewards will be very generous. The young girl was Duan Lingtian's fourth senior sister, Lang Chunwan. It was a coincidence. Perhaps it was not a coincidence. After Lang Chunwan entered the trial ground, the person she possessed was also a young girl. However, the young girl looked completely different from her. She was originally a nameless young girl from a small village near the capital of Feiyang Divine Nation. After being possessed by Lang Chunwan, she became an upper-rank god emperor. Moreover, after entering the capital, she killed more than 10 upper-rank god emperors. At the same time, the geniuses of various forces who entered the trial ground with Duan Lingtian and Lang Chunwan were like fish in water. All of them were reluctant to leave this world and felt that 3 years was too short. As for the weaker ones, they would either be hunted down or die. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. It wasn't a metaphor that was casually made up by the outside world. It was a true world where the strong preyed on the weak. If you were weak and I killed you, you would be gone. I had rules to reward you. There is no enmity between us, but I have the ability to kill you. There is a reward for killing you. That is the reason why I want to kill you. In this world, there was an irresistible reason to kill. Rule reward, increased strength in all aspects. I really don't want to go out. Unfortunately, when the time is up, we will be automatically teleported out. What a great place. Now, I'm about to break through. In this world, opportunities aren't just rewards obtained from killing people. It's said that there are also various mystic realms and opportunities left behind by powerful beings. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know about the others. Right now, Duan Lingtian only knew that he was about to break through. Before entering the trial grounds of God, he was only a high-level celestial emperor who had not completely consolidated his cultivation. Now, in just half a year, not only did he consolidate his cultivation, but he also had the ability to break through to the Emperor God realm. Lower Emperor God, within reach. I hope I can break through in one go this time. When he realized that he was getting closer and closer to the Lower Emperor God realm, Duan Lingtian's emotions calmed down instead. He was unusually calm. 10 days later, Duan Lingtian randomly found a secluded place to cultivate. Suddenly, an extremely strong aura gushed out and spread rapidly, causing the weaker people and demonic beasts in the vicinity to move away. At the same time, figures left the vicinity quickly. That's the aura of someone breaking through to the Emperor God realm. The aura of the Emperor God realm, a lower Emperor God who has just broken through and his cultivation hasn't stabilized yet. Although some of the people nearby were only celestial emperors, they could tell from the aura that the owner of the aura had just broken through to the Emperor God realm. Since someone has entered the Emperor God realm, it means that an Emperor God's secret realm is about to open. Let's hurry back and get the sect leader to come over. Emperor God's secret realm. If we bring this news back to the prefecture city and bring it to the prefecture master, we should be able to get a good reward, right? The Emperor God's secret realm is about to open. We must think of a way to inform the Emperor God experts. As long as we send the news over and get their confirmation, there will definitely be a lot of benefits. In this world, people who broke through to the Emperor God realm would be rewarded by the heavens and earth, Emperor God's secret realm. Duan Lingtian did not know about this before, nor had he heard of it. The moment he broke through to the Emperor God realm, a portion of information suddenly appeared in his mind. Moreover, the cave in front of him was instantly shattered by a sudden force. Along with it, a large mountain range where the cave was located was also shattered. Boom! Rumble! As Duan Lingtian stepped into the air, there was a lingering fear on his face. This power that appeared out of nowhere gave him a feeling of powerlessness. At the moment it erupted, he even felt that he would die without a doubt. However, what surprised him was that the force did not cause any damage to him. It only destroyed the mountain range around him. However, when the mountain range was destroyed, he extended his divine consciousness and discovered that many lives had withered. It was obvious that the force was not directed at living beings, but it was not directed at him. It was just that it was not directed at him. At the same time, a piece of information appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind out of nowhere: Emperor God's secret realm. When a high-level godly emperor broke through to the Emperor God realm, he would be rewarded by the heavens and earth in the Emperor God's secret realm. The Emperor God's secret realm required 20 Emperor Gods to open it at the same time before one could enter it successfully. Moreover, one had to enter through teleportation. There was no requirement for the Emperor God's cultivation level as long as one was an Emperor God. This information, Duan Lingtian was certain that he did not know about the information in his mind in the past, nor had he come into contact with it. It was as though it had appeared out of nowhere. Apart from being surprised, he was also pleasantly surprised. Emperor God's secret realm. It was a secret realm that held great opportunities for Emperor Gods. Only Emperor Gods could enter it. It requires 20 Emperor Gods to open it at the same time? However, when he thought of this, Duan Lingtian was a little depressed. Doesn't that mean, even if the Emperor God's secret realm appears, I have to wait for the other 19 Emperor Gods to arrive before I can open it? 19 Emperor Gods. Where can I find them? Just as Duan Lingtian was feeling depressed, the space in front of him vibrated. Following that, a huge door appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. The door in the void was incomparably huge. On top of it, there were 20 palm prints arranged neatly. Moreover, they were all right-handed palm prints. 20 Emperor Gods pressed their hands on it, and inject their Emperor God power into it to open the Emperor God's secret realm. This was the information that appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind out of nowhere. If I'm not mistaken, this information came from an expert. The Emperor God's secret realm will appear when a divine emperor enters the Emperor God realm. Will there be a divine emperor's secret realm when a divine emperor breaks through to the ultimate God realm? Moreover, will there be a divine emperor's secret realm when a divine king breaks through to the divine emperor realm? Duan Lingtian could not help but think to himself. Just as Duan Lingtian was pondering, a figure flew over from afar. It was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it was as though it had turned into a stream of water and flowed all the way to Duan Lingtian. After a while, the water-like figure revealed itself. It was a middle-aged man in a blue long robe. After the middle-aged man appeared, he frowned slightly and looked at Duan Lingtian. Then, he asked in a condescending tone, "Young man, is this Emperor God's secret realm a reward from heaven and earth after you break through to the Emperor God realm?" Duan Lingtian was originally sizing up the middle-aged man in front of him. When the middle-aged man came over, he could tell that he was a medium god emperor from his divine power aura. Now, seeing that the middle-aged man was speaking to him so rudely, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes slightly. A murderous intent flashed through his eyes. Should he kill him, or should he wait until he had gathered 20 god emperors and opened the Emperor God's secret realm before killing him? In the end, Duan Lingtian decided to wait for a while. It was not that easy to gather 20 god emperors. Even if he could, it would take a long time. A medium god emperor. Is he from the Heavenly Spirit Mansion's prefecture city? Duan Lingtian guessed. This place was not far from the Heavenly Spirit Mansion's prefecture city. If he's from the prefecture city, as long as the news of my breakthrough spreads far enough, he should be able to gather 20 god emperors very quickly. Now, Duan Lingtian also knew that the prefecture city had the most god emperors within the Heavenly Spirit Mansion's territory. Every big city under the Heavenly Spirit Mansion only had one god emperor each, and most of them were lower god emperors. In the wilderness outside the city, there were many god emperor realm hunters. However, these people were very scattered, and it was difficult to gather them together. "Boy, I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me? The middle-aged man saw that Duan Lingtian was ignoring him and instantly felt that he was being humiliated. He was a medium god emperor, and a boy who had just broken through to the lower god emperor realm dared to ignore him. Was he courting death? If you don't want to die, shut up. However, facing the middle-aged man's anger, although Duan Lingtian was ignoring him, the moment he opened his mouth, the middle-aged man was stunned. Then, his face was filled with disbelief. Obviously, he did not expect that Duan Lingtian would speak to him in such a manner. Ha ha! Just as the middle-aged man had not completely recovered from his shock, a loud laughter was heard. Then, a golden light flashed, and a medium god emperor who was skilled in the law of gold arrived. This medium god emperor looked like a young man. After he arrived, he looked at the blue-robed middle-aged man with a mocking expression. Tan Wu, you're a medium god emperor. I didn't expect that there would be a day when you would be threatened by a lower god emperor. To be precise, I was threatened by a lower god emperor who had just broken through today. As he spoke, the smile on the young man's face became brighter and brighter. In the brighter smile, there was a strong sense of mockery. End of chapter. Chapter 4155. The middle-aged man, Tan Wu, had an ugly expression. When he heard the words of the young man who had just appeared, a cold light suddenly shot out from his eyes. Boy, according to the rules, this is the Emperor God Mystery Realm that was triggered when you broke through to the Emperor God Realm. You should have a share. But now, since you're looking for death, I can only fulfill your wish. Tan Wu was already infuriated by Duan Lingtian. With the young man who came later fanning the flames, he finally couldn't hold it in and attacked Duan Lingtian. The moment he attacked, the void shook and a vast ocean pressed down on Duan Lingtian. Tan Wu, a medium emperor god, was good at water law. Humph! In the face of Tan Wu's attack, Duan Lingtian merely snorted coldly in disdain. He did not even move from his original spot. After that, he casually waved his hand, and a seven-colored sword ray shot out from his palm. Swoosh! The short-lived sword whistle contained the divine power of a god emperor. It was infused with the profound laws of space, as well as the sword Tao and the Tao of control. The sword left a white mark in the void. It was as if it could tear the space apart. Whoosh! When the seven-colored sword glow came into contact with the vast ocean formed by Tan Wu's attack, it seemed to give rise to an extremely terrifying temperature. In the blink of an eye, it caused the vast ocean to evaporate into water vapor before disappearing without a trace. How is this possible? Tan Wu's expression changed and his pupils contracted rapidly. At that moment, he clearly felt that his powerful attack was dissolved by the lower emperor god in front of him. One should know that although it wasn't his full power, it wasn't a weak attack. At least, it wasn't too difficult to kill a lower emperor god. He even used the power of a divine weapon for that attack. His divine weapon was a glove on his hand. Moreover, it was a high-grade half-soul divine weapon. *T. At the same time, Tan Wu's expression changed. Before he could finish his thought, he saw the rainbow light spot that was coming at him, and it kept growing bigger in front of his eyes. As the rainbow sword light was aimed at Tan Wu, in Tan Wu's eyes, the tip of the rainbow sword light and the sword body merged into one. It was a rainbow light spot. Whoosh! Tan Wu had just subconsciously raised his hand. Before he could even launch an attack, that flash of seven-colored sword light had already entered his body. It did not pass through his body. Instead, it rapidly swam and revolved around his body, causing blood to spurt out from all over his body. In the end, his body and his clothes turned into a bloody mist and fragments that filled the sky. A moment ago, he was still incomparably tyrannical. In the blink of an eye, he had already died. Whoosh! At this moment, a gigantic beam of light descended from the sky and landed on Duan Lingtian. It was as though Duan Lingtian was bathed in white light. In the next instant, the white light entered Duan Lingtian's body. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a faint smile. This was the second God Emperor he had killed. The previous God Emperor was killed by him before he had broken through to the God Emperor realm. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also realized that the rule reward for killing a god emperor this time was slightly lesser than the rule reward for killing a god emperor before. Obviously, the rule reward for killing someone one level higher than him was far less than killing someone 2 levels higher than him. Duan Lingtian was still feeling the power that the rule reward in his body had given him. In the next instant, he was suddenly awakened by a sudden voice. "Brother! Good kill!" At this very moment, the second young god emperor who had arrived was looking at Duan Lingtian and cheering. "That Tan Wu, I have long disliked him. He is a person who deserves to die. Brother, you have killed him! In the future you will be my friend. In the future, if you have any problems, you can look for me at the Wu family in the prefecture city. As long as it is within my power, I will definitely not decline." When the god emperor Wu Xiangqian looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was a big smile on his face, appearing very friendly and enthusiastic. However, the fear and terror in the depths of his eyes betrayed his inner heart. Obviously, he was frightened by Duan Lingtian's method of killing Tan Wu. A lower god emperor who had just broken through to the realm of lower god emperor was actually killed instantly by Tan Wu, whose cultivation level was 1 level higher than his. Just now, even if it were me, I would not be able to escape death. Why do I feel that this lower god emperor is even scarier than an upper god emperor? Even an ordinary upper god emperor would have to put in a lot of effort to kill Tan Wu and me. It is impossible to do such an instant kill. Wu Xiangqian's strength was on par with Tan Wu. It was also because of this that he was really frightened. If the other party could kill Tan Wu like that, it meant that he could also kill him like that. Duan Lingtian came back to his senses and glanced at Wu Xiangqian indifferently. In the depths of his eyes there was a glimmer of light subconsciously. Should he kill this person as well? There were many rules and rewards. However, if he killed him, wouldn't he have to wait for another 19 god emperors to arrive? In the end, Duan Lingtian still did not make a move on the person in front of him. The most important reason was naturally because he needed the other party to open the God Emperor Mystic Realm together. The second reason was that the other party did not provoke him like the previous person. "Have you entered the God Emperor Mystic Realm before?" Although he did not kill the other party, Duan Lingtian did not plan to let the other party stay idle. He glanced at the other party indifferently and asked, "Yes, yes." At the same time that Wu Xiangqian hurriedly answered, the huge rock in his heart also slowly put down. At least for now, the other party did not plan to kill him. Now that the other party asked him, he naturally did not dare to be negligent. "Tell me about the situation inside the God Emperor Mystic Realm," Duan Lingtian said. "Every God Emperor Mystic Realm is different." Wu Xiangqian shook his head and said, "Including the God Emperor Mystic Realm that appeared when I broke through to the God Emperor Realm, I have entered a total of 4 God Emperor Mystic Realms. Everything in the God Emperor Mystic Realm is completely different every time. Entering any God Emperor Mystic Realm does not have any reference value. However, I can still talk about the situation of the 4 God Emperor Mystic Realms that I have entered." Now Wu Xiangqian had to be more cooperative. It was also because there was no one present who knew him, otherwise their jaws would definitely drop. The usually arrogant God Emperor of the Wu family actually had such an obedient side. And while Wu Xiangqian was explaining the God Emperor Mystic Realms to Duan Lingtian, the 3rd God Emperor also arrived. It was an old man wearing a long gray robe. He was a lower God Emperor. After the old man appeared, he saw Wu Xiangqian and immediately greeted him warmly with a smile. "Young Master Wu, I didn't expect you to come as well." The old man's seniority was higher than Wu Xiangqian. When Wu Xiangqian was young, he respectfully called Wu Xiangqian Young Master. Although he had become a God Emperor now, he was only a lower God Emperor. Facing Wu Xiangqian, who was already a middle God Emperor, he did not dare to be disrespectful. However, what he did not expect was that Wu Xiangqian did not pay attention to him, and was still explaining the situation of the God Emperor Mystic Realms to Duan Lingtian. At this time, the old man's attention shifted to Duan Lingtian. This lower God Emperor. Although he did not personally witness Duan Lingtian's attack, Duan Lingtian was standing in the air. After he had just broken through and had not stabilized his cultivation, he inadvertently released his divine power. This allowed the old man to see that he was a lower god emperor. He broke through to the lower god emperor realm and opened the god emperor mystic realms. The old man thought to himself, I feel that Wu Xiangqian is very careful in front of him. Could this young man have some shocking background? That should be it. If he did not have a shocking background, would Wu Xiangqian be like this? When the old man thought of this, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of dread in his eyes. Although he wanted to greet the young man in front of him, he did not dare to interrupt because Wu Xiangqian was still talking to him. He was afraid of offending both the young man and Wu Xiangqian. Whoosh! 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 Not long after Wu Xiangqian told Duan Lingtian about the four god emperor mystic realms that he had been to, 3 rapid sounds of breaking through the air could be heard. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived at the scene. The 3 of them were led by a middle-aged man wearing a long golden robe with silver edges. The middle-aged man was tall and had a dignified aura between his eyebrows. Every movement of his seemed to carry a noble aura. Behind him, there were 2 ordinary-looking old men. Upper God Emperor? When the 3 of them arrived, Duan Lingtian could see their cultivation levels. The 2 old men behind them were only middle God Emperors. However, the middle-aged man in the lead was a upper God Emperor. Young man from Wu family, you are really well informed. You have arrived so quickly. After the middle-aged man in the lead appeared, his gaze swept past Duan Lingtian before landing on Wu Xiangqian. He smiled slightly. Obviously, he knew Wu Xiangqian and was quite familiar with him. Mansion Master. At this time, Wu Xiangqian bowed respectfully to the middle-aged man. The lower god emperor who was the second to arrive also followed behind Wu Xiangqian and bowed respectfully to the middle-aged man. Greetings, Mansion Master! Mansion Master? Duan Lingtian was a little surprised. This person was the Mansion Master of Heaven's Spirit Mansion? The publicly acknowledged #1 expert in Heaven's Spirit Mansion? The best among the upper god emperors? Although Duan Lingtian was confident that he could fight with an ordinary upper god emperor after entering the god emperor realm. However, he was only an ordinary upper god emperor. Moreover, he might not be able to win. If the person in front of him was really the Mansion Master of Heaven's Spirit Mansion, he would not be able to deal with him now. Congratulations on entering the God Emperor realm. After the Mansion Master of Heaven's Spirit Mansion nodded at Wu Xiangqian and completely ignored the lower God Emperor old man, his gaze landed on Duan Lingtian. The smile on his face was like a spring breeze. Thank you? Duan Lingtian thanked him. However, he was not as respectful as Wu Xiangqian and the old man in front of him. He had seen many ultimate gods before, so he did not feel anything strange when facing a upper god emperor. In fact, his 4th senior sister was a high god emperor. Moreover, she was a top existence among the upper god emperors. The Mansion Master of Heaven's Spirit Mansion might be strong, but if he were to face his 4th senior sister, he would not be able to last more than 10 moves. Chapter 4156. Duan Lingtian was calm as he faced the Spirit God Mansion Master. The person in question didn't seem to have any reaction. However, the 2 old men behind him who were intermediate god emperors were glaring at Duan Lingtian with hostility in their eyes. The Patriarch of the Heaven Spirit Mansion was calm, not because he had learned of what had happened from Wu Xiangqian, but because he was adept at hiding his emotions. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was calm. It was impossible for him to not care. He was just a lower god emperor. And he had just made a breakthrough. The reason why I'm so warm towards you and congratulate you is because the God Emperor Mystic Realm with its tightly shut door appeared because of your breakthrough. I'm giving you some face. After all, your God Emperor Mystic Realm is also my opportunity. As the strongest God Emperor in the Spirit God Mansion, the Spirit God Mansion Master was sure that if he entered the God Emperor Mystic Realm, as long as it was based on strength, he would definitely get more benefits than the other god emperors who entered with him. Wu Xiangqian stood there, his eyes flashing. He was considering whether to tell the spirit god mansion master that the purple-clothed young man had killed the middle god emperor Tan Wu. Tan Wu wasn't a nobody in the heavenly spirit mansion. He was also related to the spirit god mansion master in front of him. Forget it, I won't say it. In the end, Wu Xiangqian decided not to say it. Once he said it, the spirit god mansion master would probably kill Duan Lingtian personally. Even if he didn't do it directly, he would definitely try to rope him in. However, the chances of that were not high. The God-Arch mystic realm was opened by such a person. If one were to take too many of the opportunities inside, they might harbor a grudge. They might not be a match for you now, but they might attack you on a whim in the future. As for why the spirit god mansion master might kill Duan Lingtian, he was also clear. Once I say it, he might not be able to kill this person. If he can't and I sell him, he might find trouble with me in the future. Because of this, Wu Xiangqian didn't say anything. Otherwise, with his cultivation, Duan Lingtian, a lower god emperor, wouldn't have been able to discover anything when he communicated with the palace master of Heaven's spirit mansion, who was a higher god emperor. Whoosh! After the three of them, more people arrived. Most of them recognized the Heaven's spirit mansion's mansion master and took the initiative to greet him. Hum! A ray of blade light illuminated the heavens and the earth as it whizzed down from the distance, heading straight for the mansion lord of the heavenly spirit mansion. At that instant, the dazzling saber glow caused the entire place to lose its color. How dare you! How dare you! The patriarch of the Heaven's spirit mansion didn't react, but the two old men behind him were alarmed. They both tried to stop the blade light from falling from the sky. However, their attacks were not worth mentioning at all in front of this saber light. They were destroyed in an instant. The saber light continued to envelop the Heaven's spirit mansion. Wu Ping, I didn't expect you to come as well. The Heaven's spirit mansion's patriarch raised his head. He casually reached out and extinguished the saber light. Then, he looked towards the horizon, where the saber light had come from. A tall and burly figure stepped through the air. This was a middle-aged man wearing a jade-green long robe. His face was full of beard and his eyes were like copper bells. He looked extremely rough. Mannerhead Mo, your strength is indeed tyrannical. I have completely consolidated my cultivation as a high god emperor, but I was still easily crushed by you when I used my full strength. The middle-aged man with curly hair sighed. It was obvious that he was quite familiar with the Heaven's Spirit Mansion's patriarch. Moen, the Heaven's Spirit Mansion's patriarch, smiled faintly. You didn't use a divine weapon just now. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to block your attacks so easily. Wu Ping, think about it again. Why don't you come under me? Moen said, trying to rope him in. Forget it. I'm used to being free. Wu Ping shook his head. If I wanted to, I would have done so back then. I wouldn't have waited until today. That's true. Moen nodded slightly. Judging from his expression, he was not surprised that Wu Ping would say such a thing. At this moment, Wu Ping looked at the two people behind Moen. He grinned and said, The two of you, after so many years, you still haven't improved. I remember that back then, any one of you could have easily defeated me. But now... Although Wu Ping did not continue speaking, the expressions of the two people behind Moen had turned slightly gloomy. Wu Ping had indeed lost to them in the past. They had even questioned why the palace master valued Wu Ping, an ordinary medium god emperor. But today, it seemed that the palace master had long seen through Wu Ping's extraordinary abilities. The ability that Wu Ping had displayed today was already beyond their reach. Even if the two of them joined forces against Wu Ping, they would only be killed. That's enough. Moen could not take it anymore. He said lightly, Wu Ping, although I love talents, it doesn't mean that I can watch my people be humiliated by you. Some words are enough to be said once. Why don't I look for you to spar with next time? When Moen said this, the two people behind him looked grateful. Wu Ping smiled awkwardly when he heard this. Palace Master, I was just joking with the two seniors. It was just a joke. Seniors. Wu Ping's words caused the expressions of the two people behind Moen to change. Their gazes also became particularly complicated. Perhaps they were really old. Who broke through to the Divine Emperor realm and opened the Divine Emperor mystery realm? Soon, Wu Ping's attention began to wander around the others. In the end, it landed on Duan Lingtian. Is it this little brother? Congratulations, congratulations. This time, if I, Wu Ping, gain anything in this Divine Emperor mystery realm, I will definitely owe you a favor. I will definitely repay you in the future. Wu Ping promised as he congratulated Duan Lingtian. Senior, you are too kind. Duan Lingtian had a good impression of Wu Ping. Although this Divine Emperor mystery realm was opened because of me, if the other 19 Divine Emperors were not present, it would not have been opened. As for the opportunities inside, it all depends on one's luck. Senior, you don't have to feel that you owe me a favor, Duan Lingtian said frankly. When Duan Lingtian said this, not only did Wu Ping look surprised, but even the Heaven's Spiritual Mansion's palace master, Emowen, the two people behind him, and the old man in the lower-level Divine Emperor realm were shocked. Obviously, they had not expected Duan Lingtian to reject a favor from a higher-level Divine Emperor. Moreover, it was a higher-level Divine Emperor who had completely consolidated his cultivation. On the other hand, although Wu Xiangqian was also looking at Duan Lingtian, he did not show too much surprise. This was because in his eyes, this youth in purple had a shocking background. Perhaps the faction behind him had a godly, venerable, strong practitioner? Someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Lord of the Divine Kingdom, or even surpass him. Ha ha! Good, very good. Wu Ping regained his senses and laughed. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes were filled with friendliness. Little brother, I feel that you're becoming more and more to my liking. Next, if we meet in the Divine Emperor's secret realm, I'll definitely protect you. This is also my way of repaying your favor. Don't reject me. I, Wu Ping, am also a reputable person in the Heaven's Spiritual Mansion. My words are as good as nails. Since Wu Ping had said so, even if Duan Lingtian wanted to reject him, it was difficult for him to open his mouth. However, deep in his heart, his impression of Wu Ping had grown even better. Although Duan Lingtian had changed into a purple robe, his appearance had not changed. He still looked like Yu Wenfeng, the male pet of Lu Wuyo, the city governor of Wuyo City. The city governor of Wuyo City probably won't come, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. This time, the opening of the Divine Emperor's secret realm required 20 Divine Emperors to open it together. Moreover, only the 20 Divine Emperors who participated in the opening could enter the Divine Emperor's secret realm. However, even so, it was not easy to gather 20 people. Now, apart from him, there were a total of 6 people present. Including him, there were only 7 people. They were still short of 13 people. 13 Divine Emperors. Naturally, the Heaven's Spiritual Mansion did not lack them. However, these Divine Emperors would only come when they received news. If they don't continue to send messages to their friends, I'm afraid it will be difficult for another 13 Divine Emperors to come. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked at the few Divine Emperors before him. Of course, he was just thinking about it because he knew that these people would definitely call their friends to enter the Divine Emperor's secret realm when they saw that no one else was coming. As expected, after waiting for about 2 hours and no one came, Emowen, the Heaven's Spiritual Mansion Lord, spoke up. Everyone, how about we call our friends over for the remaining 13 Divine Emperors? 13 spots. As the host, this little brother will take 3 spots. Everyone should have no objections, right? After Emowen glanced at Duan Lingtian, he looked at the others. When they heard this, they naturally shook their heads to show that they had no objections. Little brother, what about you? Emowen looked at Duan Lingtian again and asked with a smile. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he shrugged and said, I don't have any friends. Forget about the 3 spots. I only want 1. I'll have to trouble Mansion Lord Emo to ask the City Lord of Wuyo City, Lu Wuyo, to come over. Duan Lingtian said to Emowen. The City Lord of Wuyo City? Lu Wuyo? When Duan Lingtian said this, Emowen was first stunned. Then, he looked deeply at Duan Lingtian. Little brother, you know the city lord of Wuyo City? Meanwhile, Wu Xiangqian and the others looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of ambiguity in their eyes. Sensing their gazes, Duan Lingtian was speechless. Why are they looking at me like that? I really don't know anyone. When I came to this world before all of you, I only came into contact with one divine emperor, Lu Wuyo, well, other than those who have died at my hands. Call for help, Emma Wen said. Although there were no soul pearls to transmit messages in this world, there were still things that could be used to transmit messages. However, the security was far less reliable than soul pearls. It required a special jade called a communication jade. It was similar to the messenger pigeon and had the risk of being intercepted halfway. Chapter 4157. Since little brother has said so, I'll leave 6 of the remaining 12 spots open. Wu Ping will take 3, Wu Xiangqian will take 2, and I'll leave the last one for you. Do you have any objections? Emowen, the governor of the Heaven Spirit Mansion, looked at the elder in the lower God Emperor realm and asked calmly. I'll listen to the governor's arrangements. The elder hurriedly shook his head, indicating that he had no objections. What objections could he have? Or rather, how would he dare to have any objections? Among the God Emperors present, he was the weakest so far. Perhaps he was more powerful than the purple-robed youth who had just become a God Emperor, but the latter had a powerful background. Didn't he see that even Wu Xiangqian, a middle God Emperor, was respectful to him? Anyway, he could not afford to offend him. He did not want to offend him either. As for what the other party had said about him not having any God Emperor friends, perhaps he really did not have any. The people behind him might all be godly venerables and above. If they are all godly venerables, then the faction they belong to must be a faction above the divine nations. The elder thought to himself. The more he thought about it, the more shocked he became. Taking a deep breath, the elder saw that the governor of the Heaven's Spirit Mansion, Emowen, and the people behind him had sent out many messaging jades. He did not stay idle and immediately took out a messaging jade and threw it out. However, the speed of the elder's messaging jade was obviously not as fast as Emowen and the others. The speed of the messaging jade was also dependent on one's cultivation. However, the elder's messaging jade was different from Emowen's. His messaging jade was similar to the messaging jades of the 2 people behind Emowen, flying behind the clouds. The messaging jades flew behind the clouds, so the chances of them being intercepted were lower. After all, no one would squat there for no reason. If they were really squatted, they could only admit that they were unlucky. Swoosh! Swoosh! Wu Xiangqian sent out the last 2 messaging jades, also flying behind the clouds. He and the 2 people behind Emowen were both medium God Emperors. In theory, their messaging jades could be easily intercepted by any medium God Emperor and above. Swoosh! 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 Wu Ping also threw out 3 messaging jades. Like Emowen's, he did not fly above the clouds. Emowen's and Wu Ping's communication jades were within the Heaven's Spiritual Mansion's territory, so they didn't really need to be intercepted. This was because there weren't many high-level God Emperors in the Heaven's Spiritual Mansion. Moreover, even if there really was a high-level God Emperor who saw their communication jade, they wouldn't easily intercept it because it was a taboo. When the communication jade was intercepted, the person who sent the communication jade would have sensed it. At that time, if they delayed the important matter, they would become enemies. Any high-level God Emperor, if they could choose, would not easily become enemies with another high-level God Emperor. Little brother, I've sent a communication jade to City Governor Wu Yu. I'm sure she'll be here soon. After everyone sent out their communication jades, Emowen, the Heaven's Spiritual Mansion's Mansion Lord, looked at Duan Lingtian with a smile. Speaking of which, last time when City Lord Wu Yu broke through, she opened the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm. I also entered it. That time, my luck was pretty good. I got some things. This time around, little brother, I hope that you will be able to gain something from your Emperor God's secret realm. Emowen was the Heaven's Spiritual Mansion's Mansion Lord. Lu Wuyo, the city governor of Wuyu City, had not been Mo Wen's subordinate before she broke through to the Divine Emperor realm. She had only become Mo Wen's subordinate after she had broken through to the Divine Emperor realm and had invited Mo Wen over. Furthermore, she had given Mo Wen more than 10 slots to enter the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm. Mo Wen was also generous. After Lu Wuyo had consolidated her cultivation as a lower-level god emperor, he had appointed her as the city governor. "One look and I can tell that the mansion lord is someone with great luck." Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. At the same time, he couldn't help but think of Lu Wuyo, the city governor of Wuyu City. "That city governor of Wuyu City probably didn't expect to see me again so soon, right?" Wuyu City. The city lord's manor. Lu Wuyo was originally cultivating when suddenly, a communication jade came from afar. It directly passed through the main door of the city lord's manor and entered the city lord's manor. However, it was blocked outside by a stratagem. "Someone sent me a message through the communication jade?" Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Lu Wuyo raised her eyebrows. "Who could it be?" The communication jade couldn't accurately fly to a person. It could only reach an approximate location and could only be transmitted through the location. For example, if you weren't at home and the communication jade was sent to you, the communication jade would go to your home. However, if you weren't at home, you wouldn't be able to receive the communication jade and see the content inside. This limited many things. At the very least, outsiders like Duan Lingtian couldn't communicate with other outsiders who came in together. If they wanted to be together, they could only rely on luck. Very quickly, the communication jade was sent to Lu Wuyo's hands. When Lu Wuyo's deified soul entered it, immediately, a hearty laugh reverberated in her ears. "Wuyo, the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm has opened. Come over immediately. The location is Lord Mansion Lord?" Lu Wuyo could tell that this was the voice of the Heaven's Spiritual Mansion's Mansion Lord, Mo Wen. Also, the voice could be faked, but when the voice came, the familiar aura mixed with it couldn't be faked. This aura came from the fusion of deified soul and divine power. It couldn't be faked. "The Divine Emperor Mystery Realm has opened, and the Lord Mansion Lord is inviting me over? What's the situation?" Lu Wuyo knew her place. She was just a small city lord. Moreover, she had become a city lord by playing petty tricks. Even if the mansion lord owed her a favor and allowed her to become the city lord of Wuyo City, this favor could be considered repaid. "Could it be that the Lord Mansion Lord wants to set me up with his son?" Thinking of this, Lu Wuyo couldn't help but frown. If the mansion lord didn't know that the mansion lord's son was pursuing her, it would definitely be a lie. However, hadn't the mansion lord's son already given up? Or did he plant someone in my city lord mansion and know that my boy toy has already left? No, he can't be so bored. If he really doesn't mind that I have a boy toy, he can just kill him directly. Lu Wuyo thought for a long time but couldn't come up with a reason. However, she knew that she definitely had to go. She couldn't refuse, and she didn't want to refuse. The Divine Emperor Mystery Realm was a good place. Back then, when the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm opened, although she had also entered, she didn't obtain anything good because she was the weakest. The good things were all taken away by the Mansion Lord and the people he brought. This time, her strength was no longer the same as before. Now that she had consolidated her cultivation base as a lower god emperor, she was confident she could obtain some good things in the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm. Whoosh! Lu Wuyo walked out of the mansion and rose into the air. Then, she flew directly to the place the Mansion Lord had mentioned. It was also the place where the entrance to the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm was located. Along the way, Lu Wuyo couldn't help but think of her boy toy Yu Wenfeng. Of course, it was just a fake boy toy. She, Lu Wuyo, was still a virgin and had never come into contact with any man. The so-called boy toy was just a way to avoid the pursuit of the Mansion Lord's son. He was possessed, in the City Lord Mansion. In other words, if I didn't make him my fake boy toy, he wouldn't have suffered such a calamity? Lu Wuyo sighed when she thought of this. Even if she had made him her fake boy toy, she did not feel she had mistreated him. After he entered the City Lord Mansion, he lived a life of luxury and was much better than before. However, now that he had been possessed and his soul had been destroyed, she could not help but feel a little guilty. However, the expert who possessed him had the cultivation base of a high-level divine emperor when he first possessed him. Moreover, he displayed such combat strength when he was only a high-level divine emperor. He was most likely a godly venerable expert in the past. Although she pitied Yu Wenfeng for being possessed, she did not hate the expert. This was because the world was ruled by the strong. Even she, Lu Wuyo, was not confident she could control her own fate. In this world, only the truly strong could control their own fate. Of course, this was only relative control. If the legendary god of creation really existed, if the god of creation wanted someone dead, even a godly venerable would not be able to escape death. After all, legend had it that this world was created by the god of creation. Mansion Lord. Mansion Lord. Outside the God Emperor Mystery Dimension opened by Duan Lingtian, the first batch of God Emperors to arrive were all God Emperors under the Mansion Lord Mo1. There were medium God Emperors and lower God Emperors. Of course, most of them were medium God Emperors. This time, all the medium God Emperors under Mo1, except for a few city lords, were present. As for the lower God Emperors, they were either directly related to Mo1 or had elders who were strong practitioners by his side. As for the upper God Emperors, they did not appear again. Of course, this was also because there were no upper God Emperors by Mo1's side. In the Heaven's Spirit Mansion, he was the only upper God Emperor. In fact, in the entire Heaven's Spirit Mansion, there were only a handful of upper God Emperors. Wu Ping. Soon, another upper God Emperor, Wu Ping, also arrived. 2 medium God Emperors came together, and then another medium God Emperor also arrived. He had only called medium God Emperors. It was not that he did not want to call upper God Emperors, but he did not have any upper God Emperor friends. In the Heaven's Spirit Mansion, upper God Emperors were not common. As for Wu Xiangqian, he had called a upper God Emperor, but he was not from the Wu clan. The Wu clan's representative was an old man, his elder. Like him, he was also a medium God Emperor. In the current generation of the Wu clan, the strongest were only a few medium God Emperors. Originally, Wu Xiangqian had wanted the Wu clan to send 2 medium God Emperors. However, the Wu clan's intention was to give a slot to an upper God Emperor as a favor. This was also the reason why one of the 2 people Wu Xiangqian had called was an upper God Emperor. The Mansion Lord is here too. On Wu Xiangqian's side, the upper God Emperor that the Wu clan had called was a skinny old man. He looked weak, but when he appeared, even the Mansion Lord of the Heaven's Spirit Mansion, Mo1, had a slightly serious expression. Elder Zhong. Mo1 cupped his hands slightly and bowed to the old man. Chapter 4158. Zhong Bainan was one of the more famous upper God Emperors in the Heaven's Spiritual Mansion. He usually lived in seclusion, but because of his glorious past, many people knew about him. Of course, some people had already spread the rumor that he had died under the 1,000-year tribulation. That was right. In this world, the 1,000-year tribulation existed too. In addition, Zhong Bainan was already very old, so many people believed that he had died. However, his appearance now had undoubtedly dispelled the thoughts of most of the people present that thought that he had died. It turned out that this old man was still alive. Elder Zhong. Greetings, Elder Zhong. I didn't expect the Wu clan to be so influential that they even invited Elder Zhong. In the eyes of everyone present, the old man in front of them was a living fossil. At the same time, they could guess that he was still alive, so his strength must be much stronger than before. Otherwise, he would not have been able to live until now. Even if he had not broken through to the ultimate God realm, he was definitely close. Everyone, who has broken through in the opening of the Emperor God's secret realm this time? Zhong Bainan glanced at everyone and asked with a smile. In the next moment, Wu Xiangqian looked at Duan Lingtian and said respectfully to Zhong Bainan, Elder Zhong, this brother has broken through and opened the Emperor God's secret realm. Hearing that, Zhong Bainan glanced at Duan Lingtian and nodded with a smile, but did not say anything. His eyes did not linger on Duan Lingtian for long. However, the moment he looked away, he saw disdain deep in his eyes. Obviously, this old man was not as kind and open-minded as he looked. At least, until now, among the 3 upper god emperors present, Duan Lingtian had the worst impression of him. This old man. I hope he doesn't provoke me. If he really provokes me, even if I can't defeat him directly, it's not impossible for me to kill him with a sneak attack. He should be a quasi-ultimate god among the upper god emperors. If I really kill him, the rewards will be great. It will definitely be more than what I get for killing a middle god emperor when I'm a upper god emperor. As Duan Lingtian thought to himself, a slightly oppressive light flashed in the depths of his eyes at the same time. This world was truly too crazy. Even if he was not a crazy person, he could not help but have crazy thoughts from time to time. Of course, in the depths of Duan Lingtian's heart, he constantly warned himself. In this world, don't trust anyone. Anyone could take his life. Not for anything else, but for the rewards of the rules. Even if the 3 high-level god emperors in front of him, even if they killed him, there wouldn't be any rewards. But who knew if they wouldn't act against him, capture him, heavily injure him, and let those people kill him for the sake of their own juniors, the lower-level god emperors under their command, or even the existences with weaker cultivations. After the arrival of the people who had been notified through their communication jades, a beautiful figure appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. She was one of the only 2 women present. There was also a woman, an old woman. She was found by the old man who had appeared after Wu Xiangqian. She was a middle god emperor. Manor Lord. Although the city lord of Wuyo City, Lu Wuyo, immediately bowed to the Manor Lord of Heaven's spiritual manor, Emowen, after arriving, there was a mixture of shock and disbelief in the depths of her eyes. What did she see just now? She saw her male pet. No, it should be said that he was a shell of her former puppet male pet who had been controlled by someone else. The other party was actually present? He had broken through to the Emperor God realm? Or, this time, the God Emperor mystic realm was opened because of his breakthrough? City Lord Wuyo. Emowen looked at Lu Wuyo and laughed. This time, you can come because of this little brother. It was him who said that he would give you a spot. As Emowen spoke, he looked at Duan Lingtian. At this moment, a look of shock appeared on Lu Wuyo's face again. At the same time, he further confirmed that this divine Emperor mystery realm was opened after the person in front of him had broken through. Otherwise, the Manor Lord of Heaven's spiritual manor would not be so polite to him. You! Lu Wuyo looked at Duan Lingtian. Just as he opened his mouth, he almost subconsciously called out the name of the previous owner of the body that Duan Lingtian was currently occupying. However, at the critical moment, he changed his words. You have entered the Emperor God realm? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. I just entered the Emperor God realm today. The Manor Lord originally said that he would give me 3 spots, but after thinking about it, I don't have any friends nearby, so I only gave 1 spot to you. Duan Lingtian said it casually, but Lu Wuyo's heart could not help but palpitate. He did not expect that this big shot, who meant a godly, venerable, strong practitioner, would actually still remember him. Moreover, he had even given him this opportunity. Thank you, my lord. Lu Wuyo transmitted his thanks to Duan Lingtian. Although the others had the ability to eavesdrop, they were not prepared at this moment. In addition, they were not interested, so no one eavesdropped on Lu Wuyo's transmission to Duan Lingtian. Now that everyone is here, this divine Emperor mystery realm should also begin. After Lu Wuyo and the last person arrived, one of the 3 upper god emperors, Wu Ping, spoke at the right time. Duan Lingtian and the others naturally had no objections. After a while, under the situation where the 20 of them channeled their divine power into the entrance of the divine Emperor mystery realm, the entrance of the divine Emperor mystery realm finally turned into a ray of light and swept everyone away. In the next moment, the light dissipated, and the tightly shut entrance of the divine Emperor mystery realm was still there, but the handprint on it had disappeared. Duan Lingtian and the other 20 Emperor gods also disappeared together. During this process, Duan Lingtian only saw darkness and light in front of his eyes. When his eyes regained light, he also realized that there were another 19 people beside him. Everyone was arranged in one place. Wu Xiangqian, the old man who came after Wu Xiangqian, and many others who had discovered this, had ugly expressions on their faces. In the God-Arch mystic realm, it was best for those with weak cultivations to be separated immediately after entering. That way, they would not become targets for the experts. Now that everyone was gathered together, the weaker ones would undoubtedly become the targets of the stronger ones. Perhaps the stronger ones would not make a move at the start, but when there was a conflict of interest, the stronger ones would definitely not hold back. Everyone is gathered together? Even Duan Lingtian was a little surprised at this time. Previously, Wu Xiangqian had told him about the situation of the Divine Emperor Mystery Realms, and they were all Divine Emperor Mystery Realms that Wu Xiangqian had entered personally. However, according to Wu Xiangqian, after everyone was sent in, they would be separated. The few times he entered the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm, it was the same. Generally speaking, at this time, Wu Ping spoke. At this time, he frowned slightly. The Divine Emperor Mystery Realm where everyone is gathered is also one of the better ones among the Divine Emperor Mystery Realms. Only a genius who has broken through to the Divine Emperor Realm can open such a Divine Emperor Mystery Realm. After saying this, Wu Ping took a few more glances at Duan Lingtian, as though he wanted to remember this genius completely. There are many resources in such a Divine Emperor Mystery Realm, and some of them are even extremely rare. After saying this, Wu Ping paused for a moment. Then, he looked at the Heaven Spirit Mansion's mansion Lord Mo and the other high-level Divine Emperor, Zhong Bainan, with a hint of wariness in his eyes. Although he was a high-level Divine Emperor, he hoped that the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm he entered would be separated from everyone at the beginning. This way, as long as he did not meet Mo or Zhong Bainan, no one would be able to snatch it from him. However, now, the worst-case scenario had occurred. Everyone was grouped together. At this moment, while Wu Ping was filled with wariness towards Mo and Zhong Bainan, Mo and Zhong Bainan looked at each other and saw the wariness in each other's eyes. The three high-level Divine Emperors were not afraid of the others. However, right now, they were not the only high-level Divine Emperors here. Of course, regardless of whether it was Mo or Zhong Bainan, they were not afraid of Wu Ping. At least, before both of them were injured, they were not afraid of Wu Ping. It was also because of this that once they fought, they had to consider Wu Ping as an unstable factor. Wu Ping might become the Oriole and they would be the Mantis and Cicada. At this moment, even Duan Lingtian could sense the tension between the three high-level Divine Emperors. However, he did not take this opportunity to be idle. He looked around for a while and extended his deified soul at the right time. Before Duan Lingtian extended his deified soul, everything was calm and peaceful. However, when his deified soul extended out, the originally calm void shook and swayed. Then, the void shattered and terrifying spatial storms howled out from behind the shattered void. Whoosh! Whoosh! Other than Duan Lingtian and Lu Wuyo, all the low-level Divine Emperors present who were not ready were instantly engulfed by the spatial storms. Although the group of medium-level Divine Emperors had escaped this calamity, they were all in a somewhat pathetic state. The ones who had it the easiest were naturally the three high-level Divine Emperors. There was also Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was dragging Lu Wuyo and performing a teleportation. Otherwise, just now, even if he did not die, he would definitely be severely injured. As for Lu Wuyo, if he did not make a move, he would definitely die. "What are you doing?" Zhong Bainan spoke, his voice cold. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, a hint of killing intent appeared in his eyes. "You want to kill us?" When Duan Lingtian heard this, he naturally could not help but feel a little awkward. This was because he did not expect that the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm did not allow the use of deified soul. Previously, he had not heard anyone mention this. That was not right. Previously, Wu Xiangqian had told him that after entering the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm, one could freely use deified soul to explore the surroundings, Could it be that Wu Xiangqian had lied to him? Or perhaps the rules were different because the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm that Wu Xiangqian had entered was not a Divine Emperor Mystery Realm that was filled with many people. His reaction is faster than a medium-level Divine Emperor. At this moment, the gaze of Heaven's Spiritual Mansion's Mansion Master Mo Wen changed quite a bit when he looked at Duan Lingtian again. Chapter 4159. Everyone present was blind. Under such circumstances, the purple-robed young man in front of them was still alive. He even managed to survive with another lower-level God Emperor. This was enough to show how strong he was. He was not as simple as he seemed. Even if he had just stepped into the Emperor God realm, his strength would not be weaker than a middle-level God Emperor. If there was anyone present who was not surprised, it would be Lu Wuyo, who had been saved by Duan Lingtian, and Wu Xiangqian, the middle-level God Emperor from the Wu family of Heaven's Spiritual Mansion. Lu Wuyo had seen Duan Lingtian's strength. Back then, Duan Lingtian was only an upper-level God Emperor, and he could easily suppress her, who was already a lower-level God Emperor. Now, Duan Lingtian had stepped into the Emperor God realm. Naturally, he was stronger. Lu Wuyo was not surprised by this. As for Wu Xiangqian, in everyone's eyes, Wu Xiangqian was the first to arrive after the Emperor God's secret realm opened. However, only Wu Xiangqian knew that he was not the first to arrive. The first to arrive was another middle-level God Emperor. However, he had been killed by Duan Lingtian. He had provoked Duan Lingtian and offended Duan Lingtian. He had been killed. Humph! The other of the two women present, the old lady, was staring at Duan Lingtian with hostility. She snorted coldly and said, "You, a lower-level God Emperor, are not weaker than a middle-level God Emperor. However, my friend was indirectly killed by you. Shouldn't you give me an explanation?" The old lady was a friend of the old lower-level God Emperor who had arrived first after Wu Xiangqian. The old lower-level God Emperor had been killed just like the other lower-level God Emperors. Of course, Duan Lingtian's strength was not ordinary. Otherwise, the old lady would have attacked Duan Lingtian directly. She was very clear that in this situation, other than Lu Wuyo who had been saved by Duan Lingtian, everyone present was eager for someone to attack Duan Lingtian. Facing the old lady's aggression, Duan Lingtian only glanced at her indifferently. "This is my first time entering the Emperor God's secret realm. I don't know the rules. Also, I am the one who opened the Emperor God's secret realm. I did not force your friend to come in, right? Since he came in, he naturally had to bear the corresponding risks. When I activated the attack mechanism, it did not avoid me? I am one of the victims, right? Don't tell me that I'll seek my own death?" The old woman's expression changed drastically when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Ling. Zhong Bainan warned Duan Lingtian after he glanced at Duan Lingtian with an unfriendly gaze. As far as he was concerned, he was just a little frightened. He did not suffer any substantial loss. At this moment, the two people behind Mo Wen, the governor of Heaven's Spiritual Mansion, had a bigger reaction. The two of them looked at Duan Lingtian coldly. Just now, the group of inferior God Emperors who were indirectly killed by Duan Lingtian were mostly from Heaven's Spiritual Mansion. They were the ones who had called them over. Mo Wen, the governor of Heaven's Spiritual Mansion, was actually unhappy. However, as the governor of a mansion, and this was the Emperor God's secret realm opened by Duan Lingtian, he did not fall out with him. Of course. In fact, in his opinion, it did not matter whether they fell out or not. Since this person who opened the Emperor God's secret realm appeared here with everyone, he would definitely not be able to escape death in the end. Even if his strength was not weaker than an ordinary medium God Emperor. In the Goddarch mystic realm, as long as the people who entered gathered together, the ones who survived were usually the strongest people, as well as those who the strongest people did not intend to kill. In his eyes, this purple-robed young man was already a dead man. Hence, there was no need to be calculative with him. I plan to separate from them. Are you coming? Duan Lingtian glanced at Lu Wuyo, then sent a voice transmission. Because one could not use their deified consciousness here, and the others did not release their deified consciousness, he was not worried that someone would eavesdrop on his voice transmission. Even Lu Wuyo did not know why, but after hearing Duan Lingtian's words, she subconsciously agreed. Now, she still felt that it was a little unrealistic. Just now, she had almost died. It was the person in front of her who saved her life. Whoosh! Almost at the same time that Lu Wuyo agreed, Duan Lingtian had already teleported away with her. After the first teleportation, he teleported a second time. In fact, even if it was just one teleportation, he had already left the sight of others. However, after the first teleportation, his aura was still locked on by the 3 upper-level God Emperors. This was also the reason why the 3 upper-level God Emperors were still calm when they realized that Duan Lingtian had left. However, when they realized that Duan Lingtian had teleported a second time, along with Lu Wuyo, and their auras had disappeared together, their expressions changed. Wu Ping's face was filled with shock. Second teleportation? At this moment, even Zhong Bainan and Mo Wen's faces were more or less filled with shock. Clearly, they had not expected that the lower-level God Emperor had mastered the spatial laws to teleport a second time. No wonder he has such speed and ability. When they thought about how Duan Lingtian had managed to survive with Lu Wuyo, becoming the only 2 lower-level God Emperors present, they suddenly understood. If he wants to die, we don't have to stop him. Now you guys follow me. Zhong Bainan looked at the 2 Wu clan members, including Wu Xiangqian, and said. The 2 of them naturally nodded in agreement. At this moment both of their faces were filled with helplessness. They never thought that it would be a divine arch-mystic realm that was a gathering place. This also meant that once something good appeared, there would be no share for them. However, they didn't dare to run around. Because they all knew that in this kind of God arch-mystic realm, it was the easiest to die alone. Only when a group of people gathered together and faced the upcoming dangers together would they have a chance to survive. This was also the reason why Zhong Bainan said that Duan Lingtian was seeking death. On the other side, Wu Ping also spoke. He asked the 3 God Emperors he had called over to follow him closely and not leave the vicinity. As for Heaven's Spirit Mansion Manor head Mo Wen, there was no need for him to say anything. The middle-level God Emperors that he had called over had never left his side. Otherwise, with the sudden turn of events and the few lower-level God Emperors who were further away from him, with his strength, he could have easily protected them. For a moment, only the middle-level God Emperor old woman that the old man had found didn't look too good. She felt like she had been abandoned. Following this, if she really encountered danger, would those 3 high God Emperors help her? The answer was no. Taking a deep breath, the old woman's gaze changed. Then, she looked at Mo Wen and said, Manor Lord, I will also go and look for my own opportunity. As soon as she finished speaking, she fled into the distance. However, halfway through, before she could leave the sight of Mo Wen and the others, she was suddenly engulfed by a surge of power that appeared in the void. Her aura also disappeared in an instant. Seeing this, even the expressions of the 3 high-level God Emperors present became much more serious. Maybe, now, that purple-robed youth and Lu Wuyo have already died. A few middle-level God Emperors whispered to the people beside them. But had Duan Lingtian and Lu Wuyo really died? Not far away, 2 figures were hiding, looking at the place where the old woman had died. Duan Lingtian was the first to send a voice transmission to the person beside him. We seem to be quite lucky. When Lu Wuyo heard this, she rolled her eyes at Duan Lingtian. Don't you know that this kind of gathering mystery realm will only be safe if the person who opens it travels alone? That's why you asked me to leave with you. Lu Wuyo had once obtained an ancient book by chance. In it, there was a record of such a mystery realm. It also recorded some information that many people didn't know about. Among them, there was such a situation. I really didn't know. Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment. Then, he smiled bitterly. He had thought that Lu Wuyo had left with him because she trusted him. Now, it seemed that this wasn't the case. She had left with him because she knew that it was safe to follow him. What he didn't know was, although Lu Wuyo knew this was important, she hadn't considered this when she agreed to his request. She had just subconsciously trusted him. Then, after being led away by him, she remembered this. At this moment, when Lu Wuyo heard Duan Lingtian's words, she only thought that Duan Lingtian was deliberately teasing her. In her eyes, although the person in front of her was the shell of her former male pet, the soul inside definitely belonged to a former godly venerable expert. She thought it was normal for a godly venerable expert to know this. It would be strange if he didn't know. As for coincidence, she didn't believe it. You want to follow them? Just when Lu Wuyo thought that Duan Lingtian would take her away from the others and search for opportunities alone after watching this show, she realized that Duan Lingtian had followed Mo Wen and the others of Heaven's spiritual mansion. At this moment, the 3 upper-level God Emperors were leading the people around them forward. Let's see the situation first. I'm not familiar with this place, Duan Lingtian said. Moreover, if we follow behind them, we might be able to get some benefits. Lu Wuyo was speechless when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. She couldn't help but advise Duan Lingtian. It's meaningless to do this. Even if they really find something good, we won't get a share. Don't tell me you're thinking of snatching food from the tiger's mouth from the 3 upper-level God Emperors? In her opinion, this was a very unrealistic thing. Duan Lingtian smiled and didn't say anything else. Instead, he quietly followed the people in front of him. Because the people didn't dare to use their divine consciousness, they didn't notice him and Lu Wuyo, who was following behind him. Lu Wuyo followed behind Duan Lingtian. Her beautiful face was filled with helplessness. She didn't want to follow the young man in front of her, but she had no other choice. If she left the young man alone, she would end up like the old woman earlier. Let's follow him first. When he sees that those people have obtained something good and he can't interfere, he won't follow them anymore. Lu Wuyo comforted herself in her heart. Chapter 4160. How much do you know about this kind of Emperor God's secret realm? Duan Lingtian asked Lu Wuyo, who was beside him. When Lu Wuyo heard this, she thought Duan Lingtian was testing her, so she did not think too much about it. She said in a clear voice, My lord, I obtained an ancient book by accident, and have a certain understanding of the Divine Emperor's secret zones. I just don't know if what is recorded in the ancient book is the same as what my lord knows. What is recorded in the ancient book? Lu Wuyo said loudly and said what she knew about this kind of Emperor God's secret realm in the ancient book. During this process, Duan Lingtian also nodded. This kind of Emperor God's secret realm where all the people who entered gathered together was also the best kind of Emperor God's secret realm. The so-called output referred to the various kinds of resources and treasures produced in this Emperor God's secret realm, which were more than ordinary Emperor God's secret realms. Among them, there was no lack of items that even upper-level God Emperors dreamed of. It was extremely difficult for upper-level God Emperors to enter the ultimate God realm, unless they had some natural treasures to help them. Some rare natural treasures could even help upper-level God Emperors who had no chance of entering the ultimate God realm to enter the ultimate God realm in one go. And these rare natural treasures were all things that upper-level God Emperors dreamed of. For these natural treasures, upper-level God Emperors did not hesitate to fight with people of the same cultivation level. Of course, although these natural treasures have a chance of appearing in this kind of Emperor God's secret realm, they do not appear every time. It all depends on luck. After hearing this from Lu Wuyo, although Duan Lingtian did not have much hope, it would be a lie to say that there was no ripple in his heart. To him, this kind of thing was also a treasure that he dreamed of. But if such a treasure really appears, it will be difficult to get it. Looking at the 3 upper-level God Emperors in the distance, Duan Lingtian sighed secretly. He was not afraid of the middle-level God Emperors present if he went all out. But the upper-level God Emperors, other than Wu Ping, he did not have the slightest confidence in defeating the other 2. Even if it was Wu Ping, he did not have the confidence to defeat him. At most, he had the confidence to fight him to a draw. My strength is still a little weak. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Along the way, Duan Lingtian witnessed with his own eyes that the group of people in front of him encountered some natural treasures and resources one after another. They even obtained some treasures after passing some tests. However, these treasures were mainly split between Mo1 and Zhong Bainan. Although Wu Ping also received some, his share was the least. In fact, he didn't even have half of the former two. Even so, Wu Ping did not seem to be dissatisfied. Of course, Duan Lingtian also knew that perhaps there was dissatisfaction in his heart, but it was not good for him to show it, and he did not dare to show it. However, Wu Ping was usually the one to make a move. Wu Ping was very aware of this. Mo1 and Zhong Bainan would only make a move when they encountered some tricky challenges. When the two of them made a move, they would usually be able to easily resolve the problem in a short amount of time. He is indeed powerful. Especially this Zhong Bainan. I feel that his ability is even stronger than Mo1's. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Mo1 was the heaven's spiritual mansion's mansion lord. Zhong Bainan was a hidden strong practitioner in the heaven's spiritual mansion. His ability was obviously above Mo1's. It was no wonder that Mo1 was so polite and respectful in front of him. The two people from the Wu clan, including Wu Xiangqian, followed Zhong Bainan and received many benefits. At the very least, the two of them had bright smiles on their faces. Unlike the three people beside Wu Ping, their expressions were not very good. However, since Wu Ping did not say anything, they naturally did not dare to say anything. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the seeds of conflict had already been planted among these three groups of people. They were just waiting for an opportunity to erupt. Duan Lingtian had originally only thought about this opportunity. Who would have thought that it would really come a few days later? Heavenly Path Fruit. As the void in front of them shook, a medium-sized fruit tree appeared before the three groups of people. Everyone's eyes turned red, including Mo1, the heaven's spiritual mansion's mansion lord. The branches of the fruit tree were lush and strong. The leaves were blood-red and vein-like patterns could be vaguely seen on them. It looked very strange. On the top of this ancient tree hung three fruits that were shining with blood-red light. They were the size of apples and the aura they emitted was refreshing even from a distance. Heavenly Path Fruit? Duan Lingtian heard the exclamations in front of him. At the same time, he also sensed the aura of the two fruits on the fruit tree. Just by feeling the aura, he felt the meridians in his body instantly open up and the divine power in his body seemed to be boiling. Good stuff. Definitely good stuff. Duan Lingtian was sure of this. Heavenly Path Fruit. At this moment, Lu Wuyo, who was beside Duan Lingtian, was in a daze. This thing actually appeared. This thing is a supreme treasure to become a venerable god. Among all the treasures of heaven and earth that can help a upper divine emperor become a venerable god, it can be ranked in the top 3 supreme treasures. Who would have thought that we would be so lucky to see this heavenly path fruit? It is said that the more talented a person is, the better the treasures inside the divine arch mystic realm will be. Heavenly path fruit and 2 other treasures that can help a upper divine emperor become a venerable god can only appear in the divine arch mystic realm after a super genius has broken through. Moreover, I have only heard of 1 heavenly path fruit appearing in a divine arch mystic realm. I have never heard of a divine arch mystic realm that has 2 supreme treasures like heavenly path fruits. 3. Lu Wuyo muttered to himself and looked at Duan Lingtian again. Other than shock, there was more disbelief in his eyes. How monstrous was this person in front of him to be able to make 3 heavenly path fruits appear in a divine arch mystic realm? At this time, heavy breathing sounds could be heard from afar. At the same time, a person beside Wu Ping exclaimed in shock. Heavens! How monstrous is that young man to be able to make 3 heavenly path fruits appear in a divine arch mystic realm. These are heavenly path fruits, not ordinary divine fruits. In a divine arch mystic realm, these are considered the most supreme treasures. Only the other 2 divine fruits with similar effects can be compared to them. However, no matter if it is the heavenly path fruit or the other 2 divine fruits, I have only heard of one of the 3 appearing in a divine arch mystic realm. Moreover, it has to be a super genius who has broken through to be able to make such a divine arch mystic realm appear. At the same time, The others regained their senses and were also shocked. Monstrous! Monster! When they thought of the purple-robed young man who had already left, all of them were shocked. 3 heavenly path fruits. If news of this divine arch-mystic realm were to spread, it would be enough to shock the entire southern heaven continent, including many divine kingdoms, right? Although there was a distance between them, Duan Lingtian could still hear the shocked voices of the crowd clearly. It seems that the appearance of 3 heavenly path fruits here is due to me? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. However, in the depths of his eyes, there was a flickering flame. He thought to himself, 3 heavenly path fruits. Will they share one equally? If it were me, I wouldn't be willing to share with others, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Just as Duan Lingtian was thinking this, Mowen, the Heaven's Spiritual Mansion's Mansion Lord, communicated with Wu Ping through sound transmission. Wu Ping, let's work together to kill Zhong Bainan. Then, of the 3 heavenly path fruits, I will take 2 and you will take 1. Don't worry, I don't need the 3rd heavenly path fruit to enter the divine venerable realm. If you don't work with me, I'm afraid Zhong Bainan will attack us in order to take the heavenly path fruit for himself. Mowen said to Wu Ping through sound transmission. However, Wu Ping was not stupid. Mansion Lord Mo, who knows if you will kill me after we work together to kill Zhong Bainan and take the 3 heavenly path fruits for yourself? I won't get involved in this matter. For Wu Ping to be able to cultivate to his current level, he was naturally not a fool. The next moment, he looked at Zhong Bainan. Elder Zhong, although the heavenly path fruit is good, I have no intention of taking it. So, you don't have to worry about me. As soon as he finished speaking, in order to prove his words, Wu Ping raised his hand and led his 3 friends away to watch from afar. As for Mowen, he was naturally dissatisfied with Wu Ping's rejection. Especially after seeing Wu Ping's attitude, his face turned even gloomier. This Wu Ping deserves to die. Mowen's expression was ugly. Taking a deep breath, Mowen looked at Zhong Bainan, who was also looking at him, and smiled. Elder Zhong, with your current cultivation, I'm afraid 1 heavenly path fruit is enough for you to break through. How about this? Let's kill Wu Ping first, and then decide who gets the 3 heavenly path fruits. Otherwise, Wu Ping will be the Oreo behind us and take advantage of us. As soon as Mowen said this, Wu Ping's expression changed. Mowen, stop trying to drive a wedge between us. However, as soon as his expression changed, Mowen and Zhong Bainan attacked at almost the same time, charging towards him. Wu Ping was a newly promoted high-level Divine Emperor. Against 2 veteran high-level Divine Emperors, he was naturally powerless. Even if he used all his strength, he could not last more than 3 breaths. He was killed directly. As for Wu Ping's other 3 friends, the 3 medium god emperors, before they could even react, they were also killed by Zhong Bainan and Mowen. 1 high-level divine emperor. 3 medium-level divine emperors. They died in the blink of an eye. Zhong Bainan had cooperated with Mowen because he was worried that Mowen and Wu Ping would team up to deal with him. Hence, Mowen's suggestion was exactly what he wanted. Seeing 4 divine emperors die in the blink of an eye, the expressions of the 2 Wu clan members beside Zhong Bainan and those beside Mowen changed drastically. It was as though the fox mourned the death of the hare. At the same time, a few people glanced at the heavenly path fruits not far away and then looked at Zhong Bainan and Mowen. Their hearts trembled. It would be good if these 2 could reach an agreement. If they could not reach an agreement in the end, would they kill them before the battle to prevent these medium-level divine emperors from being the Oreo behind them? End of chapter. Chapter 4161. I want 2 of the 3 heavenly Dao fruits. After killing Wu Ping, Zhong Bainan looked at Mowen and said in a low voice. His tone left no room for doubt. Sure. What Zhong Bainan had not expected was that upon hearing his words, Mowen smiled and nodded his head, agreeing immediately. This caused Zhong Bainan to be stunned involuntarily. The few god emperors beside Mowen also had puzzled looks on their faces at this moment. Lord Manor Lord only wanted 1 heavenly Dao fruit? Even though Zhong Bainan had made a name for himself early on, he was not weak now. However, the Manor Lord of the Heaven's spiritual mansion might not be afraid of him, right? Elder Zhong is an elder. Imowen smiled and said. Also, I know that I am no match for Elder Zhong. If we really want to fight, I'm afraid I won't be able to get a single one. Rather than that, I might as well just ask for one. Speaking of this, Imowen paused and said, I only hope that Elder Zhong is willing to give me one. After all, with Elder Zhong's ability, I can't do anything if you want to take it all for yourself. Speaking of this, Imowen sighed. Giving you one is not a problem, Zhong Bainan said straightforwardly, looking very straightforward. Thank you, Elder Zhong. Hearing this, Imowen thanked him profusely. After thanking him, he smiled and said to Zhong Bainan, Elder Zhong, shall we kill the demon spirit guarding the heavenly Dao fruit tree and then pluck the heavenly Dao fruit together? Sure, Zhong Bainan responded. Then, he and Imowen flew into the air and approached the heavenly Dao fruit tree. Just as the two of them approached, the space in front of the heavenly Dao fruit tree shook. Then, a huge python appeared. This python was blood red, no different from the color of the heavenly Dao fruit. Most importantly, its body was huge. When its head and tail straightened, it was at least 100 meters long. At this moment, it was glaring at Imowen and Zhong Bainan with a pair of cold eyes. Its forked tongue kept flicking in and out of its mouth. Moreover, every time it flicked its tongue, the force it contained would cause the empty space to tremble. Obviously, it was threatening Zhong Bainan and Imowen. There's a demon spirit guarding it? In the distance, Duan Lingtian watched from afar. Although he didn't extend his divine sense, the aura emitted by the demon spirit still made him feel threatened. This was at least a demon spirit at the upper-level God-Emperor realm. Demon spirits were creatures that were similar to the demon beasts in the outside world within the Trial of Divine Grounds. Furthermore, there were many demon spirits within the Trial of Divine Grounds. Killing a demon spirit would allow one to obtain a corresponding reward. Just as Duan Lingtian had this thought in his mind, Zhong Bainan and Imowen had already made their moves on the demon spirits. The demon spirit let out a low roar and charged towards Zhong Bainan and Imowen. Zhong Bainan and Imowen both had cold smiles on their faces, thinking that the demon spirit was seeking death. Whoosh! All of a sudden, the void trembled. Beside Zhong Bainan and Imowen, two silhouettes appeared at the same time, as though they had appeared out of thin air. Teleport! Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. He could tell. The two pythons that had suddenly appeared were of a different color from the previous python. They had used the teleportation technique of the space laws, and they had appeared very suddenly. Before this, Zhong Bainan and Imowen had not even been on guard. This was because they had not expected a second and third demon spirit to suddenly appear. Oh no! However, although this had happened suddenly, the two of them hurriedly changed directions in midair. One of them, charged towards the demon spirit pythons that had teleported and appeared beside them. The previous python seemed to have been completely forgotten by the two of them. However, it did not forget the two of them. It continued to charge towards the two of them, joining forces with the other two demon spirit pythons. The three great pythons fought against Zhong Bainan and Imowen together. 3 high God Emperor demon spirits! At this moment, the remaining medium-level God Emperors, including the two from the Wu clan, could all see how powerful the 3 great pythons were. They were all upper-level God Emperors. Even when the 3 great pythons had joined forces, even if Zhong Bainan and Imowen had joined forces, they still could not gain any advantage. They were on par with each other. Wang Wei, how dare you! Suddenly, Imowen, a medium-level God Emperor beside the Heaven's spiritual mansion Lord, suddenly shouted. At the same time, the other medium-level God Emperor that Imowen had found flew towards the heavenly Dao fruit tree while Imowen and Zhong Bainan were fighting against the 3 great pythons. This was a middle-aged man. Right now, he was rushing towards the heavenly Dao fruit tree. To be more precise, he was rushing towards the heavenly Dao fruit tree. His eyes were red with excitement. Heavenly Dao fruit! 3 of them. Even if it was only one, it was a priceless treasure. Roar! When the 3 great pythons discovered that someone was taking advantage of the situation to steal the heavenly Tao fruit, they were enraged. However, because they could not leave, they could only be angry and not do anything. Humph! Right at this moment, Zhong Bainan let out a cold snort. Mansion Lord Mo, the person you found is really an idiot. He is indeed an idiot. Not only was Mo not angry, but he even agreed with Zhong Bainan's words. At the same time, he sighed. Elder Zhong, since he wants to die, why don't we grant him his wish? Retreat! Zhong Bainan directly used his actions to agree with Mo Wen's words. As for Mo Wen, he also retreated at almost the same time. In an instant, the 3 great pythons no longer had an opponent. After that, they did not continue to pursue Zhong Bainan and Mo Wen. Instead, they all charged towards the god emperor called Wang Wei. In the blink of an eye, they killed and devoured him. A god emperor did not even have time to react before he was killed directly. Everyone, attack together and kill them! Zhong Bainan spoke, his voice cold. If anyone does not attack, they will die. These words were not only said to the people that Mo Wen had brought with him, but also to the 2 people from the Wu clan. Even if they were from the Wu clan, he did not want them to sit back and reap the benefits. Everyone attack! Mo Wen also spoke. Clearly, he had reached an agreement with Zhong Bainan. Under such circumstances, the remaining god emperors naturally did not dare to be negligent. When Zhong Bainan and Mo Wen attacked the 3 great pythons again, they hurriedly attacked as well. Although their abilities were far inferior to those of the upper-level god emperors, after all, they had the advantage in numbers. With their addition, Zhong Bainan and Mo Wen, who were originally in a deadlock with the 3 great pythons, had a slight advantage. This advantage was constantly increasing. There was an intense battle here. On the other side, Duan Lingtian and Lu Weio were hiding their figures. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was transmitting his voice to Lu Weio. This divine emperor mystery realm was opened by me. If I take advantage of the fact that they are not paying attention and attack directly to snatch the 3 heavenly Tao fruits, can the 3 pythons catch up to me? Yes, Lu Weio said. Some of the treasures in the divine emperor mystery realm, such as the heavenly Tao fruits, can only be obtained after killing the guardian demon spirits. If you don't kill the guardian demon spirits, and use tricks to obtain the divine fruits they are guarding, they will continue to pester you until they kill you and take back the divine fruits. Hearing Lu Weio's words, Duan Lingtian completely dispelled the idea of going out to snatch the heavenly Tao fruits now. It was better to wait for the best opportunity. Suddenly, he stared at Duan Lingtian, who was fighting in the distance, and seemed to have noticed something. The corners of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. These 2 people are really ruthless. What's wrong? Although they were all lesser god emperors, Duan Lingtian could notice it, but it did not mean that Lu Weio could. You'll know when you continue watching. Duan Lingtian smiled and said, I'm afraid that there will only be 2 people left in front of us in a moment. A few breaths after Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Zhong Bainan, who was originally attacking in the same direction as Wu Xiangqian, suddenly withdrew. In the next instant, Wu Xiangqian was all alone. However, this was not the main point. The main point was that Wu Xiangqian was now facing a demon spirit python alone. Zhong Bainan, you are so ruthless! This was the last roar Wu Xiangqian let out before he died. His voice was filled with anger and unwillingness, but more than that, it was filled with the fear of death. Buzz! When Wu Xiangqian was killed, Zhong Bainan swung his saber and killed the demon spirit python in one fell swoop. The first python was injured. The others had just recovered from Wu Xiangqian's death, and their expressions changed drastically. This time, it was not just Zhong Bainan. Even Mo Wen quickly retreated. He and Zhong Bainan had a tacit understanding. Anyone with eyes could see that they had discussed this beforehand. In the next instant, the remaining medium god emperors were killed one after another. They also took advantage of the time when the medium god emperors had fallen to injure the other two demon spirit pythons. From now on, all three demon spirit pythons were injured. Beside Duan Lingtian, Lu Wuyo inhaled a breath of cold air. She was glad that she had followed Duan Lingtian out. Otherwise, she would not have had a good ending. One had to know that among the people who had fallen, two of them were the right-hand men of heaven's spiritual mansion's mansion Lord Emowen. However, just now, Emowen had given up on them. Just to injure them and snatch the heavenly path fruit? It was not difficult for Lu Wuyo to guess this. It was also because of this that she felt a chill in her heart. However, she was more glad. However, in the field, even if the three demon spirit pythons were seriously injured, Emowen and Zhong Bainan would not be able to kill them in a short period of time. They continued to be in a stalemate. However, right now, they had the upper hand. Of course, although they had the upper hand, they still suffered some injuries in succession. However, their injuries were not serious. After dozens of breaths, the three demon spirit pythons were finally killed. There are no rules and rewards? Duan Lingtian frowned slightly and muttered. He had discovered this after Wu Ping and the other two had fallen. There were actually no rules and rewards in this divine emperor mystery realm? Beside him, Lu Wuyo was speechless and mentally tired. Was this person really muddle-headed or was he faking it? However, she could not help but patiently explain. The divine emperor mystery realm is different from the outside world. In the outside world, the rules and rewards will come at any time. However, in the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm, the rules and rewards are accumulated and given to the last person who survives. One person goes out and takes it all. Two people go out and split it equally. After saying this, Lu Wuyo looked at Duan Lingtian again, and her gaze became a little wary. Chapter 4162. Would this expert, who was suspected to be an ultimate god in the past, kill her in order to get more rewards? Lu Wuyo could not help but feel a chill in her heart when she thought of this. This was also her subconscious thought. From the other party's previous confusion, it was obvious that he did not know about the rules. It did not seem like he was pretending. Would he attack her now that he knew? Although Duan Lingtian did not look at Lu Wuyo, he could still feel the change in her aura. It was normal at the beginning, but now it was vigilant. He could not help but shake his head and smile. Don't worry, as long as you don't provoke me, I won't kill you. Lu Wuyo was relieved when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. She knew very well that with the strength of the person in front of her, he could easily kill her. Since he said so, he would not attack her. At the same time, her eyes lit up when she thought of the fact that so many people had died this time, and that the two upper god emperors would definitely not care about the rewards. It should be known that in a place like the Emperor God Mystic Realm, the rewards would be distributed equally to the people who had left the Mystic Realm alive. There was no need to distinguish who killed and who assisted in the killing like the outside world. Previously, she had entered the Emperor God Mystic Realm that she had opened herself. As there were too many people who entered and there were very few people who killed each other, the strongest demon spirit she had encountered was only a middle god emperor. As a result, there were not many rules rewards given after leaving the mystic realm. In addition, with so many people sharing, she basically did not get much. However, it was different this time. If the Mansion Master and Zhong Bainan can kill the three upper god emperor pythons, then the rewards after leaving this time will definitely be huge. Even if I only get a quarter of it, it will be enough for me to improve. Although he was still a distance away from breaking through to the middle god emperor realm, Lu Wuyo was satisfied that he could improve in such a short period of time. Those three pythons are going to die, Duan Lingtian said to Lu Wuyo at the right time. The Mansion Master of your Heaven's Spirit Mansion is really ruthless. He even schemed against his loyal subordinates. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but shake his head. Hearing this, Lu Wuyo smiled bitterly and said, to him, the greatest value of his subordinates is if they can help him kill these demon spirit pythons. As for whether they live or die, he doesn't care. This is how the world is. Even if it was me, if I didn't leave with you, Even if I only had the cultivation of a lower divine lord, he would still let me take action. He wouldn't let me stand by and watch. After all, he was worried that I would take the opportunity to steal the heavenly Tao fruit. Even though he could have retreated in time, just like how he dealt with that person earlier, the moment all the other middle-level god emperors made a move, and they did not take the opportunity to deal with those 3 pythons, but instead thought of ways to kill me, the other middle-level god emperors would definitely be buried with me. Those pythons would not miss any chance to kill them. When that time comes, their plan of having these god emperors sacrifice their lives to attract the python's attention so that they can wait for an opportunity to severely injure the python will fail. Even if they know that I'm useless, for the sake of their plan to severely injure the python, they wouldn't let me stand by and watch. Lu Wuyo's analysis was clear and organized. Now only they think that we have most likely died. Otherwise, they would definitely only attack the 3 pythons after killing us. Now, the 3 pythons are severely injured and are about to be killed by them. The 2 of them will ultimately become the biggest winners of this trip to the Divine Emperor Mystery Dimension, Lu Wuyo said. The biggest winners? Hearing this, Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Perhaps. At this moment, after 2 of the 3 demon spirit pythons of the upper-level God Emperor realm were severely injured, even if they joined forces, their strength was much weaker. Under the joint attack of Mo1 and Zhong Bainan, they were forced to retreat. Bang! There was an earth-shattering loud noise. It was Zhong Bainan who raised his hand casually. In his hand, a 4-foot-long saber whizzed out. The saber slashed out sideways. Like a kitchen knife slashing garlic, it carried an extremely strong and terrifying power and directly smashed the head of one of the demon spirit pythons into powder. Seeing that the demon spirit python's body was still moving, he took the opportunity to strike with his spear and shatter its body. Roar! Roar! After the first python was killed, the other 2 pythons went completely crazy. They let out beast-like roars from their mouths. The sound shook the void, and waves of sound waves spread out. The sound waves wreaked havoc. Even Duan Lingtian and Lu Wuyo, who were far away, were affected to some extent. However, although they were affected by the shock waves, they were unable to cause any harm to them. No matter what, the 2 of them were still lower-level god emperors. Could it be that they could be killed by a breath from a higher-level god emperor? Attack with all your strength and kill them! Zhong Bainan let out an explosive roar. His originally thin and frail body suddenly swelled up, as if he had become vigorous and powerful in an instant. Kill! Mo1 said. The aura on his body also suddenly surged. The divine weapon in his hand also released an even more dazzling light. Then, he attacked one of the pythons. After a few breaths of stalemate, the 2 of them finally successfully killed their respective targets at the cost of further injuries. They killed the last 2 demon spirit pythons. Elder Zhong, this time it's all thanks to you. After killing the 3 pythons, the 2 of them were not in a hurry to pick the heavenly Tao fruits. Mo1 looked at Elder Zhong. While panting heavily, he said with lingering fear, "If it was just me alone, I'm afraid I could only run for my life after provoking those 3 demon spirits." At this moment, the aura on Zhong Bainan's body was extremely weak, like a balloon that had been deflated. He glanced at Mo1 indifferently and said, "Like we agreed before, I will take 2 heavenly Tao fruits and you will take 1. Let's pick them together." "Okay." Mo1 nodded. Then, like Zhong Bainan, the 2 of them dragged their heavy bodies toward the heavenly Tao fruit tree, preparing to pick the 3 heavenly Tao fruits on it. The process was calm and peaceful. As for the battle just now, it had completely ended. "My lord." Seeing that Mo1 and Zhong Bainan were seriously injured, Lu Wuyo's eyes flickered. She transmitted her voice to Duan Lingtian. "My lord, they are so seriously injured. If you were to take action, would you be confident? Even if I am not confident of killing them, it would be good if I could get 1 or 2 heavenly Tao fruits." Hearing Lu Wuyo's words, Duan Lingtian was indifferent. "How do you know they are seriously injured?" "Huh! While Lu Wuyo was in a daze, the sudden change in front of her caused her pupils to shrink rapidly. She saw that the two of them, who had walked halfway, actually burst out with an even stronger aura at almost the same time. The previous exhaustion was no longer there. At this moment, Lu Wuyo realized how naive she was. They only have light injuries? Light injuries were nothing to powerhouses with such cultivation. At this moment, Duan Lingtian spoke again. These two people did not use their full strength from the beginning. Otherwise, with their strength, even without the help of others, they could have killed the 3 pythons. Of course, without the help of others, they would definitely be seriously injured. And with their serious injuries, they might not be able to make the remaining middle-level god emperors listen to them. Who knows, they might end up benefiting others. Duan Lingtian had seen through it long ago. The two of them were hiding their strength. After breaking through to the God Emperor realm, his vision had become even broader. In addition, he had mastered the way of sword and the way of control. His control of power and vision had improved further. Even from a distance, it was not difficult for him to see through the schemes of the 2 upper-level God Emperors. From the beginning, he had realized that both Mo Wen and Zhong Bainan were slacking off. Both of them were swindlers. Of course, even if Duan Lingtian could not see through this, he could guess the psychological changes in the two of them from the beginning to the end. No matter what, there was another upper-level God Emperor present. If he was so stupid as to use his full strength, he would definitely be taken advantage of by the other upper-level God Emperor. The strength that they are displaying now is much stronger than before. When the two of them suddenly started fighting fiercely in the distance, Lu Wuyo's pupils shrank rapidly. She was further aware of the cruelty of this world. It was also because she did not have the strength of the people around her. Otherwise, in that instant just now, she might not have been able to resist taking action. After all, just now, the 2 upper-level God Emperors were seriously injured and their auras weak. It turned out that it was all just an act. At this moment, Mo Wen and Zhong Bainan, who had suddenly started fighting fiercely in the middle of the journey, had not spoken since they attacked. Under such circumstances, when they looked at each other, they could tell what the other was thinking. They both wanted to take the 3 Heavenly Path fruits for themselves. Once they obtained the Heavenly Path fruits, they did not have to consume them themselves. They could exchange them for other treasures of similar value that would be helpful to them after they broke through to the Divine Venerable Realm. Buzz! Zhong Bainan's saber was as sharp as ever. And Mo Wen was not weak either. At least until now, he was on par with Zhong Bainan. Pfft! Zhong Bainan's saber finally found an opportunity to directly cut off one of Mo Wen's arms. Then, he wanted to take advantage of the situation and hit Mo Wen's body. At this critical moment, an afterimage flashed in front of Mo Wen. It was his other hand. Like a prophet, it flickered with an aquamarine light and grabbed at Zhong Bainan's saber. He was good at the law of the wood element. His hand grabbed at Zhong Bainan's saber. Although Zhong Bainan's saber was constantly shaking and destroying the power in his hand, the power in his hand was constantly regenerating. Whoosh! And in the instant that the two of them were in a deadlock, Mo Wen suddenly opened his mouth. A sharp plant like a vine instantly broke through the air and swept towards the space between Zhong Bainan's eyebrows. Seeing this, Zhong Bainan's expression changed drastically. He subconsciously wanted to lower his body but found that he was blocked. In the end, this vine pierced into Zhong Bainan, who had chosen to raise his body helplessly. It pierced right into the side of his heart. Then, with a sudden shake, a huge hole appeared in Zhong Bainan's chest. A hideous and terrifying hole. You're courting death. Zhong Bainan roared and exerted force with the saber in his hand again. Chapter 4163. The 2 upper-level God Emperors had agreed to share 3 Heavenly Path fruits amicably at first. However, halfway through their journey, the 2 of them regretted their decision. Moreover, they attacked at the same time and fought each other. Moreover, they attacked with all their might and did not hold back. They wanted to injure the other party. The ability that Mo Wen, the Lord of Heaven's spiritual mansion, displayed now was far more powerful than before. He even felt that he was not weaker than Zhong Bainan. Perhaps this was also the reason why he did not want just one heavenly path fruit. Perhaps even he did not expect that Zhong Bainan would attack him when he only wanted one heavenly path fruit. One should know that he only wanted one heavenly path fruit to make Zhong Bainan lower his guard. He did not even attack with all his strength just now. He wanted to ambush Zhong Bainan halfway, injure him severely, and then kill him. However, he did not expect that Zhong Bainan would attack at the same time as he attacked. This caused his plan to fail and let Zhong Bainan know his true ability. "Mo1, do you really think this is my full strength?" The two of them fought for a while. Zhong Bainan growled and the power aura on his body changed again. It shook the void. At the same time, a huge illusory image appeared on his body. It was an illusory image that looked exactly like him. "Divine Venerable Illusionary Body!" Seeing this, Mo1's expression changed drastically. Then, he shouted in shock. "Elder Zhong, I was just joking with you. These 3 heavenly path fruits are all yours. I don't want them." Divine Venerable Illusionary Body. A upper-level god emperor who had mastered such a technique was only a step away from the Divine Venerable realm. As long as there was a suitable opportunity, he could break through at any time. "Humph!" Zhong Bainan snorted coldly and was unmoved. He attacked with his sword. The Divine Venerable Illusionary Body also moved and attacked Mo1. Facing Zhong Bainan's killing intent, the fear in Mo1's eyes was replaced by madness. "Zhong Bainan, it won't be that easy for you to kill me!" The next moment, Mo1 attacked Zhong Bainan without a care. He seemed to be fearless. He was going all out. If he did not go all out, he would die. If he went all out, he would die. Why not go all out? Even if he could not kill his opponent, if he could severely injure him and make him suffer, he would die in peace. A moment later, the two of them met. The two terrifying forces collided with each other, creating a series of thunderous booms that shook the heavens. Boom! Rumble! Surging energies converged from the two directions. After a stalemate, the energy released by the saber light completely crushed the other energy. Of course, during this process, many of the saber lights were also shattered. However, in the end, the other side was finally worn down. Explode! Before Mo1's body turned into dust, he suddenly roared. In the next instant, his divine artifact suddenly exploded. Then, an illusory figure also dissipated. It was the artifact soul of the high-quality divine artifact in his hand. The divine weapon exploded with power, directly shattering the divine blade in Zhong Bainan's hand. Then, a phantom flashed out and quickly flew into Zhong Bainan's body. However, it was still too late. Before the high-grade divine saber's blade soul could escape, it was annihilated by the power of the divine artifact's self-destruction. Furthermore, even Zhong Bainan was seriously injured and sent flying. Wah! At the same time that Mo1 was blown into a bloody mist by the violent power, the power of the explosion of his divine artifact also destroyed Zhong Bainan's divine artifact and seriously injured Zhong Bainan, causing him to spit out blood. Zhong Bainan flew for a distance before he stopped. His face was as pale as paper and his aura was slightly weak. Lunatic! As Zhong Bainan spat out another mouthful of blood, he could not help but curse in the direction where Mo1 had fallen. However, almost as soon as he finished speaking, his expression changed. Whoosh! With a flash of his figure, Zhong Bainan disappeared from his original spot. He, who had not had time to consume the healing divine pill, was immediately injured again. He spat out blood continuously from his mouth as though it was free. And at the place where Zhong Bainan had been standing, a figure flashed and appeared. It was Duan Lingtian, dressed in purple. So powerful! Duan Lingtian sighed. As expected of a half-step divine venerable. Even after being seriously injured to such an extent, you still have so much energy left. As soon as he finished speaking, without waiting for Zhong Bainan to speak, Duan Lingtian attacked again. On the other hand, Zhong Bainan had a look of disdain. A lower-ranked divine emperor also wanted to come out at this time to take advantage of the situation? Ridiculous. Even if I, Zhong Bainan, was seriously injured, I was not someone a mere lower-ranked divine emperor could deal with. However, the look of disdain on Zhong Bainan's face completely disappeared in the next moment. It was replaced by an expression of disbelief and disbelief. This is sword doctrine? And this is the way of control. Previously, Duan Lingtian had attacked casually, which was why Zhong Bainan had avoided it. Now, while Zhong Bainan had avoided it, he had been injured again. Duan Lingtian did not hold back and directly activated the sword doctrine and space doctrine. At the same time, the 7 orifices exquisite sword in his hand also released a 7-colored radiance. Whoosh! The 7-colored sword light whistled out. Its speed was so fast that Zhong Bainan could not avoid it. No! In the end, although Zhong Bainan resisted with all his might, he was still killed by Duan Lingtian's sword because he was too severely injured. When he died, his eyes were wide open. It was obvious that he had died with a grievance. Perhaps, even until his death, he had never thought that a lower-ranked divine emperor could have such strength. With such strength, there was hardly anyone below the upper-ranked divine emperor who could match him. Whoosh! Whoosh! Duan Lingtian casually waved his hand and kept Zhong Bainan's storage ring. At the same time, he did not forget to keep the storage ring of the Heaven's Spiritual Mansion's Mansion Master Mowen. After keeping the 2 storage rings, Duan Lingtian began to collect the storage rings of the others. During this process, a beautiful figure stood there in the distance, looking at the scene in front of her in a daze. That was it? This person had become the final winner? The 2 upper-ranked divine emperors had actually fought to the death at the critical moment. Both of them had concealed their strength earlier. Although they had fought to the death in the end, the one who survived was half crippled. Then, someone else had taken advantage of him. If Mansion Master had known that Zhong Bainan had such strength, or if Zhong Bainan had shown his full strength earlier, this would not have happened. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. Lu Wuyo sighed in her heart. Lu Wuyo's gaze became complicated when she saw the purple figure approaching the heavenly Dao fruit tree and plucking the 3 heavenly Dao fruits from it. This person's luck was really heaven-defying. However, when she thought about how only she and the person in front of her had survived this time, and how 5 upper-ranked divine emperors had died in the divine emperor mystery realm this time, her eyes lit up again. Maybe, this time, I have a chance to enter the middle-ranked divine emperor realm with the help of the power of the rules. How could Lu Wuyo not be excited when she thought of this? As for other things, including the heavenly Dao fruit, she did not dare to think about it at all. She knew that she was not qualified to think about it, and she did not have the strength to think about it. If the other party did not kill her and shared the rewards of the rules with her, it would be a great thing. I won't use the heavenly Dao fruit for now. I'll eat it when I enter the upper-ranked divine emperor realm. I wonder if there are any other treasures in the divine emperor mystery realm. Let's take a look around. After obtaining the 3 heavenly Dao fruits, Duan Lingtian was pleasantly surprised for a while before he turned his attention back to the divine emperor mystery realm. This was because one could not leave the divine emperor mystery realm on their own accord. They had to wait until the time was up before they could be sent out. Now, there was still some time before the divine emperor mystery realm would send the people out. Therefore, Duan Lingtian planned to use the remaining time to search around and see if he could obtain any other good things. My lord. When Lu Wuyo saw Duan Lingtian making a move, she did not stay on the spot and immediately followed him. Actually, she really wanted to tell the purple-clad young man that it would be better for him to stay on the spot and wait for them to leave. It would also be more comforting. However, it was obvious that the purple-clad young man did not intend to do so. Perhaps, he had become a little complacent after killing a severely injured upper-ranked divine emperor who had lost his soul-grade divine weapon. However, regardless of whether the purple-clad young man was complacent or not, she remembered one thing. If she did not follow the purple-clad young man, she might die in the next round. Even if following the purple-clad young man was risky, she still chose to follow the purple-clad young man. Do you think I'll be able to completely consolidate my cultivation as an upper-rank divine emperor after I leave this time? Duan Lingtian asked Lu Wuyo. As for Lu Wuyo following him, he did not say much. As long as the purple-clad young man did not harbor any ill intentions, he would allow him to follow him. However, if the purple-clad young man harbored ill intentions, he would not mind killing him mercilessly and sending him on his way. Definitely. In response to Duan Lingtian's question, Lu Wuyo nodded decisively. 5 upper-rank divine emperors and a few middle-rank divine emperors. Even if it's only half of the rewards, it's enough for you to completely consolidate your cultivation as a lower-rank divine emperor. Perhaps you can even go one step further, Lu Wuyo said. At the same time, she felt a little uneasy. This lord would not go back on his word at this time and kill her so that he could take all the rewards from the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm for himself, right? That's not bad. Duan Lingtian nodded satisfyingly. At the same time, he asked, this time, with your cultivation, you should be able to enter the realm of a middle-rank Divine Emperor, right? Lu Wuyo hesitated for a moment before she finally decided to tell the truth. I should be able to. As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly added, don't worry, Lord. Even if I enter the realm of a middle-rank Divine Emperor, I won't have any thoughts about your rewards this time. Hearing Lu Wuyo's words, Duan Lingtian was stunned at first. However, in the next moment, he could not help but laugh. What you mean is, after you enter the realm of a middle-rank Divine Emperor, you'll be stronger than me? Otherwise, where would the thoughts come from? This woman seemed to be a little complacent. When Lu Wuyo heard this, her heart trembled. Then, she smiled bitterly. I said the wrong thing. Even if I enter the realm of a middle-rank Divine Emperor, I'm definitely not a match for you, Lord. Chapter 4164. Since there were no more competitors in the God-Darch Mystic Realm and he could stay for a while longer, Duan Lingtian would not waste this last chance to take advantage of others. He continued to walk around the God-Darch Mystic Realm and found some things. He passed some of the tests and successfully obtained those things. Of course, those things were not as valuable as the heavenly Tao fruit. Because of that, the tests to obtain them were not difficult. However, although those things were not as valuable as the heavenly Tao fruit, some of them were what Duan Lingtian needed to improve his cultivation base. Of course, the improvement would be minimal. After all, Duan Lingtian was now a person who had seen the world. In the divine trials, if he wanted to improve his cultivation base, he just needed to get more rewards. Ordinary people would need to consider if they could not keep up with the profundity of the laws and if their foundation was not stable. However, he did not need to worry about that. The space law that he had mastered was not inferior to an ordinary lower ultimate god. Moreover, he had mastered the sword principle and control principle. In addition to the 99 heaven veins in his body, he could withstand the rapid improvement of his cultivation base. He did not need to worry about losing control of his divine power. Some people who did not have a strong foundation would lose control of their divine power due to the rapid improvement of their cultivation base. Sometimes they would suffer a backlash or even suffer from Qigong deviation. However, Duan Lingtian did not need to worry about this problem at all. Not to mention the mysterious gangland, even in all the realms of gods, and even in the entire heaven and earth, there were not many people who could compare to his foundation. He's too strong. Among those who came in this time, other than the 3 upper god emperors, I'm afraid no one is his match. Lu Wuyo had been following Duan Lingtian the whole time. She had seen Duan Lingtian fight many times. Because of that, her face was filled with shock. Was this really a lower god emperor who had not consolidated his cultivation base? Before entering the God-Darch Mystic Realm, she had only seen Duan Lingtian's strength when he had not stepped into the God Emperor realm. However, she felt that the two were completely different when compared to each other. After stepping into the God Emperor realm, his strength had become even more heaven-defying. And I've killed so many middle God Emperor demon spirits. After I leave this place, I might really be able to step into the realm of a middle God Emperor. Seeing that the time he could stay in the God-Arch mystic realm was getting shorter and shorter, Lu Wuyo's eyes lit up. She had never thought that she would be able to obtain such great benefits from this trip to the God-Arch mystic realm. One had to know that when she had come over earlier, she had even had the thought of watching the show. She had never thought that she would be able to obtain any benefits under the noses of a group of middle-level God Emperors and high-level God Emperors. However, she did not expect that Duan Lingtian would help her. In the blink of an eye, another period of time had passed. "Sir, we're going to be teleported out today," Lu Wuyo reminded Duan Lingtian. Now, she was even more respectful towards Duan Lingtian, not only because of Duan Lingtian's strength, but also because of the benefits that Duan Lingtian had indirectly given her. Since some time ago, when they encountered some lower God Emperor demon spirits, he did not make a move and allowed her to do it. As for the things that she obtained from killing the lower God Emperor demon spirits, they all belonged to her. If there was something that Duan Lingtian needed, Duan Lingtian would also take out a corresponding or even better item to exchange with her. As for her, she would be more than happy to make the exchange without any reluctance. Duan Lingtian nodded as he continued to search forward. The God-Arch mystic realm was too big. If one wanted to search the entire place, he would not have enough time. Whoosh! Whoosh! Half a day later, Duan Lingtian and Lu Wuyo felt their bodies lighten. Then, their vision turned black and they appeared outside the door of the God-Arch mystic realm. This was also the place where they had been before entering. However, after the two of them came out, the door of the God-Arch mystic realm behind them gradually faded and finally turned into nothingness. "Lu Wuyo?" Just as the dazzling light pillars of the rules rewards descended from the sky, a surprised voice sounded from not too far away. The tone of the voice sounded a little surprised. "So many rules rewards!" Another exclamation sounded at the right time. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Lu Wuyo were bathed in the seemingly endless light pillars of the rules rewards. There were also a few figures around them. These few people were all middle God Emperors. They had rushed over after receiving the news. However, they were still too late. After they arrived, they realized that they were too late. Someone had entered the God-Arch mystic realm before them, and they could not enter again. Even so, they did not plan to turn around and leave directly. They wanted to see who had entered the God-Arch mystic realm, and whether they could kill them and plunder the items piled up in the God-Arch mystic realm. Now, seeing the two of them come out and the God-Arch mystic realm close, it was as if endless rules rewards were showering down. They were all dumbfounded. Weren't there too many rules rewards? And, this time, only the two of them came out of the God-Arch mystic realm? Long. They are all lower God Emperors. Only lower God Emperors. Are you kidding me? At the same time, someone extended his divine consciousness and probed the cultivation of Duan Lingtian and Lu Wuyo. Someone said directly, "I've seen this lady before. She is the city master of Wuyo City, Lu Wuyo. I didn't expect Wuyo City to be so far away from here and she would rush over." 20 people entered the God-Arch mystic realm, and now, only the two of them came out. The remaining 18 people have all died. The remaining 18 people have died and the remaining 2 lower God Emperors came out. What did those 18 people encounter? These 2 people are really lucky. In my opinion, they might not be lucky. Maybe they hid and waited until the God-Arch mystic realm sent them out before they came out. Maybe they did not expect to split the rules rewards equally after they came out. There are so many rules rewards. The other 18 people must have paid a lot. But in the end, they still benefited from it. Those 18 people could get so many rules rewards, which means they got a lot of good stuff. Do you think they went to collect those people's storage rings? It's hard to say. Humph. Whether it's easy to say or not, can't we just kill them and take their storage rings to take a look? The few middle God Emperors looked at Duan Lingtian and Lu Wuyo even more fiercely. At the same time, they spread out and surrounded Duan Lingtian and Lu Wuyo. But why did they not attack now? That was because the two of them were bathing in the rules rewards. If they attacked now, they would definitely break the rules rewards, and such an action would anger the heavens and cause the heavens to punish them. Under the heavens' punishment, even if they did not die, they would be crippled. Rather than that, they might as well let the two people in front of them absorb the rule's rewards completely before attacking. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who was bathing in the rule's rewards, glanced at the people around him and said, "Seems like some of them know you." "My lord, I don't know them," Lu Wuyo said. "They should be hunters in the vicinity. This time, they must have gathered for the Emperor God Mystic Realm, but they did not expect us to enter it first. Now that they saw the Emperor God Mystic Realm disappear and we are bathing in the rule's rewards, they are most likely guessing that we have taken advantage of them. They probably want to kill us and take our rewards in the Emperor God Mystic Realm this time." Duan Lingtian had already guessed what Lu Wuyo said. Duan Lingtian replied indifferently, then ignored the people in front of him, because he knew that they would not attack now. Even if they did, they would wait until they had completely absorbed the rule's rewards. Although Lu Wuyo knew that she was no match for the people around her, she did not feel the slightest pressure because Duan Lingtian was beside her. Then, Lu Wuyo calmed down and focused on absorbing the rule's rewards. After a while, she started to break through to the Middle God Emperor realm. And Duan Lingtian, with the help of the rule's rewards, quickly consolidated his cultivation of Lower God Emperor realm after a while. The aura on his body changed abruptly. Their cultivation is rising so fast. At this time, the few Middle God Emperors who surrounded them also realized this, and their faces turned solemn. In such a situation, either the 18 of them killed enough Middle God Emperor demonic spirits in the Emperor God Mystic Realm, or they killed Upper God Emperor demonic spirits. This Lu Wuyo, I feel like he is about to enter the Middle God Emperor realm. This purple-robed young man just consolidated his cultivation of Lower God Emperor realm. Could it be that the Emperor God Mystic Realm that was opened previously was opened after he broke through? If that's the case, how long has it been, and he consolidated his cultivation of Lower God Emperor Realm? The main thing is that there are too many rules rewards, so many that I envy them. At this moment, the few intermediate God Emperors looked at Duan Lingtian and Lu Wuyo with envy and jealousy in their eyes. As they waited patiently, Yi Zichen and the others waited patiently. Half a month later, Lu Wuyo was the first to finish absorbing the rules rewards, and there was a change in her divine power aura, and she stepped into the Middle God Emperor realm. Although there are many rules rewards left, it's still too far to go to consolidate my cultivation of Middle God Emperor realm. Lu Wuyo sighed inwardly. At the same time, Lu Wuyo felt the change in the aura of the few people around her, and she glanced at them indifferently. "Everyone, let me give you a piece of advice. If you still want to live, leave now. Otherwise, when Master finishes absorbing the rules rewards, I'm afraid you won't be able to escape even if you want to." Hearing Lu Wuyo's words, the few of them were stunned, and then their gazes fell on the purple-robed young man at the side. "Lu Wuyo. You called him master? Lu Wuyo, you're a Middle God Emperor now, and you're the city master of Wuyo City. You called someone who just consolidated his cultivation of Lower God Emperor realm master? Pfft. Lu Wuyo, are you deliberately mystifying me? Do you think you can scare me away like this? Ridiculous. That's right. Even if you want to mystify me, you shouldn't push out a Lower God Emperor who just consolidated his cultivation. Do you really think they're idiots?" As the few Middle God Emperors spoke in disdain, the rules rewards on Duan Lingtian's body disappeared completely, and at the same time, he opened his eyes at the right time. Chapter 4165. In fact, Duan Lingtian had already noticed the people around him when he first came out. Now, after successfully consolidating his cultivation as a lower-level God Emperor, and even increasing his cultivation, Duan Lingtian was in a good mood. Even though he felt the hostility of these people, he did not intend to argue with them. "Are you still going back to Wuyo City?" Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Wuyo and asked. In his opinion, although the Heaven Spirit Mansion's mansion master had died, no one knew what happened. It was even more impossible for anyone to suspect that Lu Wuyo had anything to do with the death of the Heaven Spirit Mansion's mansion master. "Yes." Lu Wuyo nodded. She had already taken root in Wuyo's city. Even though she had broken through to the middle-level God-Emperor realm, she had no intention of leaving Wuyo's city. As for the death of the Heaven's Spirit Mansion's Mansion Master, Mon, she did not care. Even if they had entered a lower-level God-Emperor mystery realm, no one would think that Mon's death had anything to do with her. It would not affect her. Of course, in reality, it had nothing to do with her. Lu Wuyo subconsciously glanced at the purple-robed youth in front of her. She thought to herself, I'm afraid no one will think that Mansion Master Mo's death has anything to do with this person, right? He's just a person who has just consolidated his cultivation as a lower-level God-Emperor. Before coming out, he had not even consolidated his cultivation. While Lu Wuyo's thoughts were spinning, Duan Lingtian had already said, Since that's the case, let's go our separate ways. The mountains are high and the water is far away. We'll meet again someday. Although Duan Lingtian was saying these polite words, he knew in his heart that there was no possibility of him meeting Lu Wuyo again in the future. However, it was also because of this interaction that he felt more and more that this illusion was real. In his eyes, the strongest had become even more mysterious. Lu Wuyo glanced at the middle-level God-Emperors around her who were eyeing her covetously. She did not move subconsciously. However, Duan Lingtian made a move and prepared to leave. However, the moment Duan Lingtian moved, the auras of a few Middle Emperor gods locked onto him. Brat, if you don't want to die, don't act rashly. One of the Middle God Emperors stared coldly at Duan Lingtian. Brat, if you want to leave this place alive, you'd better cooperate and hand over all the storage rings on you. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave. That's right. Hand over your storage ring and you may leave. Otherwise, die. A few god lords stared at Duan Lingtian like a few hungry wolves staring at a little sheep. And in their eyes, Duan Lingtian was indeed no different from a little sheep. He was just a lower god emperor who had just consolidated his cultivation. At this very moment, they didn't notice that Lu Wuyo, who was standing at the side, was looking at them with sympathy in his eyes. Facing the few god emperors who had come with ill intentions, Duan Lingtian merely raised his eyelids and glanced at them indifferently. After that, he didn't make any big moves. He merely raised his hand and grabbed at one of the middle god emperors across the space. Suddenly, the middle god emperor's expression changed greatly. He felt that the space around him had been confined. At the same time, a strong pressure enveloped him at the right time. Bang! Before the rest of them could react, this middle god emperor, who had been desperately activating his divine power and profound of laws, was still crushed by the power of space around him and turned into a pool of blood. The blood turned into arrows and shot in all directions. It even hit two middle god emperors, but they couldn't come back to their senses. At this moment, they looked at Duan Lingtian and the light in their eyes disappeared. What replaced it was shock and disbelief. Was he really just a lower god emperor who had just consolidated his cultivation? Why did it feel like he wasn't a lower god emperor but a higher god emperor? But from the feedback their divine consciousness gave them, the other party was clearly a lower god emperor. Just as the few of them were stunned by the scene in front of them, Duan Lingtian grabbed at the space again and did the same to the other person. He died in the same way as the previous person. Run! This time, the remaining people instantly came back to their senses. Their first thought was to run. One of them could still be considered an accident. But both of them, that was definitely not an accident. This lower god emperor who had just consolidated his cultivation had the ability of a higher god emperor. Maybe he was even stronger than an ordinary higher god emperor. At this moment, they didn't even think about whether they could escape under the nose of a strong practitioner who was comparable to a higher god emperor. They had no other choice but to run. Whoosh! The moment the remaining people scattered and fled, Duan Lingtian caught up with them easily with 2 teleportations. Then, with a wave of his hand, he sent them on their way. From the beginning to the end, the middle god emperors didn't make a move. Or rather, they didn't have time to make a move. Let's go. Duan Lingtian was far away. He turned his head and nodded at Lu Wuyo. Then, he escaped into the distance. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's voice sounded in Lu Wuyo's ears. If it's possible, don't tell anyone that you entered the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm with Mo1. Although no one will suspect that you have anything to do with Mo1's death, they will wonder if you have taken their storage rings or the storage rings of others, since 3 upper-level Divine Emperors have died in there, and yet you have come out alive. These are all the root causes of the disaster. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian didn't think much of it. However, just now, when he was faced with the greed of the few middle-level god emperors, he suddenly thought of this matter. Rather than saying that the other party wanted his storage ring because they knew that he had gained quite a lot, it would be more accurate to say that they wanted to see if he had gained anything great in his storage ring. Lu Wuyo stood on the spot and looked in the direction Duan Lingtian had left. Her gaze was complicated. This person's body was a male pet that she had used in the past. She had never looked him in the eye and felt that there would never be any interaction between them, but at this moment, this strong practitioner who had taken over her male pet's body gave her a strange feeling. In her heart, there was a subtle feeling that she had never felt before. However, in the blink of an eye, it turned into a sigh. Although she didn't know who he was, it wasn't difficult for her to sense that he was mysterious and unfathomable. She and he were destined to be people of 2 different worlds. From now on, it would be difficult for them to interact. Naturally, Duan Lingtian didn't know what Lu Wuyo was thinking. This trip to the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm made Duan Lingtian happy. I didn't expect there to be such a thing as the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm. Any person, any life form that breaks through in the trial of God will open the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm. The more talented the person who breaks through, the more valuable the treasures in the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm are. For example, Duan Lingtian had entered a Divine Emperor's secret realm where 3 heavenly Dao fruits had appeared. Not only that, but all 3 heavenly Dao fruits were already in his possession. Of course, it was all thanks to the balance and conflict between the 3 Divine Emperors that could be achieved so smoothly. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for him to obtain even 1 heavenly Dao fruit. Before I consolidated my cultivation, even if I didn't hold back and gave it my all, I would at most be able to put up a fight against Wu Ping. However, Wu Ping was killed by the other 2 in the blink of an eye. At that time, I wouldn't have been able to escape death if I had to fight against the other 2. However, now that I've consolidated my cultivation, I feel that my strength has increased by quite a bit. Even if I have to fight against Mo1, the Spirit Mansion's Mansion Master, I'm confident that I won't lose even if I can't defeat him. As for Zhong Bainan, he's a half-step ultimate god. He's too strong. Even if I were to fight against him now, I'm afraid I'll lose and die without a doubt. Duan Lingtian had finally witnessed the strength of a half-step ultimate god. A half-step ultimate god was someone who had already mastered the divine venerate apparition. It could be said that he was already a half-step ultimate god. Where should I go next? Forget it, I'll go to the prefecture city first. At least I can ask for directions in the prefecture city to find out where the capital is. Originally, Duan Lingtian had planned to stay in the prefecture city of the Spirit Mansion for a period of time. He also wanted to see if there was a way to quickly increase his strength in the prefecture city. However, now that even the Spirit Mansion's Mansion Master, Mo1, had fallen, and he knew that his current strength was not weaker than Mo1's, he naturally looked down on the prefecture city. Now, only the capital of this divine kingdom could attract him. Once he reached the capital, he would be able to see the wider world. The divine kingdom was not the overlord of this world. Even in this place called the Tianan continent, there were many divine kingdoms. The divine kingdom that he was in now was only one of the many divine kingdoms in the Tianan continent. The prefecture city. Naturally, it was more prosperous than Wuyo City. When Duan Lingtian entered the prefecture city, he only discovered that it was peaceful. Clearly, the news of the Spirit Mansion's Mansion Master, Mo1, falling had not spread. Or perhaps, they still didn't know about Mo1's death. This world. Do soul pearls exist? Even if they don't, there should be something that reflects one's death, right? Now, there should be people who know that Mo1 has fallen, right? Duan Lingtian was a little puzzled and also a little puzzled. In the next few days, Duan Lingtian stayed in the prefecture city and learned more information that he did not know before. For example, the location of the Divine Kingdom's capital and how many Divine Kingdoms there were in the Tiannan continent. For example, there seemed to be more than just the Tiannan continent in this world. I wonder if Fourth senior sister is in the Tiannan continent? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At the same time, he was a little worried. Although his fourth senior sister was very powerful and was considered the strongest among the people who entered this time, there was no lack of divine venerables in this world. With his fourth senior sister's personality, it would not be strange even if she provoked a divine venerables. I'm just a junior brother, but I have to worry about my senior sister's safety. Duan Lingtian felt helpless. On this day, Duan Lingtian was preparing to leave the Heaven's Spiritual Mansion's prefecture city and head to the capital of the Divine Kingdom. However, before he could leave the city, a few people flew over from the horizon. At the same time, a sonorous voice descended from the sky. I am the Lord's emissary. The Lord has decreed that since the Heaven's Spiritual Mansion's mansion Lord Mon has died, the Heaven's Spiritual Mansion will have a new mansion lord. The new mansion lord will enter the capital within 3 months and follow the Lord to the Destiny Canyon to participate in the Divine Kingdom battle and win glory for the Righteous Divine Kingdom. The Righteous Divine Kingdom was the name of the Divine Kingdom that Duan Lingtian was currently in. As the voice of the Lord's emissary from the Divine Fruit Kingdom's capital spread throughout the prefecture city, the entire prefecture city was shocked. The Lord Mansion Lord has fallen? Even someone as strong as the Lord Mansion Lord has fallen? Chapter 4166. The Manor Lord had fallen. This was undoubtedly a huge matter for the Heaven's Spiritual Manor. After the Manor Lord had fallen, the next Manor Lord had to be chosen. If it was any other time, there would be no need to rush, as the envoys from the capital would not come so early. But this time, the Heavens Canyon, where all the divine nations of the heavenly South continent were competing, was about to open. Therefore, the envoys of the Heavenly Spirit Manor arrived a few days after Mon, the manor head of the Heavenly Spirit Manor, had fallen. The nation lord's emissary was also an upper divine emperor, and a very powerful one at that. His strength was no less than that of the Heaven's Spirit Mansion's mansion Lord Mon when he was alive. In 2 months, the Heaven's Spiritual Manor's Manor City welcomes all experts to participate in the competition for the position of Acting Manor Lord. The Acting Manor Lord of the Heaven's Spiritual Manor can follow the Manor Lord to the Destiny Canyon and participate in the competition. As long as your performance isn't too bad, the Manor Lord will personally appoint you as the real Manor Lord. This was what the envoy from the capital had announced to the public shortly after arriving in the Sky Spirit Mansion. At the same time, the news had quickly spread. In 2 months, the Manor Lord's envoy would host the competition for the position of Acting Manor Lord in the Heaven's Spiritual Manor's Manor City. This time, the Acting Manor Lord could follow the Manor Lord to the Destiny Canyon and participate in the competition. As long as their performance wasn't too bad, they would most likely become the real Manor Lord of the Heaven's Spiritual Manor. The Heaven's Spiritual Manor was a manor under the Righteous Divine Nation, so the position of Manor Lord naturally couldn't be decided casually. Therefore, even if the Manor Lord's envoy hosted the competition, it would only be the Acting Manor Lord. For the time being, he couldn't be considered the real Manor Lord. If he wanted to become the Manor Lord, it would depend on his performance in the Destiny Canyon. The Destiny Canyon. Duan Lingtian didn't know what the Destiny Canyon was. Although many people around him were discussing it, he didn't know much about it either. The only thing he was certain of was that it was the Destiny Canyon. The Heavens Canyon was a place where the various divine nations of the heavenly South continent would compete for supremacy. The rulers of the various divine nations all attached great importance to this competition. There are benefits. Although many people didn't know the specifics of the battle between the Divine Kingdoms and the Destiny Canyon, Duan Lingtian still learned from some people that participating in the battle between the Divine Kingdoms and the Destiny Canyon would bring great benefits. There are benefits. Moreover, I'll be able to immediately come into contact with the righteous divine nation's capital. Moreover, I'll be able to directly come into contact with the ruler of the righteous divine nation. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian's eyes could not help but flicker a few times. In the end, he stopped in his tracks, preparing to leave the Heavenly Spirit Prefecture. Perhaps I can compete for the position of acting mansion master of the Heaven's Spirit Mansion. As long as I sit on that seat, I'll be able to follow the monarch of the righteous divine kingdom to Heaven's Canyon and participate in the battle of the divine kingdoms. Not to mention the benefits I might obtain later on. Being able to directly contact the monarch of the righteous divine kingdom is also a good thing for me. However, in 2 months, there will definitely be many people participating in the competition for the position of acting mansion master of the Heaven's Spirit Mansion. After all, this is not an ordinary acting mansion master. It'll be the acting mansion master who will follow the monarch of the righteous divine kingdom to Heaven's Canyon to participate in the battle of the divine kingdoms. Moreover, after obtaining the benefits, I can choose to leave the Heaven's Spirit Mansion and not consider becoming the real mansion master of the Heaven's Spirit Mansion. Considering all these factors, Duan Lingtian was determined to obtain the position of acting mansion master of the Heaven's Spirit Mansion in 2 months. Of course, he also knew that there would be a certain degree of difficulty. If it was just the position of acting mansion master of the Heaven's Spirit Mansion, even if it was the real mansion master, it wouldn't be enough to attract so many people. Although the mansion master had certain privileges, he would have to pay a lot. He could even delay his own cultivation because of some things that the monarch had ordered him to do. However, this time, it was only the acting mansion master, the kind that could leave at any time. Moreover, he would have the opportunity to participate in the battle of the divine kingdoms at Heaven's Canyon. Many reclusive upper-rank god emperors, such as Zhong Bainan, who had previously died at the hands of Duan Lingtian, would not miss such an opportunity. In 2 months, I'll strive to improve my strength. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. He wasn't interested in the position of acting mansion master of the Heaven's Spirit Mansion, but the so-called Heaven's Canyon and the battle of the divine kingdoms attracted him. In 2 months' time, he also wanted to compete for the position of acting mansion master of the Heaven's Spirit Mansion. In the next 2 months, Duan Lingtian stayed in the Heaven's Spirit Mansion's capital city for 2 days. After that, he couldn't stay any longer and began to wander around the capital city of the Heaven's Spirit Mansion. Once he tracked down a middle-rank god emperor hunter, he would kill him. Although he now had the battle prowess of an upper-rank god emperor, his cultivation was only that of a lower-rank god emperor. Killing a middle-rank god emperor was still considered fighting above his realm, and he would be rewarded handsomely. Of course, if a middle-rank god emperor killed him, he wouldn't be rewarded with any rules. It could be said that the rules of this world were shockingly good for people like Duan Lingtian who had the battle prowess of a higher realm. While Duan Lingtian was tracking down a middle-rank god emperor hunter, he didn't even let go of a lower-rank god emperor hunter. With the Heaven's Spirit Mansion's capital city as the center, as the news of the battle of the acting mansion master spread, various hidden experts began to gather. Of course, within the Heaven's Spirit Mansion's capital city, there weren't many upper-rank god emperors. 2 months' time wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. In the blink of an eye, it was over. At this time, it had been almost a year since Duan Lingtian entered the divine trials. I can still stay for a little more than 2 years. Entering the middle-rank god emperor realm shouldn't be a problem. I just don't know if I can consolidate my cultivation at the middle-rank god emperor realm. When Duan Lingtian returned to the Heaven's Spirit Mansion's capital city and prepared to compete for the position of acting mansion master, he sighed in his heart. As for the upper-rank god emperor, he didn't dare to think about it. That was too far away. To him, in the next 2 years, if he could enter the middle-rank god emperor realm in the divine trials and consolidate his cultivation, it would be good enough. That night, Duan Lingtian stayed in an inn in the Heaven's Spirit Mansion's capital city. Of course, the inns in the trial of God weren't called inns, but temporary cultivation grounds instead. In other words, it had the meaning of temporary cultivation grounds, and Duan Lingtian felt it was difficult to pronounce when he read it. Before he stayed in the inn, along the way, Duan Lingtian could hear the people around him. Most of them were discussing the acting mansion master competition that the country lord's emissary would personally host tomorrow. Tomorrow, the acting mansion master competition would be held 10,000 miles east of the Heaven's Spirit Mansion's capital city, and it would be hosted by the country lord's emissary. At that time, any expert who was interested in the Heaven's Spirit Mansion could participate in the acting mansion master competition. Cultivation wasn't limited. Strength was the only thing that mattered. Moreover, it didn't matter if they were dead or alive. In other words, you could kill your opponent during the acting mansion master competition. A battle of life and death is enough to make those who simply want to try shrink back. Tomorrow, there will be only a few people who will truly participate in the substitute mansion master selection. However, without exception, all of them will be experts. Even when he arrived at the door of his room, Duan Lingtian could still hear the discussion of two guests behind him. The room Duan Lingtian was staying in was one of the last rooms in the inn. Among the people who came to the prefecture city recently, there weren't many who would participate in the acting mansion master competition tomorrow. Most of them were here to watch the fun. After all, the acting mansion master competition would be completely open tomorrow. That night, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on his bed and closed his eyes to rest. In his mind, he was thinking that there was not much time left. After exiting the trial of gods, it's time to enter the planar battlefield. The dimensional battlefield has great dangers, but it also has various opportunities. If I want to enter the ultimate god realm before the 1,000-year deadline, I can only rely on the dimensional battlefield. With my current skills, if I enter the ultimate god realm, I won't be an ordinary ultimate god. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. At the same time, he thought to himself, Kerr, you're also in the dimensional battlefield. Nothing must happen to you. If anything happens to you, I'll make sure the Yun clan is buried with you. The Yun clan. It was a giant ultimate god faction in the world of divine remains. It was a powerful clan with the shadow of an ultimate god behind it. Duan Lingtian was well aware of this. However, he wasn't afraid. It wasn't impossible for him to become an ultimate god. If he could become an ultimate god, he didn't think he would be weaker than those ultimate gods. How many ultimate gods could possess 5 high-level forms of the 5 divine elements, and master 2 heavenly Tao of Sword Tao and Tao of Control at the same time? This was the source of Duan Lingtian's confidence. As for the law profundity, he had the ultimate god's divinity to help him understand the law of space. As for the law of life, he had the sacred tree of life. As for the other laws, he could accumulate them over time. Early the next morning, Duan Lingtian left the inn and left the city with a group of people. Duan Lingtian was traveling alone and seemed a little lonely. Of course, there were others who were traveling alone like him. Brother, did you come alone? As soon as Duan Lingtian left the Heaven's Spirit Mansion's prefecture city, someone came up to him and asked with a smile. Duan Lingtian glanced at the person who came up to him. He was also a lower god emperor. He must have noticed that the divine power he emitted when he was flying was also a lower god emperor's divine power. That was why he came over. In this world where the strong were respected and the weak were prey to the strong, in the eyes of most people, only those with similar cultivation levels belonged to the same circle. In fact, the young man took the initiative to greet Duan Lingtian because he could tell that Duan Lingtian was only a lower god emperor. If Duan Lingtian was a middle god emperor or a higher god emperor, he wouldn't greet Duan Lingtian. If it was the former, he would feel that he was unworthy. If it was the latter, he would feel that he wasn't worthy of him. Duan Lingtian glanced at the young man beside him and nodded indifferently. This was a young man in a light green robe. He was tall and had a resolute face. He didn't look handsome, but he left a deep impression. End of chapter. Chapter 4167. The young man did not mind Duan Lingtian's indifference. He sighed to himself and said, I really didn't expect someone as powerful as the Heaven's Spirit Mansion Lord to die so easily. As far as I know, in the entire Heaven's Spirit Mansion, There are only 1 or 2 high-level Divine Emperor Luce cultivators who have the ability to compete with the Heaven's Spirit Mansion Lord. At this point, the young man paused for a moment before continuing. Speaking of which, it's quite strange. It's said that Senior Zhong Bainan, a rogue cultivator whose strength isn't any weaker than the Heaven's Spirit Mansion's Mansion Master, also died. If another Luce cultivator senior, who is rumored to be as powerful as the Heaven's Spirit Mansion Lord Mon, comes, there is no need to compete. He will definitely be the acting Heaven's Spirit Mansion Lord. Duan Lingtian did not pay any attention to the young man when he said the first half of his sentence. When Duan Lingtian heard his last sentence, he could not help but ask in a calm tone, "That person is very strong? More powerful than Zhong Bainan?" The young man shook his head. He should not be as powerful as Elder Zhong. However, it is said that he is as powerful as the former Heaven's Spirit Mansion Lord Mon. Of course, most people say that he is not as powerful as Mon. However, even if he is not as powerful as Mon, he should not be too far off. The moment the young man's words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian's heart that was originally in his mouth finally relaxed. He was determined to win the Heaven's Spirit Mansion's acting Heaven's Spirit Mansion Lord's Spirit Mansion Lord. He did not want to lose the position of acting Heaven's Spirit Mansion Lord to someone else. Not as powerful as Mon. There was nothing to be afraid of. His current ability was enough to deal with him. Moreover, the other party might not even come. Duan Lingtian did not completely ignore the young man's conversation throughout the journey since he had heard the information that was useful to him. He would occasionally reply to him, "You're just here to watch the show? Don't you want to try?" Duan Lingtian asked. The young man was stunned when he heard this. Then, he smiled bitterly. "Are you kidding me? There is no life or death in this Heaven's Spirit Mansion Lord's Spirit Mansion Lord's Spirit Mansion Lord. If I go, I will be killed before I can even admit defeat. I am only a lower divine lord. This time, I'm guessing that even if it's a god emperor, there won't be many who would dare to enter the arena. The acting palace master competition this time is mainly a stage for the upper god emperors. Although, there aren't many high-level god emperors in the heavenly spirit palace." While chatting with the young man, Duan Lingtian soon arrived at the place where the competition for the substitute mansion master would be held. It was a vast canyon some distance away from the Heaven's Spirit Mansion's capital city. At this moment, many people had gathered in the sky above the canyon. Some came alone, some came in pairs, and some came in groups of 3 to 5. "The king's emissary is here!" As soon as Duan Lingtian and the young man arrived, they heard someone exclaim. The next moment, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, saw a middle-aged man, escorted by 2 old men, flying over from afar. The middle-aged man in the lead was dressed in a light silver robe. His face was resolute, and his eyes were sharp. He was the king's emissary from the righteous divine nation's capital city. 2 months ago, Duan Lingtian had heard his voice in the sky above the Heaven's Spirit Mansion's capital city. That was why he hadn't left the Heaven's Spirit Mansion's capital city. As soon as the king's emissary arrived, he announced in an indifferent tone, "The acting palace master competition will begin today at noon and end tomorrow at noon. There will be no delay. Starting at noon, those who are interested in competing for the position of acting palace master of the Heaven's Spirit Mansion may enter the arena." The king's emissary arrived quickly and spoke quickly as well. He was direct and to the point, without the slightest hesitation. As soon as the king's emissary finished speaking, he raised his hand and a disc array flew out. Then, it surrounded a large area in the void above the canyon. "This is the area where the acting palace master competition of the Heaven's Spirit Mansion will take place. Those who leave the area will lose. Those who admit defeat will lose. Those who are killed will lose. You may enter at noon. If 2 people enter, the third person will have to wait until one of them is defeated before he can enter. The person who stands until noon tomorrow will be the acting palace master of the Heaven's Spirit Mansion. 1 month later, he will enter the capital city. Although the king will go to the Destiny Canyon to participate in the Divine Nation competition." The king's emissary's voice was loud and clear. At the same time, it caused the hearts of the people present to tremble. This kind of rule. It seems that it's a bit of a disadvantage to go first? That can't be helped. Don't tell me you don't want to go first just because you want to suffer a disadvantage? Humph. What's the point of thinking so much? If you have enough strength, you can just show your strength and be more ruthless. Who would dare to compete with you? That's true. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was watching from afar. Beside him was the young man who had taken the initiative to talk to him. At this time, the young man introduced himself, and Duan Lingtian learned his name. Wang Chun. Brother, this is the first time I've seen such a grand scene. How about you? Wang Chun was a little excited and asked Duan Lingtian with a smile. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he smiled faintly but did not reply. However, Duan Lingtian's calmness made Wang Chun think highly of him. It seemed that this fellow who was also a lesser god emperor like him was not simple. Was he a descendant of an expert who had come from outside the Heaven's Spirit Mansion to watch the show? Or was he a member of a big family in the righteous divine nation? Hu Donglon! Suddenly, Wang Chun saw a person flying in the sky from afar and let out a low cry. Following that, another person also let out a cry of surprise and looked at that person at the same time. At this time, even Duan Lingtian could not help but look over. The person named Hu Donglon was a young man wearing a blue robe. He was handsome and seemed to have a smile on his face at all times. As soon as he appeared, he immediately flew towards the emissary. At the same time, he bowed slightly and cupped his hands. Hu Donglon greets the emissary. You're Hu Donglon? The envoy glanced at the blue-robed young man in front of him. I've heard about you recently and know that you're one of the few upper god emperors in the Heaven's Spirit Mansion. Good luck. The position of acting mansion master might be yours. When Hu Donglon heard this, he smiled slightly. Lord Envoy, I'll do my best. The envoy nodded slightly. Even though they were both upper god emperors, he had a sense of superiority. In terms of status, he was the envoy of the nation lord and had the honorable god emperor behind him. In terms of strength, he was stronger than Hu Donglon. As for Hu Donglon, he did not show any dissatisfaction in the face of the nation lord's envoy's indifference. Instead, he seemed to think that it was normal, and was not surprised at all. Lord Hu Donglon! Lord Hu Donglon, I heard that Elder Zhong also met with misfortune. The position of acting mansion master this time will most likely be yours. Lord Hu Donglon, if you become the mansion master in the future, please take care of me. I heard that you have a son. Coincidentally, I also have a daughter who's quite good-looking. Soon, Hu Donglon was surrounded by a circle of people. Some of them were independent cultivators, while others were high-ranking members of the clans in the Heaven's Spirit Mansion. The group of people surrounded Hu Donglon to flatter him, as if they were treating him as the future lord of the Heaven's Spirit Mansion. These people are flattering him a little too early. Wang Chun, who was beside Duan Lingtian, shook his head. Hu Donglon is definitely not the only upper god emperor who came this time. Although Hu Donglon is also an upper god emperor, his strength seems to be average among the upper god emperors. Unless there are no other upper god emperors coming. Otherwise, Hu Donglon will most likely have no chance. Just as Wang Chun was mumbling to himself, another cry of surprise rang out. Another high-level god emperor had entered the arena. Even if upper god emperors were not well known in the Heaven's Spirit Mansion, as long as they did not hide themselves too deeply, there were still people who knew of their existence. It was just that there were fewer people who knew about them. In the Heaven's Spirit Mansion, other than the former mansion Lord Mowen, there are two other independent cultivators who are recognized as the three strongest upper god emperors in the Heaven's Spirit Mansion. Zhong Bainan and Eugene Shan. Zhong Bainan, Elder Zhong, also died some time ago, so it's impossible for him to come. I just don't know if Elder Eugene Shan will come back. Someone said. Eugene Shan. And when he mentioned this name, not only did the entire audience become much quieter, even the two upper god emperors who had arrived first, including Hu Donglon, all had serious expressions on their faces. If Elder Yu really comes, both you and I will have no chance. The second upper god emperor independent cultivator who had arrived looked at Hu Donglan and said with a sigh, Elder, you might not come. Hu Donglan said, 100 years ago, I heard that Elder you had left the Heaven's Spirit Mansion for some matters. Until now, I haven't heard any news of his return. Of course, I can't be sure if the news is true or false. But I firmly believe that there's no smoke without fire. Hu Donglan said. I hope so. However, if Elder Yu really isn't here, I won't show any mercy to you, Hu Donglan. Me too. Although it wasn't noon yet, there were already sparks flying between the two upper god emperors. They weren't sparks of flirting, they were sparks of competition. Although many people had arrived later, there were no longer any upper god emperors. Noon arrived as scheduled. At this time, the voice of the nation lord's envoy reverberated in the air. Anyone who is interested in the position of acting mansion master of the Heaven's Spirit Mansion may enter now. Regardless of cultivation level, only strength. By noon tomorrow, the strongest person standing at the end will be the acting mansion master of the Heaven's Spirit Mansion. As soon as the nation lord's envoy finished speaking, no one entered the arena. More people's gazes fell on Hu Donglan and the upper god emperor who had arrived later. Only 2 upper god emperors have come. The acting mansion master will definitely be decided between them. Why aren't they entering the arena? Are they waiting until tomorrow to enter the arena? Seeing that the 2 upper god emperors had yet to enter the arena, some middle god emperors couldn't hold themselves back anymore. Since the upper god emperors aren't entering the arena, I'll throw a brick to attract Jade. Although I definitely don't have any hope of becoming the acting mansion master of the Heaven's Spirit Mansion, it's still a good thing to perform in front of the nation lord's envoy. Who knows, maybe he'll take a fancy to me and bring me back to the capital. Chapter 4168. Although the 2 high-level god emperors who were present did not participate, there were still some mid-level god emperors who participated to display their strength. Their goal was to attract the attention of the envoy from the capital. They all hoped that the envoy would take a liking to them and bring them back to the capital. One had to know that going to the capital and being taken back by the envoy were 2 completely different concepts. The former was useless. The latter could completely change their fate. Thus, in the next half a day, the group of middle-level god emperors displayed their abilities to their heart's content. In the end, there were also a few middle-level god emperors whose performances were truly stunning, causing people to raise their eyebrows. In fact, they had even received the personal praise of the nation's envoy. If you become a high-level god emperor, you can look for me in the capital. I'll give you a good job. In the end, the envoy did not intend to let them follow him to the capital. Instead, he said that they could look for him after they became high-level god emperors. This was undoubtedly a bit like trying to gain something without risking anything. No matter how weak a high-level god emperor was, as long as they were willing to submit, they would be able to find a good job under the divine master of the capital. These mid-level god emperors were doing their best to display their strength because they wanted to become a high-level god emperor under the divine master and rely on the resources under the divine master to become a high-level god emperor. If they could become high-level god emperors on their own, they might not be willing to use their freedom to exchange for a job under the divine master. Unless they could get something that they could not refuse. As the group of mid-level god emperors entered the arena to display their strength, another high-level god emperor arrived. He was also a wandering cultivator within the Heaven's Spirit Mansion. However, fewer people knew about him. It's not that Elder Yu. Beside Duan Lingtian, Wang Chen glanced at the newcomer and said, I've also heard of him. If the rumors are true, he might not be stronger than Hu Donglan and the others. Since then, 3 high-level god emperors had appeared in the Heaven's Spirit Mansion Substitute Mansion Master Battle. Their arrival made everyone look forward to the next day's competition. Late at night, the second dawn arrived. The Heaven's Spirit Mansion Substitute Mansion Master Battle was still ongoing. Whoosh! Originally, most of the people present had dozed off from watching the mid-level god emperors fight. When a figure entered the arena, they all woke up. Hu Donglan! Finally, a high god emperor had entered the arena. You are no match for me. After Hu Donglan entered the arena, she glanced indifferently at the middle god emperor who was suppressing the crowd. After that, when the other party hesitated for a moment, and did not even have the time to open his mouth and admit defeat, she directly smashed out a punch. Bang! With one punch, the void trembled. The terrifying god power fused with Upanishads turned into a terrifying fist energy that scattered in all directions. It gathered halfway and shot out like a beam of light. That god emperor had long been waiting for Hu Donglan to enter the arena. It wasn't that he didn't want to admit defeat. However, as one of the best amongst the god lords, he also wanted to know the difference between himself and an upper god lord like Hu Donglan. This was because he also knew that Hu Donglan's strength could only be considered average amongst the upper god lords. However, as he used all of his strength to defend, the terrifying fist energy came right at him. The moment his defense was shattered, he regretted it. I admit defeat! Although he had admitted defeat in time, Hu Donglan did not stop. The remaining force of the punch still landed on his body and sent him flying. He was sent flying out of the area covered by the array disk. Even if he did not admit defeat, he had already lost. After being sent flying, this middle-level god emperor's face was as pale as a sheet of paper, and his aura was weak. His body that was floating in the air gave people a feeling that he was on the verge of collapsing. It was only after he consumed a healing divine pill that he recovered slightly. So powerful! This is a upper god emperor! After Hu Donglan, a upper god emperor, entered the arena, a casual punch made everyone feel the power of a upper god emperor. At the same time, no other god emperor entered the arena. In an instant, Hu Donglan landed there like an undefeatable god of war. She was majestic and no one dared to challenge her. Without an upper god emperor, I'm afraid no one can fight with Lord Hu Donglan. Of course. Lord Hu Donglan is an upper god emperor. Moreover, she is an upper god emperor who has nurtured a full soul high-grade divine weapon. Those two should be entering the arena too, right? Not long after, more people's attention fell on the two upper god emperors who were fighting for the position of acting mansion master of Heaven's Spirit Mansion, other than Hu Donglan. However, the two of them were standing in their original spots. It was obvious that they had no intention of fighting. Perhaps they were waiting for the other party to make the first move. After all, in such an occasion, it was not good to make the first move. Ha ha! Suddenly, a burst of loud laughter came from afar. It was hearty and bold. Hu Donglan, I'll fight with you! After a while, when everyone felt a scorching aura coming toward them, a burly figure turned into a fiery shadow and came over. The fiery light filled the sky as if it was going to set the sky on fire. A upper god emperor who is skilled in the law of fire! The other party had just arrived. Duan Lingtian did not even need to check to sense the other party's divine power aura. He was also a upper god emperor. Moreover, it was obvious that he was skilled in the law of fire. The person who had just arrived was a burly man in a fiery red robe. He had a curly beard and messy hair. Most importantly, whether it was his hair or his curly beard, they were all fiery red. He had a pair of large eyes. As soon as he appeared, he did not wait for Hu Donglan, who was frowning slightly, to speak and immediately attacked. Whoosh! Whoosh! The middle-aged man with the curly beard moved. Flames raged in the sky and intertwined to form a giant fire net that fell toward Hu Donglan. A crimson saber had appeared in his hand. The saber was very long, at least 6 feet long. It was surrounded by flames and there was a soul aura in it. It was extremely mysterious. It's Qingyan! Qingyan, a famous upper god emperor loose practitioner in the Heaven's Spirit Mansion. However, didn't he leave the Heaven's Spirit Mansion a long time ago? Yes. I also heard that he left a long time ago. In the past few hundred years, there has been no news of him. This Qingyan, a few hundred years ago, was already as famous as Hu Donglan. It's said that he fought Hu Donglan back then, but it ended in a draw. While many people recognized the identity of the newcomer, the fierce battle in the field had reached a climax. Hu Donglan was obviously not a pushover. Facing Qingyan's attacks, she was not at a disadvantage at all. The two of them fought fiercely again and again. The aftermath of the terrifying power wreaked havoc on the field. Fortunately, there was a spirit array that isolated the area. Otherwise, many of the people present wouldn't have been able to withstand the shockwaves from their battle. Hu Donglan. Qingyan laughed. Your strength has not improved much compared to back then. If that's all you have, then I'll let you win today. As soon as Qingyan finished speaking, the aura on his body changed abruptly and became stronger. When he attacked again, the flames that had already filled the void rose even higher. Buzz! A huge flaming saber appeared and shone in the void. It was as if at this moment, there was only this saber left in everyone's eyes. It was a brilliant saber! Then, the flaming saber fell, as if it could not be avoided, and it slashed toward Hu Donglan. Hu Donglan's face, which was already tense, instantly changed. He had never thought that the opponent who had been on par with him in the past would be completely ahead of him today. Previously, his opponent had still been holding back. However, Hu Donglan did not admit defeat immediately. She continued to attack with all her might. Bang! After a loud bang, Hu Donglan's attack was finally unable to withstand Qingyan's flaming saber and was completely crushed. However, he used the remaining power of the flaming saber to retreat from the field. Although he looked calm, his face was still a little pale and there were traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. Although it was evaporated by his divine power in time, many people still saw it. Defeated. Hu Donglan has lost. Right now, Hu Donglan had already left the stage. This also meant that she had lost. Immediately, many people sighed. They had never thought that Hu Donglan, who was also a high god emperor, would lose so quickly. Qingyan. As for the other two upper god emperors who had not attacked yet, their expressions were grave. At the same time, they communicated with each other through voice transmission, clearly feeling the pressure. Are you confident? I'm not. With my strength, even against Hu Donglan, I don't have much confidence. Me too. Since that's the case, why don't we make an agreement? You or me, one of us will attack first, and use the opportunity to further exhaust Hu Donglan's strength. The other person will attack later, and use the opportunity to defeat Hu Donglan who has not recovered in time. That's possible, but who will attack first? Who will reap the benefits? How about this? If you are willing to pay a price after this matter is over, I can take the lead and fight for this opportunity for you. Speak. The two upper god emperors had reached an agreement the moment Hu Donglan was defeated. Then, one of them took the lead to fight Qingyan. In the end, he was defeated without any surprise. As for Qingyan, he had naturally used up a lot of his strength. At least, it was more than the battle with Hu Donglan. Looks like the two of you have reached an agreement. After Qingyan swallowed a few divine pills, his gaze was deep. It was obvious that he had seen through the other party's thoughts. Qingyan. As if to set off Qingyan's words, in the next instant, the last upper god emperor took the stage. At this time, the sun had already risen from the east. The morning sun shone down, as if covering everything in the world with a layer of faint silver light, gorgeous and colorful. Qingyan, after consecutively defeating two high-level god emperors, faced the final high-level god emperor. That upper god emperor from before is exhausting Qingyan. Beside Duan Lingtian, Wang Chun shook his head and said, I just don't know how much of an effect it will have on Qingyan. If not, the winner of this battle will definitely be Qingyan. Chapter 4169. A Tag Team Battle. Duan Lingtian could see it too. Perhaps Hu Donglan, who had attacked at the beginning, had no intention of exhausting Qingyan. Because from his expression, it was obvious that he didn't know that Qingyan was hiding his strength. As for the upper god emperor who attacked at the end, it was obvious that he was exhausting Qingyan's divine power, and he had indeed used up a lot of Qingyan's divine power. Even if he took a divine pill, it would be difficult for him to fully recover in a short period of time. When the last upper god emperor entered the arena, even Duan Lingtian didn't dare to say that he could guess who would win in the end. However, Looking at Cheng's current state, he was obviously full of confidence. His chances of winning shouldn't be low. Qing Yan, I didn't expect you to hide your strength so well. The last upper god emperor stared at Qing Yan and said seriously. Even though there was someone helping him to exhaust Qing Yan's strength, he still didn't dare to underestimate him. Looking at Cheng's current state on the surface, it didn't seem like he would exhaust too much. He didn't have any confidence. However, even if he didn't, he could only brace himself and fight. He actually didn't care about the position of substitute mansion master. What he cared about was being able to go to Destiny Canyon with the Divine Nation monarch and participate in the Divine Nation battle. That was a great opportunity. He might even have the chance to become an ultimate god. He was very clear about his own situation. Under normal circumstances, he definitely wouldn't have the chance to become an ultimate god. I'm afraid this is the last battle. After this battle, the winner will become the substitute mansion master of Heaven's Spirit Mansion. As long as no more upper god emperors appear, this will definitely be the last battle. The spectators all felt that way. Even Wang Chun, who was beside Duan Lingtian, felt the same way. In the arena, the upper god emperors who entered the arena quickly engaged in a fierce battle with Qing Yan. The moment they attacked like a storm without any hesitation. Obviously, they wanted to take advantage of the fact that Qing Yan hadn't fully recovered to defeat him in one go. However, as Qing Yan attacked, everyone realized that Qing Yan hadn't exhausted much of his strength. Even when facing the storm-like attacks of the upper god emperors, he was still able to handle it with ease. He's going to lose. Qing Yan is going to become the substitute mansion master of Heaven's Spirit Mansion. At that moment, it wasn't just the crowd that felt that way. Even the envoy presiding over the competition for the position of acting master of the Sky Spirit Mansion felt the same way. A moment later, Qing Yan gained the upper hand. After 10 moves, he defeated his opponent. Qing Yan had defeated 3 great high-level god emperors consecutively by himself and stood at the very end. Qing Yan, congratulations! Congratulations, Qing Yan! Although the 3 upper god lords had lost, they had accepted their defeat wholeheartedly. After a moment of unwillingness in their hearts, they appeared to be very free and easy as they all opened their mouths to congratulate Qing Yan. When Qing Yan heard this, he only smiled faintly. No one dares to say what the result will be until the end. I'm afraid it's a little early for you to congratulate me now. Of course, in the eyes of the crowd, Qing Yan was being modest. At the same time, they also felt that the final winner of this substitute mansion master battle would definitely be Qing Yan. There was basically no suspense. Qing Yan is going to become the substitute mansion master of the Sky Spirit Mansion. Beside Duan Lingtian, Wang Chun sighed emotionally. This Qing Yan is not weak, and he's not that old either. This trip to the Destiny Canyon and the Battle of the Divine Kingdoms this time, if he's lucky, he might be able to obtain the opportunity to become a venerable. Destiny Canyon. The Battle of the Divine Kingdoms. Many people didn't know what the specific content was, and Duan Lingtian didn't know either. Some people said that the content was different every time. However, the main theme was that the god emperors of the various divine kingdoms would compete, and in the process, the god emperors of the various divine kingdoms would have a chance to obtain their own opportunities. In the void, a group of people whispered in whispers. They all felt that Qing Yan would become the substitute mansion master of the Sky Spirit Mansion. In the field, Qing Yan stood there alone like an undefeatable god of war. No one dared to challenge him. Time passed quietly. It was getting closer and closer to noon. There's still 15 minutes left. If another higher god emperor comes to challenge Qing Yan, this battle of the substitute mansion master will also be over. A few hours ago, everyone present had already guessed the ending and felt that Qing Yan would definitely become the substitute mansion master of the Sky Spirit Mansion. However, no one left. To them, waiting for a few hours was nothing. Perhaps, something unexpected would really happen in the end? As for what the unexpected thing would be, it would be nothing more than a higher god emperor coming late to challenge Qing Yan and defeating him to become the substitute mansion master of the Sky Spirit Mansion. Now, a few hours have passed. Lord Qingyan's previous exhaustion, with the help of the divine pills, has definitely recovered 70 to 80%, if not all of it. That's for sure. The current Lord Qingyan is definitely more powerful than the last time he fought. Now, even if a higher God Emperor comes, it'll be difficult for him to defeat Lord Qingyan. Many people sighed. There's only a quarter of an hour left before noon. After a quarter of an hour, we can leave. There shouldn't be any suspense in the next 15 minutes. At this moment, even Wang Chun, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, felt the same way. Brother, it's already so late. It seems like there's no more drama to watch. I think it's about time for us to return to the prefecture city. Since Duan Lingtian would occasionally talk to Wang Chun had begun to address Duan Lingtian as his brother. Of course, this was just his own wishful thinking. Yes, it's about time for us to return to the prefecture city. Duan Lingtian nodded lightly. It was rare for him to pay attention to Wang Chun again. However, before that, there's still something I need to do. What is it? Wang Chun had just revealed a puzzled expression when he saw the purple-clad young man in front of him vanish into thin air. Is he leaving? He didn't even wait for me? Just when Wang Chun thought Duan Lingtian had left and returned to the prefecture city, a commotion broke out in the surroundings. His expression froze when he heard the commotion. In the next moment, he followed the crowd's gaze and saw a familiar figure in the arena. The purple figure stood proudly and faced Qingyan, who had defeated 3 upper-rank God Emperors in a row. Qingyan, a powerful upper-rank God Emperor. You, a lower-rank God Emperor, want to compete with me for the position of acting mansion master of the Heaven's Spirit Mansion? Just when everyone's attention was focused on Duan Lingtian, Qingyan spoke out, and the gaze he shot at Duan Lingtian was filled with astonishment. He had not expected someone else to enter the arena in the last 15 minutes. What was even more unexpected was that the person who entered the arena was not a upper-rank God Emperor or a middle-rank God Emperor. It was a lower-rank God Emperor. Lower-rank God Emperor. He's just a lower-rank God Emperor, and he wants to challenge Lord Qingyan. Does he have a death wish? I think he teleported in. Did he teleport to the wrong place? Teleportation can teleport to the wrong place? This is the first time I've heard of this. Now, as Qingyan spoke, many people who had not paid attention to Duan Lingtian realized that Duan Lingtian was just a lower-rank God Emperor, and they were shocked. After that, more people thought that Duan Lingtian had entered the arena by accident. A few people thought that Duan Lingtian was courting death. At this moment, even the ambassador from the righteous divine nation could not help but frown. He felt that the lower-rank God Emperor who had entered the arena was overestimating himself. Could it be that Qingyan allowed him to enter the arena? Just to waste the last 15 minutes and prevent the other upper-rank God Emperors from entering the arena at the crucial moment? This was also the ambassador's subconscious thought. Of course, he felt that the possibility of an upper-rank God Emperor arriving in the last 15 minutes was very small. This was because everyone knew the rules and would definitely guard against this. Humph. However, in the face of the situation before him, the ambassador's eyes were still cold. In his life, he despised people who played petty tricks. Following that, the ambassador's thunderous snort attracted everyone's attention. His tone was indifferent and cold as he said, "A lower-rank God Emperor has entered the arena to challenge an upper-rank God Emperor. In order to prevent malicious challenges, this battle will only end after the victor is determined. If you are not willing to fight to the death, the 2 of you will be disqualified from participating in this Acting Palace Master battle. The Acting Palace Master will be determined from the 3 upper-rank God Emperors who have lost earlier." When the ambassador said this, the surrounding people were first stunned. Then, many people immediately guessed why the ambassador had changed the rules of the Acting Palace Master battle at the last minute. This purple-clothed youth, could it be that Lord Qingyan really found him to waste the last 15 minutes? There's no need for that, right? Perhaps even Lord Qingyan did not expect the ambassador to change the rules at the last minute. If that's the case, Lord Qingyan will either have to kill him or give up the position of Acting Palace Master? If this person was found by Lord Qingyan, he should not kill him, right? That might not be the case. If they are not blood relatives, it is not impossible for him to kill him for the position of acting palace master. At this moment, the crowd looked at Duan Lingtian and Qingyan strangely again. Even the young man, Wang Chun, who'd always been standing by Duan Lingtian's side, had a dumbstruck expression at this moment. Duan Lingtian wouldn't really be brought here by Qingyan to waste the last few minutes, right? If that's the case, then this time, Qingyan has really shot himself in the foot. I hope Qingyan will not kill him for the position of acting palace master. At the thought of this, Wang Chun sighed in his heart. At the same time, he looked at the purple-clothed figure worriedly. Did he think that I found him? In fact, as soon as the ambassador finished speaking, Qingyan had already guessed his thoughts. He felt as though he had been wrong. At the same time, when he looked at Duan Lingtian again, he felt a little embarrassed. Why did you, a lower-rank god emperor, enter the arena? You actually made people think that I found you to waste time. Do I, Qingyan, need to do this? Brat. Qingyan stared at Duan Lingtian with a gaze that was fierce and icy cold. They all thought that you were someone I found to waste time. As for the truth, you know it better than anyone. No matter why you entered the arena. Today, you are destined to die. Chapter 4170. In fact, Duan Lingtian was also a little confused. He had thought that as a lower god emperor, he would be able to stun and shock everyone. But he never imagined that in the eyes of the crowd, he would actually become a tool that Qingyan had used to waste his last bit of time. Moreover, the envoy from the righteous divine nation's capital had even changed the rules at the last moment, and allowed him and Qingyan to fight to the death. If they did not fight to the death, both he and Qingyan would lose the chance to become the acting mansion master. However, even though he was facing Qingyan's killing intent, he was still calm and fearless. He was determined to become the acting mansion master of the Heaven's Spirit Mansion. As for Qingyan, although his strength was not bad, it was not to the extent that he was afraid of him. Since you think I'm going to die, then make your move. Duan Lingtian stared at Qingyan and said indifferently. There was no emotion in his tone, and no one could tell that he was angry. His face was as calm as before, as though there was no joy or sorrow. Humph! Qingyan snorted coldly as he released his divine power, which merged with the law profound. At the same time, he took a step forward, and a terrifying power shook the void as though he was going to shatter it. Since you're in a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish. In the next instant, Qingyan moved. The moment he moved, it was earth-shattering, and it caused the hearts of the onlookers to tremble. Lord Qingyan is going to kill him! Based on the current situation, this purple-clad young man doesn't look like someone that Lord Qingyan found to waste time. I don't think so either. If it was Lord Qingyan who wanted to waste time, facing Lord Qingyan's killing intent now, I'm afraid he would be scared witless and even beg for mercy from Lord Qingyan. However, if Lord Qingyan didn't find him to waste time, where did he get the courage to fight for the acting mansion master position with Lord Qingyan? I don't know. Previously, I thought he might have teleported wrongly, but based on the current situation, he seems to want to enter the battle and is fearless. If he was a medium god emperor and was fearless, I would think that he might have the battle strength of an upper god emperor. However, I don't dare to think that he is a lower god emperor. At this moment, not only were the spectators astonished, even the envoy from the capital frowned slightly. Did I guess wrong? Where did this lower divine lord's confidence come from? Just when the nation leader's envoy was puzzled, Qingyan's entire body had already tore through the sky and approached Duan Lingtian. He didn't even use his divine weapon as he casually punched out, and the sound of air exploding resounded out in all directions, shaking the heavens and the earth. The reason why he didn't use his divine weapon was because, in Qingyan's opinion, it would be extremely embarrassing if he had to rely on his divine weapon to attack a lower god emperor. You're too careless. Facing the menacing Qingyan, Duan Lingtian stood in place, motionless, but let out a sigh. If you use a divine artifact, I may not be able to kill you in one blow. As his sigh faded away, a 3-foot-long blade emitting a 7-colored radiance appeared in front of Duan. Then, it was swept away by the spatial storm that was waiting to erupt. Whoosh! The moment the sword appeared, there was a tearing sound in the void as if it was going to pierce through the sky. Its aura was domineering and had unparalleled power. At this moment, Duan had completely integrated into the sword principle and the way of control. Of course, the only thing that could be seen through by the people present was the sword principle. The way of control was difficult to see through unless an ultimate god was present. Impossible! Qingyan let out a cry of shock and disbelief. At this time, his attack had already been completely destroyed by the sharp 7-colored sword light. Moreover, the 7-colored sword light seemed to carry an unparalleled divine might. Before he could launch a second attack, it had already pierced through his body. If it was just an ordinary sword wound, it wouldn't be enough to kill him at all. But now, when the sword penetrated his body, countless sword radiances burst out and penetrated his entire body. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, 7-colored light spots appeared all over Qingyan's body. Then, streaks of 7-colored sword radiances broke out from his body. From top to bottom, they were densely packed. In the blink of an eye, he was shredded into pieces, leaving behind a rain of blood and a lonely storage ring. At this moment, the entire place was dead silent. Absolute silence. It wasn't until Duan casually put away Qingyan's storage ring that the people present came back to their senses one after another. Suddenly, the sound of cold air being sucked in could be heard. At this moment, even the king's emissary, who came from the kingdom and could be considered as experienced and knowledgeable, had a face full of shock and disbelief. The people behind him all changed their expressions at the same time. He killed Qingyan! A lower god emperor killed an upper god emperor in one hit. Even if an upper god emperor didn't use a divine weapon, he still has a full soul high-grade divine weapon. This is enough to shake the kingdom. Even the strongest lower god emperor in the kingdom doesn't have this ability. What he used just now was the sword principle. The space law that he comprehended is also extremely terrifying. In the entire kingdom, forget about lower god emperors, even middle god emperors, or even upper god emperors, it's hard to find someone who has such attainments. Oh my god! I actually witnessed a lower god emperor kill an upper god emperor with my own eyes. Who exactly is he? Why is he so strong? Forget about the kingdom. Even in the entire southern sky continent, I'm afraid it's hard to find a second lower god emperor as strong as him, right? After the crowd came back to their senses, they all exclaimed in shock. Their words were filled with shock. All of them stared at the purple figure in the distance with their eyes wide open, as if they were looking at a wild beast. Wang Chun stood in the distance, completely dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, he had thought that the youth who had come along with him was a lower god emperor that Qingyan had found to waste time. He was even worried that the other party would be killed by Qingyan. However, in the blink of an eye, someone had indeed died. However, the one who had died was not him, but Qingyan, a upper god emperor. Moreover, he was not an ordinary upper god emperor. There's still some time left. Is there anyone else who wants to enlighten me? Duan stood in the void with a calm expression. It was as if killing Qingyan was something that he had done casually. The moment Duan words came out, it immediately caused the hearts of the crowd to tremble. That's right. There was still time. The person in front of them had entered the arena in the last 7 minutes and killed Qingyan in the blink of an eye. There was still a lot of time left, enough for him to kill dozens or even hundreds of Qingyan, who had not used his divine weapon because of his carelessness. Less than 7 minutes had passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, no one else dared to challenge Duan. During this time, everyone's gazes were fixed on Duan, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Even the 3 upper god emperors who had previously been defeated by Qingyan looked at Duan as if they had seen a ghost. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, even if they were beaten to death, they would not dare to believe that a lower god emperor could kill a upper god emperor so easily. A lower god emperor killing a upper god emperor. In the past, I have never even heard of such an absurd thing. After this battle, this youth's name will shake the entire divine nation, and even the entire southern sky continent. Speaking of which, does anyone know him, or know his name? At this time, many people finally realized that they did not know the name of this purple-clothed monster in front of them. Very quickly, someone recalled that this purple-clothed monster was standing together with a youth, and that youth was still present. He should know the name of this monster. I saw it just now too, he came together with this monster. Wang Chun became the focus of many people's attention. Under the questioning of a group of people, after obtaining the consent of Duan Lingtian, Wang Chun said the name of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. In an instant, this name was engraved in the minds of the people who had asked the question. At the same time, after it had spread, it was also engraved in the minds of everyone present. This was an existence who could kill a upper god emperor. Even if that upper god emperor did not use a divine weapon, it was still enough to shock the world. Throughout the history of righteous divine nation and the history of the southern sky continent, no one had ever heard of a lower god emperor who could do this. This youth named Duan Lingtian would definitely go down in history, I announce. At this time, the words of the ruler's envoy reached everyone's ears. From today onwards, Duan Lingtian will be the acting mansion master of Heaven's Spirit Mansion. Acting mansion master of Heaven's Spirit Mansion. Duan Lingtian had gotten what he wanted. Originally, the ruler's envoy had planned to return to the capital directly after choosing the acting mansion master of Heaven's Spirit Mansion. He would let the acting mansion master go to the capital 1 month later. However, after seeing that Duan Lingtian was only a lower god emperor and was able to kill a upper god emperor, he was not in a hurry to leave. He planned to leave with him 1 month later and head to the capital together. This was because he knew that this was a person with shocking potential. In the future, he would definitely shine brightly in this world. If he became a upper god emperor, he might even be able to kill a hierarch. There were only benefits to befriending such a person. There was no harm in befriending him. As for Duan Lingtian, he was more than happy to befriend the ruler's envoy. As the ruler's envoy, he was a person with a certain status in the righteous divine nation. He would definitely know more things that Duan Lingtian wanted to know but did not yet know. Let's not talk about anything else. Just the Destiny Canyon and the battle between the divine nations were things that he might be able to learn more about from the ruler's envoy. Brother Lingtian, when we return to the capital in a month, the ruler will definitely appoint you as the mansion master of Heaven's Spirit Mansion as long as you are willing. On the way back to the Heaven's Spirit Mansion, the ruler's envoy walked side by side with Duan Lingtian. He did not underestimate the other party just because he was a lower god emperor. Although the other party had killed Qing Yan earlier because Qing Yan had not used a divine weapon, he was still able to kill Duan Lingtian with such ease. Even if Qing Yan had used a divine weapon, he would only be able to buy some time at most. In the end, he would not be able to escape death. Duan Lingtian smiled in the face of the ruler's envy's enthusiasm. Big brother Yunhe, I have no intention of becoming the mansion master of Heaven's Spirit Mansion. I want to compete for the position of acting mansion master in the Destiny Canyon. Chapter 4171. The messenger was called Yunhe. Ever since he announced that Duan Lingtian was the acting mansion master of the Heaven's Spirit Mansion, he had been very friendly to Duan Lingtian. This was a lower god emperor who could kill a upper god emperor. He was not someone an ordinary lower god emperor could compare to. Even 99% of middle god emperors could not compare to him. He could still maintain a friendly relationship with such an existence, but once he grew up, he would not be able to reach him. Of course, if it was only Duan Lingtian's strength, Yunhe might be polite, but it was not enough to make him so friendly. This was because Yunhe could faintly sense that the person in front of him was not very old. Such a young lower god emperor who could kill a upper god emperor. As long as he did not die prematurely in the future, he would definitely soar to the sky and maintain his invincibility among his peers. Brother Lingtian, I also guessed that was what you were thinking. Yunhe was not surprised to hear Duan Lingtian's words. If he were Duan Lingtian, with the cultivation of a lower god emperor and the ability to kill a upper god emperor, he would not be bound by a small heaven spirit mansion. Even if he were Duan Lingtian, he felt that the righteous divine kingdom would not be able to tolerate him. This was the main reason why he was so friendly to Duan Lingtian. In the righteous divine kingdom, he had the backing of the ultimate god realm monarch. Few people dared to provoke him. In the divine kingdom, he did not need to curry favor with anyone. However, as an outstanding upper god emperor, and in the prime of his life, he was naturally not willing to be bound by the righteous divine kingdom. Under such circumstances, being on good terms with Duan Lingtian might help him when he left the righteous divine kingdom in the future. No matter what, Brother Lingtian, with your monstrous talent, you will definitely amaze everyone in the capital. Even in the Destiny Canyon, you will definitely shock all the divine kingdoms. Now, Yunhee could not help but look forward to the expressions of those people when they found out that this was a lower god emperor who could easily kill a upper god emperor. If they did not see it with their own eyes, they would not dare to believe it. Brother Lingtian, in the following month, you can enter the prefecture city and receive the treatment of an official prefecture lord. During this month, you can enjoy everything in the treasury left behind by the past masters of the Heaven's Spirit Mansion. In the city lord's mansion of an ordinary small city, there was a treasure trove. As the prefectural city of the Heavenly Spirit Mansion, there was no lack of treasures in the city lord's mansion. Not everything was carried by the mansion master. When Duan Lingtian heard Yunhee's words, his expression remained calm, but his heart was filled with excitement. He hoped that there was something he urgently needed in the treasury of the prefecture city governor's mansion. Just now, after he had killed that high god Emperor Qingyan, he had received an extremely generous reward. Although it was not as good as what he had obtained after he had exited the God-Arch mystic realm, it was still more than half of the rewards he had obtained from the regulations back then. This caused the divine power in his body to boil, and it was on the verge of bursting out. He had a feeling that as long as he digested the rewards of the regulations, he would be even closer to the Middle God Emperor realm. Middle God Emperor realm, before I leave, there shouldn't be any suspense. Even if it's the Upper God Emperor realm, I still have a chance. However, the Ultimate God realm is very, very difficult. When he had first entered, Duan Lingtian felt that the Upper God Emperor realm was unreachable. However, now, he saw hope again. There was still slightly more than 2 years left. Now, in less than a year, he had already entered the Lower God Emperor realm, and had completely consolidated his cultivation. He had even taken a huge step towards the Middle God Emperor realm. If there were no accidents, he might be able to enter the Middle God Emperor realm in the Divine Kingdom battle at the Destiny Canyon. Once I step into the realm of a middle-level God Emperor, even if I haven't completely consolidated my cultivation, there are very few people below the level of hierarch who can match up to me. If I consolidate my cultivation as a middle-level God Emperor, unless there is also a heaven-defying monster in the realm of upper-level God in this world, I will definitely be able to sweep away all those below the level of hierarch and be unrivaled. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly as the blood in his body boiled. With the cultivation of the Middle God Emperor realm, he would be able to defeat anyone below the Ultimate God realm. Even in the outside world, it would be difficult to find someone like him among the younger generation of the Ultimate God realm powerhouses. This divine trials will be a heaven-defying opportunity for me. I must hold on to it tightly. As long as I hold on to this opportunity, I might be able to enter the Ultimate God realm in 1,000 years. The Ultimate God realm. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly. With his attainments in the law of profundity, and the 4 Tao of heaven and earth, if he entered the Ultimate God realm, he would definitely not be an ordinary Ultimate God. Perhaps, when he entered the Lower God realm, he might even be able to kill a Middle God realm expert. One should know that the difference between a Lower God realm and a Middle God realm was not comparable to the difference between a Lower God Emperor and a Middle God Emperor, or even between a Middle God Emperor and an Upper God Emperor. The difference between a Lower God realm and a Middle God realm was not even as small as the difference between a Lower God Emperor and an Upper God Emperor. Brother Lingtian, I won't disturb you for the next month. We'll depart for the capital together in a month's time. As for the fact that you killed the Upper God Emperor in one hit, I've already sent a message back to the capital through the communication jade. The monarch will know about it soon. The monarch is a person who cherishes talents. After you enter the capital, there's still some time before you depart for the Destiny Canyon. During this time, the monarch will give you a generous reward so that you can improve before you depart for the Destiny Canyon. The monarch's messenger Yunhee said to Duan Lingtian after they returned to the prefecture's city governor's mansion. Thank you, Brother Yunhee. Duan Lingtian thanked him profusely. At the same time, he could not help but look forward to it. If the monarch of the Divine Kingdom could help him become a Middle God Emperor before he headed to the Destiny Canyon to participate in the Battle of the Divine Kingdoms, it would definitely be a joyous occasion for him. In the next month, Duan Lingtian entered the treasury of the prefecture's city governor's mansion a few days ago and found some medicinal herbs that would be of great help to him. Although these medicinal herbs could not be consumed directly, they could be refined into divine pills. With Duan Lingtian's attainments in alchemy, he could easily refine them into supreme divine pills that he needed. Moreover, they were supreme divine pills that would be of great help to his current cultivation level. In this heaven and earth, refining supreme divine pills would not attract heavenly tribulations and there would be no heaven and earth vision. This was something Duan Lingtian had discovered earlier, so he did not have to worry about it. In fact, even if there were heavenly tribulations or heaven and earth vision in this heaven and earth, he would not be afraid. With his strength, he could protect himself in this divine kingdom. Unless the monarch of the divine kingdom personally attacked him and killed him. However, that was almost impossible. If the monarch knew that he had such attainments in alchemy, he would definitely weigh the pros and cons and decide whether to offend him or befriend him. To be able to become a monarch and cultivate to the supreme god realm, he was definitely not a fool. A month's time passed in a hurry. As for Duan Lingtian, in this 1 month's time, he had refined many supreme divine pills that were suitable for his current cultivation level. At the same time, he had also digested the rewards of killing the Upper God Emperor Qingyan. His cultivation level increased by another level. He was even closer to becoming a Middle God Emperor. In fact, if one were to compare the distance between a Lower God Emperor and a Middle God Emperor to a distance of 100 meters, he would have already walked more than 10 meters. And the Lower God Emperors mentioned here were naturally the Lower God Emperors who had completely consolidated their cultivation. 1/10 of the journey was not a lot, but it was definitely not a small amount either. One should know that it had only been a few months since Duan Lingtian became a Lower God Emperor. Brother Lingtian, let's go! Yunhee led Duan Lingtian to the capital of the Divine Kingdom. He took out an Emperor-level divine artifact flying ship and moved forward at the speed of an Upper God Emperor. In the divine artifact flying ship, Yunhee smiled and said to Duan Lingtian, "The Heaven's Spiritual Mansion's capital is not far from the capital. We can reach it in half a month's time." Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he, who was not in a hurry to cultivate, began to ask Yunhee about various things that he was puzzled about. For example, the Destiny Canyon and the Battle of the Divine Kingdoms. Previously, as time was tight, Yunhee only briefly told him about it and did not go into details. He also told him that he could answer his questions on the way back to the capital. At this time, Yunhee also began to answer Duan Lingtian's questions in detail. The Destiny Canyon is a miraculous place in the Tianan continent. According to legend, it was left behind by the Creator God for the various divine kingdoms in the Tianan continent. It can only be opened by the monarch of each divine kingdom with a monarch token. The so-called Battle of the Divine Kingdoms is held in the Destiny Canyon. Following Yunhee's explanation, Duan Lingtian gained a deeper understanding of the Destiny Canyon and the Battle of the Divine Kingdoms. The Destiny Canyon was a place that had stood tall in the Tianan continent since ancient times. It had never been moved and could not be moved because, according to legend, it was a place created by the Creator God. As for the Battle of the Divine Kingdoms, it was a place where emperor gods from various divine kingdoms would enter the Destiny Canyon to fight for the opportunity to make a breakthrough. There was even a chance to become a venerable one there. In the history of the Tianan continent, most of the ultimate gods from various divine kingdoms had broken through after finding the opportunity to become a venerable one in the Destiny Canyon. The current monarch of the righteous divine nation, and even the previous two monarchs, had only stepped into the ultimate god realm after gaining something in the heavens Canyon. In addition, Duan Lingtian also gained a deeper understanding of the various divine kingdoms based on his understanding of the Destiny Canyon and the Battle of the Divine Kingdoms. It turned out that the existence of each divine kingdom was protected by the laws of heaven and earth. Even if the strongest monarch of a divine kingdom was only a lower-level ultimate god, the other upper-level ultimate gods in the heaven and earth would not be able to shake his control over the divine kingdom. They would not even be able to kill him within the divine kingdom he controlled. The monarch of a divine kingdom was the pillar of the divine kingdom. The monarch token in their hands was said to be a treasure left behind by the Creator God for the divine kingdom behind them. No one could take it away from them. No one could take it away from them. With the monarch token in hand, even a lower-level ultimate god monarch within the divine kingdom he controlled would not be afraid of intermediate-level ultimate gods and upper-level ultimate gods. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.